have to be educated to be into this program. It's a mindset to change your mind of your thinking. At the standpoint, I know there are a lot of people may not want to be involved because they think you have to be educated, you have to be smart, to get to be successful. But I just want to share that you have to change your mind. And my being here, it totally changed my mind. Being here, learning what I've learned, that I could able to share to some of my family, friends, and also the community. So I encourage everyone that who don't know about this program, to get to know about it, get into it, come aboard. And I guarantee you, your mindset will change. And if you want to be wealthy, it's all up to you to do so. But I urge that anyone or anybody wants to get involved.
My name is Donna Rosby. I am from Sacramento, California, born and raised from Oakland, and I am a registered nurse. I am a member of what's called the Nursing or Real Estate Investment Club, but on the sideline, I am an investor in the stock market. So I actually have 4 investment clubs. I've been following Boyce for a few years now. I enrolled in this class. I unenrolled now because now I teach it. I actually consult with stock clubs, so I have ladies who have 4 groups now that I consult with the stock market. My clubs are very successful, and most recently I funded my first real estate club. It's called Funding the Block, and we are hard money lenders for real estate. So that's new in my genre. Me and Tasha McCrae, we do seminars. So learning about and teaching generational wealth is my forte. My 501c3 is going to be Dollars Have a Destination, which I'm going to educate children. I'm going to have a bus, and we're going to go to the cities teaching financial wealth, financial education, financial literacy. I have 3 books. Mrs. Dollar is my second name. So I've learned a lot, and I know that we have to keep this going. So making money is the easy thing. Finding money is easy for me, and then bringing people together so the other people can do the rest is what's worth. So Boyce has really pushed me over to the next stage. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Catherine Jason. I'm from Sacramento, California, and I was invited to the Freedom event by my daughter, Catherine Sylvester, and it has been absolutely wonderful. If you're looking for freedom or trying to retire, this will be a great event to engage in, to learn about finances, clearing your credit, and actually having your income to come into your life so you can help others and to leave something for your family down the line, generation.
There we go.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Butler. I'm from Alexandria, Virginia, and I'm in human resources, but what I'm really trying to be is free. And I came to the Freedom School actually through Dr. Boyce Watkins, watching some of his YouTube videos and whatnot, and one day I tuned in and I found Julian, and it just reconnected me with something that I've been wanting to do for years. So I called my daughter and said, hey, how about we start doing a better job at building our, family wealth and our financial freedom. So here we are. We're having a great time, great information. So many great people have come in from all over the country, and the information is just, it's building on top of what we've learned online and otherwise. So we're really happy to be here.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Can you tell the audience your name and where you coming in from?
All right. My name is Kyle Dixon. I'm coming in from New York City, Harlem.
All right. What do you do?
I'm an educator. I also have my own business. I'm a co-founder and operating officer for Precise Minds Filmworks.
All right. And why did you decide to come to this event?
Well, I decided to come to the event because, Julian, the brother's amazing. He knows what he's talking about. Dr. Boyce Watkins, I follow him on YouTube and on social media. And these brothers have a lot to offer to the community as far as the information about real estate investing and just having a freedom lifestyle and investing not only in your community but really in yourself. So I had to come and see them face to face and be with other people, like-minded folks as myself, to be able to be a part of that experience and talk with them and see what ideas they have as well.
All right, and what was your experience with being here the last 2 days?
Oh man, it's been an amazing experience. I'm so glad I came. I was maybe a little hesitant at first, but I'm so glad I came because, I mean, just the knowledge and the wisdom and just the camaraderie with everyone here. Not just Dr. Boyce, not just Julian, but like everybody met here from people from New York, people from Chicago, Las Vegas, Houston, Nashville, California, and like we're all just here to really see each other succeed. That, you know, you need those things, and it just breaks the narrative like that black folks can't work together. We're doing that. We're working together, and we want to see each other be the successful selves and invest towards their freedom. And it's just a beautiful event. I advise anyone who's thinking about coming to the next one that they definitely need to come down here. And we got a chance to go into the second line. We had our second line. Oh man, that was my Sunday right there. I'm good.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
My name is Lori Mile. I'm from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Go Blue. I'm a I guess an entrepreneur. I do Amazon selling and I do some Uber driving.
Okay. Well, tell us why you're here today and what you look to get out the weekend.
I came to find freedom. Find the road to freedom. That's what I'm looking for. And I believe Julian is going to help me make that transition.
Okay. And what do you think about the event so far?
Love it. I've enjoyed it. So much information. I'm gaining knowledge. I just have enjoyed it immensely.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Lori.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hi, I'm Monique Lyons. I'm from Alexandria, Virginia. I'm in the spirit of generational wealth. I came down with my mom to New Orleans. It's been a great experience. She's the one who introduced me to the Health Freedom School and the webinars and getting on track in terms of growing my wealth. So far, the day has been great. A wealth of information on growing your wealth, returns on investment. I'm excited to get back home so I can figure out what the next step is. So doing this with my mom is probably also valuable to me because it's something we get to build together. So I'm excited. I definitely recommend it. So good luck to everyone and start growing that wealth.
My name is Olivia Mitchell, and I came here because I wanted to invest in myself. And by investing in myself, I feel like I'm also investing in my family. And I think over the course of these past 2 days, that's been ingrained in me from Julian's words, from Dr. Watkins' words, and it's going to be extremely valuable for me throughout this next decade, really, not even the next year. I'm thinking further and farther and beyond what I did before. I feel like my mind has been open, my perspective has been shifted, and I'm open to doing things differently than what I've been taught previously. So I'm going through an unlearning and expanding my horizons.
Amen.
My name is Robert Porter, and I'm here with my wife. I just wanted to let you know that you were awesome yesterday.
So Nicole Compton.
Nicole, you was just awesome. You got me thinking on how to set my estate now and how to start planning for my investment. You know, right on. We will be in touch with you. That is for sure. Bless you for everything you're doing. Thanks so much.
All right, my name is Ronnie Carter. When I first joined the group, I put a contract on a fourplex, closed on it, got 4 units, 4 people in there, and then I just I put in a contract, I put offers in for several other properties. I just got one accepted for a duplex. So I'm hoping to close that within the next maybe 30 days. So that's fresh. I got a couple other offers out there too. So this is what I've learned through the program, and just asking questions to like Facebook and other platforms we have. Man, I'm on fire. I'm hitting it heavy. So I'm looking to hit that million soon.
All right. What did you think about the event this weekend?
The event this weekend was amazing. It really has something for everybody, no matter what their level is, their exposure to real estate, personal finances, and business finance. So it was really good. Nothing like being around like-minded people. So it was great. I love it. I can't wait till next year or whenever the next one is.
All right. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, man.
What's your name and where are you coming in from?
All right, my name is Sharika Jackson. I'm a native New Orleanian, but I'm now residing in Houston. So for this particular experience, I'm looking forward to becoming an investor in the Houston area for now, and maybe the area of New Orleans later.
What made you choose to come to this event?
Coming to this event is very inspiring. After having experienced the event that you hosted back in September, it was another opportunity for me to get some questions answered, for me to get some clarity on some things as it relates to changing my financial mindset, investing in my future through the 3 pillars of wealth that you mentioned and you teach in your program. So it's another opportunity to be surrounded by like-minded people.
All right, and what did you get out of your experience this past 2 days?
Oh my gosh, there were so many ahas in this particular program, but just the idea that I have to change my mindset in terms of when you're thinking in investing in real estate or even in investing in the stock market, you have to get away from what it looks like on the outside and look at its true potential. And what its true potential will be able to do to affect your life financially, and then allow you to affect generations that come after you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here, Shadarika.
Thank you for your time.
Bye-bye.
Sean and Latanya Arthur, Charlotte, North Carolina. While we came to the event, we joined back in July.
Probably around July.
Yeah, and we saw something in the whole program itself, because we needed to change one, but we saw the promise in it, in doing something different, and thinking different, and being different, and approaching money differently. And so we decided to come out to the event to kind of get around people like mine, and it's been phenomenal. You know, we have a plan now approaching how we go back, the things that we do, the next steps, and so this has just been great. So thank you, Julian and the crew. Really appreciate you, and we're looking forward to working with you guys further.
All right. Thank you so much.
It's not about billions and billions of dollars. Hey, that would be nice too. But it's about getting yourself in a position where you own something that you can actually get off the plantation and start living the life you want to live. I would recommend to everybody, go to the Black Business School, check out the multifamily movement, all the courses that Dr. Boyce Watkins offers. You will not be disappointed. Freedom!
All right, how are you doing? My name is Aaron Dorsey from Chicago, Illinois. I am a electrical engineer in the power industry, and one of the things that we learn in undergrad in a profession, or either being a teacher or a 9-to-5 professional, we learn how to work for others, but we don't learn how to work for ourselves, and take the things and the skills that we built into our 20s, and once we get into this brave new world, how to basically build for our families, for our communities, and the things that are going on here with the multifamily movement, with the Black Business School, are giving us the additional tools to empower ourselves, the things that we didn't get, that should have been implemented into our psyche, into our being earlier on, to give us a lot more autonomy, power, and essentially that time, freedom to do the things that we would love to do, the things that we're naturally born to do, to create, to live in truth. So that's what this entire process means to me, and I'm glad to be here.
Okay, hey, my name is Avis Blackwell. I live in the Bay Area in California, and I actually follow Boyce Watkins on Facebook. I kind of keep track of what he's talking about. That's when I was introduced to Julian. And I just thought, boy, he's somebody I need to get on board with. Everything he said, I absolutely agreed with. So when this seminar came up, I immediately put my money on it, because I thought this will be a good time for me to kind of meet other people and see what they're talking about and what they're doing. This has been the most fantastic. This has been the most fantastic experience, and it lets me know that I'm moving in the right direction. This is mostly for my daughter and my granddaughter. I want to set them up for future, for them to live well in the future and not be strapped down to a job like I have my whole life. So I'm very excited. I have met so many fantastic people. This whole thing has been unbelievable. I am so happy I'm here.
All right, can you tell us your name, where you coming in from, and what do you do for a living?
My name is Chris Chappelle. I come from Hammond, Louisiana, and I'm an assistant professor at Southern University.
Okay, perfect. And why did you decide to come to this event?
Because I wanted to be around like-minded people who not only have a passion for real estate, but also come in and knowing that I'm going to gain the knowledge base that I need and connect with people from all over the country. I promise you this is an absolutely wonderful event, one of the best that I've ever been in my life, and I've gained so much, and I'm energized to go back and share this with my family and the rest of my community.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Christina Williams, and I'm from the Tampa Bay, Florida area. Why I came to the event, because I thought this was like exactly what I needed. It's a confirmation of moves I need to be making in my life and letting go of fear and just deciding to make the changes right now. And what was the other?
What did you get out of the event?
What did I get out of the event is changing my mindset. Being around like-minded people, and I know that I am a big fish in a small pond, and this is confirmation that I need to be around people that are in the same mode of thinking, because that's going to help me go to the next levels and let go of the things that are holding me back. So it was a pleasure.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, can you tell us your name and where you're coming in from?
My name is LaTanya Arthur. I go by Coach T, and I'm coming in from Charlotte, North Carolina.
And why did you decide to come to this event?
I came because there's nothing like being in the room. You know, we're on social media and we're making connections. However, when you get inside the room and you feel the energy of everyone moving in the same direction, there's nothing else like it.
All right, what did you take away from the event?
What I took away from the event is we already own a single family property and we've got some equity in it, and subconsciously I think we've been just sitting on it, not wanting to take it out. And after listening to Julian on the stage, it's like, what are we waiting for? Pull the trigger, take the money out, and have it work for you. So that's the biggest aha is, you know, we're ready to move forward.
All right, would you recommend this event to anyone in the future?
Listen, you better get here. You better get here. Absolutely, it is a must see, like a major event. You get here.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Record, man. What's your name, bro?
Marlon Jackson.
Marlon Jackson. Oh, just like the Knights from the Jackson 5.
That's like Marlon Jackson. I was here first.
Oh, okay. You were here
first. Named after him.
And you said you're 62, years young.
And I never had a job. I just go live where there's an economy.
Wow.
As consumers are, you know, that's what you need if you have a product or service, someone who can buy it.
So you weren't looking for a check or a job.
Yeah.
You was looking for a consumer.
I'm looking for some money.
All right. So, and you learned at an early age that you don't need a job to get money.
Well, I saw my dad, who was a strong Leo man, worked at the steel mill. And what happened was they laid everybody off when the Vietnam War went over, and all these men became punks and weak, and, you know, the women were taking care of them. And I said to myself, man, I'm not going to give nobody a chance to fire me.
Wow.
You know, and I'm not going to do it, because it broke my heart to see my dad, you know, become this, because all he knew was steel. He didn't know anything. They didn't train him to do anything else. And he died early at 55. I mean, it really, that's when the wino got started, because all these guys who got laid off would just sit around drinking wine and playing checkers, and you know what I'm saying?
Right, wow.
And just giving up on life because they didn't know what else to do.
Wow. So for you, being an entrepreneur wasn't just about money, it was about preserving your manhood.
Yeah, man, I'm not a good man. I can't work for nobody.
I love it.
I can't have a boss.
All right, man. I love it.
My kids got something to do. I want to go see it. I don't need to go to nobody to ask for permission.
Right on. So did you feel like the majority of the men you know have that mindset? Do you think it's the opposite, that the majority?
Well, I think we mess our little man up because we tell them to get a job, we tell them they need to work, and those are slave terms. We need to tell our young kids, you need to make some money. You know, so their minds will open up and they can start innovating, because it's hard to get a job when 10 million people are applying for the same job. And we do this to our kids, man, and these kids almost like, I'd rather go smoke some weed.
Wow.
Than try to compete with a bunch of everybody with applications standing in line for 2 or 3 days, you know what I mean? And,
wow.
They could have been using that same time to go out here and wash windows or clean cars. I know a guy at the car wash up here makes $400 a day. He just sits out there. People come consumers who don't want to clean their own car.
Wow.
And he makes about $20 a car, and he's making $400 a day. He don't have no overhead, but you just got to make money so that we can free our mind.
Wow.
Because work and job are slave words. That's what slaves do.
Wow, man, you preaching. It's funny. Did you catch the speech I gave?
No, I didn't.
That's what's funny. You didn't hear the speech. I was talking about this, but you didn't hear preaching.
I know Ron. I'm his personal assistant. So
okay.
Ron's from Oakland. I'm from Philly. I'm Malcolm X. He's Black Panther.
Wow.
So we get it,
man.
We're just trying to get everybody else to get it.
Well, you preaching to me, man, and I learned a lot of my manhood from the big brothers like yourself that teach me what manhood really looks like. We don't.
If you don't mind please. I do taxes, and the people who work for all these years, man, by the time they get retired, they're so beat up from working all them years, and they ain't making as much money, and they're like the slave that you said you're free now. And then you tell the retired person you're free now, you ain't gotta work no more. And they gotta figure out what to do with 10 hours a day.
Wow, and
that ain't easy.
And no skill in terms of how to make their own money.
How to do something else.
Wow, man.
Then they end up working at Walmart.
All right, I'm gonna let you get that call.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Come on in. Welcome. So good to see everybody. Let me go in and hit the chat button so I can let you guys come into the chat. For some reason, Zoom doesn't open the chat. I have to open it manually. How's everybody doing tonight? So good to see you. Welcome. I'm going to change your life tonight. I promise you. You guys know I know how to do it, and I'm going to do it. It's going to be extraordinary. You're going to walk out of here a different person. And if you could say something in the chat, let me know what city you're from. I see Tanya and Keith Bird and Barbara from Fayetteville. Let's see, Alfonso from Birmingham, Anita from Phoenix, Delisha from NYC, Glenn Ford from Dallas, Tanya from Phoenix, Carlene from Duval. Is that Duval, Texas? Or let's see here, Leslie from Ohio, Michelle out of Atlanta, Misha out of Milwaukee, Sky out of Charlotte. Let's see, Roxanne, Apex, Marlon out of Houston, H-Town, very nice. Jonathan, LA. I'm going to Los Angeles tomorrow. Becky, Detroit. Lorna from New York City, one of my favorite places. And Eunice says, I cannot wait. I'm in Ohio. Well, I'm in Ohio State, Buckeye Eunice, so I love you already. All right, so welcome everybody. And I'm not going to waste a lot of your time at all. I'm not going to waste any time tonight. I'm actually going to invest this time into offering you some information that I believe is going to elevate you in every single way. I think that this is really exciting. This is actually some pretty deep revolutionary stuff that we're able to do in the Black Business School. We're really proud of our faculty. We're really proud of what we're able to do for the community. Now, in case you want to know what we're trying to do here in the Black Business School, we are trying to create an HBCU. We believe that HBCUs can be created without the need for government funding. We believe HBCUs can be created without the need for excessive corporate sponsorship. We believe that HBCUs can be created with a fraction of the cost without the student loans and everything else. And the Black Business School has done it. We have done it. We have excellent faculty, PhDs, attorneys, therapists, all kinds of people. We even have the first ever Black financial therapy department where we are digging deep into cutting edge research on money mindset, everything from financial anxiety to the ability to work together as a group so you can build wealth together as a group. The Powernomics philosophy is all about groupism and group work. And so we are not capitalists because in fact, our economic philosophy is probably more socialist communist, but it's not really labeled. You can't label it because we end up being able to make as much wealth as a capitalist would. But we do it in a way that is ethical, right? Because capitalism is unfortunately very harmful. Capitalism is the reason that your healthcare system is so bad. Capitalism is the reason that they sell you fast food that is going to kill you. Give me a yes in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. Capitalism is the reason that that we have a lot of problems in our society. So we don't want to be capitalists up in here, but we also don't need to walk away from money as if wealth does not matter. We are here to build a strong community by building strong individuals and building strong families We educate our kids on wealth at the age of 6 so that they'll be ready to dominate when they are 26. We don't wait until the last minute. We don't react. We are proactive. That is the philosophy we have in the Black Business School, and that's why we're the best on earth at what we do. So anyway, let me hop in and just tell you guys that I'm about to start. I'm about to pull some slides up, and we're just going to get going, man, because I'm really excited about this discussion we're going to have, and I want to introduce you to a methodology that I think is one that is life-changing. It's not just something that I talk about from a theoretical standpoint. It is something that I practice. And from a personal, practical standpoint, it's something that I do in my own life. This is how I make my money. This is actually how I make my income, the bulk of my income. And so I'm going to share some of this with you and introduce you to some ideas that you may not have seen before. Some of you maybe have seen it. Some of you haven't. Well, let me just tell you why I'm super excited about it. All right, so let's jump in here. So I want to talk to you guys about how to make money without working. That's something that that we as Black people, I don't think we get exposed to very often. But one thing you should understand is that the majority of the wealthy Americans in this country that are making lots of money, they don't get up and go to work every day. They don't do 9 to 5s. They don't have a boss. They don't report to somebody. In America right now, to be in the top 1% of all income earners, you have to make about a little more than $500,000 a year. That's what I just saw. That was the last piece of data I just saw today. So you have to make $500,000 a year to be in the top 1%. A lot of those top 1%, they don't get up and go to work every day. They don't just have good jobs. They have good investments. And so I'm going to introduce you to an investing model that I use that I apply from the PhD that I have. I got my PhD at The Ohio State University. And these are some things that I put together based on what I understand about financial markets and how money can be extracted from financial markets. And I did this because I love my wife and I love my kids and I want to leave a legacy for my family. So here's, so why are you here? Well, the first reason that you're here is because you want to learn how to generate passive streams of income using stock options. That's the goal for today. We're going to talk about how to generate not just income, but passive streams of income. Passive means you're just chilling. You're not really doing anything. The money's just coming in. And stock options is something that you may have heard people talk about in the media, but they talk about it wrong. They introduce it wrong. People are applying it wrong. And I'm going to explain that in a second as we move forward. Next, you want to level up your life. Give me a yes in the chat if you want to level up. Everybody in here that wants to level up, that's doing things to put yourself in a better position, where you want to level up your kids, you want to level up yourself, you want to level up your spouse, you want to level up your situation, whatever that situation may be. I don't care if you're at the very top. They say, Michael Jordan said in his book that when you stop growing, you start dying, and none of y'all did. Y'all are 100% alive and growing and thriving and pushing and striving, and I commend you for that. You're also here because you want to invest in a way that's safe and affordable and impactful on your family finances. A lot of investing happened during the pandemic, and a lot of that investing was very bad. That investing led to a lot of people losing money. They saw this when the stock market started to crash and crazy things started to happen. And a lot of people were investing in weird crypto schemes and whatever. And I feel bad for those people because they didn't understand that what goes up can come down. And a lot of things that went up did go down. And so you want to invest in a way that is safe, affordable, and impactful. Also, what else might you want to do? Well, you might also want to leave a legacy of generational wealth. How many of you want to leave something behind? I hope that you're in this category. We're all about legacy. Part of my legacy personally is going to be the Black Business School. I want to let you guys know when I die, I will leave millions of dollars to the Board of Trustees at the Black Business School, and I will give them specific mandates in terms of what our core mission is. And I want to be the founder of a university. The same way John Harvard started Harvard University 200 or 300 years ago, I'm starting the Black Business School now. And I told him, I said, I just give me a little statue in front of the building and just kind of don't forget that I was here and build on what we started. Because if you don't leave that legacy, then everybody after you is going to have to start all over again. So we're all about legacy. We're all about institution building. We're all about power. We're all about seeing that family as an institutional piece. Even if you don't have kids, that doesn't mean you can't be a parent. Even if you don't have a biological family you can work with, that doesn't mean you can't have an economic family. If you don't have a family and you're here by yourself, that's okay. We're your family. I got you. Like when I see you at the convention, I'll give you a hug because I got you. We are family up in here because I know that not everybody thinks the way that we do. And I want to encourage you in your desire to build a legacy for the people you love. All right. So here are some lies that I was told as a child. These were things that somebody told me that just were not true. A lot of economic lies are given to you when you're a kid, and these are lies that keep you broke. These are lies that keep you in the struggle. These are lies that keep us stuck on generational curses. And one of the lies that I got, tell me if you ever heard this one, that everybody has to get a job. Did you grow up kind of thinking, like when you told somebody you wanted to make money, maybe your parents, and they didn't mean to curse you like this. They didn't know what they didn't know what was going on. They didn't know that they were doing this to you. But how many of you heard like, okay, when you want to make some money, well, you better get a job. Get a good job, boy. You better go and get a job. Get a job, get a job, get a job, right? I heard that too. I heard that a lot, that you have to get a job. And I will tell you this, I don't teach that to my kids. And I don't say you have to get a job. I say you have to pay the bills, right? That's what I say. You have to find a way to pay the bills. So if I give you a head start and I pay some bills in advance for you, then you could go your whole life and not have to even pay the bills. You know, you definitely got to go to work. So this idea that everybody has to get a job, that is a false idea. That is a lie. That is a myth. That is something that we were told maybe because we were slaves, or also because America is a capitalist society where they convince a segment of the population that you got to go to work in order to pay your bills. That is not true. Also, how many of you heard this? If you don't work, you don't eat. Like, boy, if you don't work, you don't eat. Anybody heard that? If you don't work, you don't eat. Okay, so that is not true either. You know, now work is important, you know, when it comes to building things. Like I work to build the institution. I work to, you know, do things with my family. I work to write books and stuff like that. You know, you guys know my new book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I had to work to write that book. But this idea that you have to work in order to eat, that's simply not true. As I mentioned to you guys, most of the people that make the most money in this country are the ones who work the least. What they focus on doing, unfortunately, some of them, is they focus on getting other people to do the work for them. I heard a billionaire who said this once, and he said that the secret to being a billionaire is not how hard you work. The secret to being a billionaire is how hard you get other people to work. Okay, so if that statement, if you don't work, you don't eat, that is simply not true. Don't believe that anymore. You have to work if you don't have any capital or you don't have any money. But if you have capital money, you don't have to work in order to eat, and you can eat well by making certain moves. The third myth, let me know if you've heard this one. You have to have money in order to make money. If you ain't got money, you can't make money. Anybody ever heard that? You got to have money to make money, right? Anybody heard that one? Well, that's a common myth too. A lot of people say that, and I can see where people are tempted to say that, right? Because it does seem that it's easier to make money when you have money, and that is true. If you have money, it is easier to make money. If you know, unless you blow it, you know, if you do something crazy with your money. But you know, you don't actually have to have money in order to make money. That's not true. That part's not true. Money is one type of capital. What you really have to have is you have to have capital in order to make money. What is capital? Well, capital is anything of value that you can extract wealth from. So that means you can make money from stocks, you can make money from your real estate, you can make money from your human capital, your time and energy. There are plenty of people out here that have no money that are able to make plenty of money because they have something that other people want. They have something of value that they can sell, offer to the world, that ends up helping them make money. This is why one of the mandates in the Black Business School that we ask you to pursue is to make sure that every Black child in your sphere of influence knows how to start a business by the age of 12. Because if they know how to sell something and they can see value and see wealth and see capital, they don't have to have money in order to make money. They know where the capital is and they can convert that capital into money. So this idea that you have to have money in order to make money, that is not true. That is absolutely false. Do not let anybody ever tell you that, because that is not true. All right, so what is a stock option? Let's talk about stock options. But first, before we talk about that, I want to ask you guys about, some of you have been studying in the Black Business School in some of our stock options programs, but it never hurts to kind of refresh your thinking on some of this. How many of you, give me a yes in the chat, how many of you know what it means to have options? How many of you know what it feels like? Give me a yes if you if I say, oh, you know, he's got plenty of options. Do you know what I mean when I say that? How many of you know what it means to have options? Give me a yes in the chat. And I want you to think about what that feels like. You have options, you can do a lot of stuff. You feel wealthier. You may not even have any more money, but you got options. Like if you're dating, like, you know, you're a pretty girl and 10 guys are trying to talk to you, you got options. That feels pretty good, right? Now I want you to think about how you feel when you don't have options. Well, that sucks. It's kind of like slavery. You know, that's what slavery is. Slavery is being stuck in a world without options. A lot of us become slaves to corporate America and have to go to jobs that we hate because we don't have options. If we had options, we would pursue those options, but we don't have any options. So we're stuck doing whatever Master tells us to do. right? So ultimately, from a psychological standpoint, you guys know we've done a lot of research in our Black Financial Therapy department on financial anxiety, financial depression, things like that. And one of the things that we found is that people who don't have options are more depressed. And this is simple and it's true. Right. So if you want your kids to be happier, which I think is an important goal for kids, that's a nice goal. They're not going to fight you. If you tell your child to be a doctor or a lawyer, they might just rebel just because kids are rebellious. But if you say, I want you to be happy, they're not going to fight that. Who would get mad at you for saying, I just want you to be happy? Right. But then you have to define what happiness looks like. Right. So that's the thing. Got to define what happiness looks like. And one thing that they would agree on, even if your child is 7, is they'll understand that you're happier when you have plenty of options, right? Well, Sunday, how do you get options? Well, education gives you options. Investing gives you options. Being financially secure gives you options. Being intelligent gives you options. Do you understand? So you can guide them in the direction you want them to go without telling them what you want them to do, right? So ultimately, we all know what it feels like to have options. Now, so stock options are basically one type of option that's out there. It's a financial version of the concept of options. So you already understand what a stock option is. I just need to kind of nail down the financial theory so you kind of understand exactly what it is from a financial standpoint. So an option, to use the more technical definition, is it's an obligation, it's the right to do something, but not the obligation to do it, right? So that means you can do it, but you don't have to do it. So for example, right now, I have the option of jumping out my window if I want to. But I'm not going to do that. You know why I'm not going to exercise that option? Because it's 23 degrees outside. Me and my wife went running today, and it is freezing out there. I mean, my butt was so cold when I came back. My hands were so cold. It took me a while to even warm up on the keyboard, right? So an option is something that I could do, but it doesn't have much value to me right now to have that option because, I don't want to jump out the window. But what if conditions change? What if the house caught on fire? Right. And I was locked in the basement and the whole outside of my office was on fire. Well, then suddenly that option to jump out the window becomes very valuable to me. I would pay money for the option, the right, but not the obligation to jump out that window. Right. Because now the option means something because I need to exercise that option. You understand? So a financial option is kind of the same way. It is the right to do something, but you don't actually have to do it. It's not the obligation. So, for example, with a stock option, you might say, I have the right to buy your stock between now and next Friday. And I can buy it at a certain price. I can buy it for $65. Now the price may not be $65 yet, so I may not exercise that option. Why would I buy a $65 stock from you when I can buy it on the market for $58? Right. So if the stock price is below the price that I've agreed that I can buy it from you for, then I'm not going to pay that. But what if the stock goes way up? Suddenly the stock goes to $150. Well, then suddenly that option to buy it at 65 is a very valuable option. Give me a yes if you're following what I'm saying. Give me a yes. Let's stop right there and just sort of focus on that definition and give me a yes if you follow what I'm saying, what that means to have a stock option. Let me see. I'm gonna look at your responses here in the chat just to make sure we're moving and grooving together. Okay, good. And I get excited. When I get excited, I talk a little bit fast, and I hope that's okay. But this stuff really does excite me. I'm not pretending. Okay. All right. So we know what it means to have an option. We know what it means to have an option when it comes to stock. It's the right to do something, but you don't actually have to do it. Well, every option has a buyer and a seller, right? So a lot of times, for example, this might happen in Hollywood. Like let's say Shonda Rhimes writes a new script. And that script is for a new movie. A Hollywood studio may come along and say, look, we don't want to buy your script from you, but we want an option on your script. So what they then might say is we're going to sign a contract with you where we have the right to buy your script anytime in the next 5 years for $2 million. That means you can't sell this script to anyone else without going through us for the next 5 years. And so suddenly if you become the most popular thing in the world or your script becomes really valuable, it doesn't matter because we have the option to buy it from you for $2 million. So every option has a buyer and a seller. The buyer gives up money to get someone else's option, right? The seller is receiving money, but they're giving something up. Right. So Shonda Rhimes receives money to give up the right. She gives up her right to sell the script to anybody. She can't sell it to anybody now because she's committed to the person who holds the option. And she cannot sell to anyone else until that option either expires or she maybe buys it back and says, here's your money. I want my freedom back. I want to be able to sell it to someone else. Right. So when you sell an option, you're kind of giving something away, but you also receive cash. because you've given away your right to do certain things, right? So, so every stock option has a buyer and a seller. And the thing is that there's a massive, massive market of people buying and selling options every day. The market is huge. There's 40 million options contracts traded every day. And basically it's a bunch of people that are just kind of gambling on what a stock price is going to be. So for example, if a stock price is trading at 50, there will be people that will say, hey, I'll sell you the option to buy my stock at 53 by next Friday, but you got to pay me $1.50 per share to have that option. That means that anybody who buys that option can buy your stock from you for $53. If the stock price goes above 53, then it's a great option. If it doesn't go above 53, then it's not a good option, right? So this is a massive market. This was one of the biggest drivers of economic activity all throughout the entire pandemic. When the pandemic occurred, there were tons and tons, millions and millions of people that were buying options on stock, because what options did was it allowed them to pay small amounts of money to get in on the game, to get in on the action, right? So that means you buy an option to, I pay $2 a share to buy an option on Amazon stock, which with a price, what they call a strike price. That's the price it has to go past before the option kicks in and becomes valuable. A strike price is slightly above the price that the stock is trading at. And if the stock goes above that price, then the value of my option goes up and I can do a quick flip. A lot of people were looking for those quick flips because it was almost like a type of financial crack. It really was financial crack, because think about this. You can invest $3,000 and if things work out, you're making $10,000 or $15,000 off the $3,000 investment. That's pretty good. But for every yin, there is a yang. For every good thing, there's a bad thing. For every light, there's a dark. So the good side is, hey, if it works out, I win. I make all this money. The downside, though, is that if it doesn't work out, you lose everything. You can lose everything. Right? So options, more people, a lot of people, millions of people were buying options largely because options are easy to understand and options can give you a quick flip. And a lot of people are looking for the quick flip because we live in a world where people seek out instant gratification. We live in a world where people are always looking for that easy money. We live in a world where people want to make money overnight. They want that fly by night. And I'm not in that category. I don't go chasing waterfalls. My cousin's in the group TLC, and she taught me a long time ago. She's T-Boz, Tiana Watkins. That's her name. Tiana Watkins and TLC, the greatest female group of all time, told me, don't go chasing waterfalls. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to. So I don't buy a lot of stock options. That's my point. And let me explain why. Let's keep going. So options are beautiful, and before I actually explain why, let's talk about what options can do, though. Options kind of allow you to season your portfolio. And so options, understanding options, is a critically important part of being a good investor. You have your stock. A lot of us know how to buy stock, but the options allow you to kind of calibrate your portfolio, like putting seasoning on food, right? So imagine food that is seasoned properly versus food that is bland, right? Food that's bland, it's not very interesting. Food that's seasoned is made just right for you, just the right amount of salt, just the right amount of pepper, right amount of cinnamon, paprika, whatever it is you want to season it with. Options allow you to do that. But the reason I don't buy a lot of stock options is because those who buy stock options typically do not make money. They don't make money. The people that were buying all those options during the pandemic, a lot of these 22-year-olds getting on Robinhood, overpaying for stock options on GameStop and AMC and all that, they were losing millions and millions of dollars. They were getting their butts kicked because they were on the buy side of that transaction. Now, the thing about this market is that it is what is called a zero-sum game. It's like a football game. If you watch the NFL playoffs, for every winner, there is a what? Answer in the chat. And for every loser, there is a winner. So if they're losing, if they're on the buy side of the deal, then what does that mean? Who's winning? You got the buyer and the seller. If the buyers are losing, then who's winning? The sellers, right? So I never came into this market looking to buy stock options. I come into the market to sell. I come into market to sell. I sell side. So that's what I did all through the pandemic. That's what I've been doing ever since. That's what I do to this day. I do it every single week. I sell stock options. And that has generated me hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's what I do. Now, where can I add value? Well, because, having a PhD comes in handy. You know what to look for, what to watch out for. You know where the opportunities are. You know where the risks are, right? So, so here's the deal. in this transaction, in this big trade between the buyers of options and the sellers of options, it's like going to a casino. It's like going to Vegas, right? So process this for a minute, right? If you're talking about a gambler going to a casino in the house, who always wins? Does the gambler typically win, or does the house win? The house always wins. The house eventually wins. Now, remember this though. So if you know that the house always wins, then why would people go and gamble? Why would people even show up and gamble if you know that the house is going to win? Well, because every gambler doesn't lose. There's that 38, 40, 45% that might win something, right? So everybody's thinking I can be in that group, that small group of winners. But the house is always going to win. That's why companies like MGM make billions of dollars every year, because the house always wins on average, right? So in this trade between option buyers and option sellers, you got the gambler, which is the person buying the option. They're seeking to speculate. And then you've got the house, which is me. I'm selling the option because I already own the stock. And I say, hey, look, if you want to buy an option on my stock, you can. I want to be the house. I don't want to be the gambler. I want to be the house. So this is a specific type of trading strategy that's built more so for people that want to generate income, who don't need to be greedy, who are not trying to bet the whole farm, who just want to have a steady, consistent income that you can rely on, even when the stock market's going down. I made hundreds of thousands of dollars selling options on my stock, even when the stock market was going down, because I do not believe in being a greedy investor. So let's keep going. So here's what I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you a couple things. One, I'm going to show you why selling stock options actually saved my real estate portfolio. My wife and I, we invest in all different areas, in real estate, stocks, everything in between. And I'm going to show you why my options actually saved my real estate portfolio. It was tough to make the income that we'd like to have on real estate, and stock options actually really came through in terms of providing cash flow that supported our real estate investments. Two, why selling stock options is easier than running a business. I have run many, many businesses, and I find that selling stock options is the easiest way to make money I've ever had in my life. Three, why selling stock options is better than simply owning shares of stock. A lot of us buy stock, and it can be a little bit dull because you're sitting there waiting for the stock to go up. Well, what do you do when the stock takes 3 years to go up? What do you do when you have 2 years of negative returns in the stock market? You know, you're just waiting. It's kind of dull, right? So let's keep going. So here's a house we bought. We went to this house in Atlanta, and we really loved it. It was a beautiful house, and we fell in love with it in a minute. And we bought it, and we thought we were going to use it, and then we realized we'd rather rent it out, and we did. So we made it into a rental property, and we have a nice lady that lives there, and she's an excellent tenant. And it's cool because the tenant, if you know anything about real estate, the tenant, kind of gives you enough rent money to cover the mortgage, and it's great, right? That's why I'm a big believer in the ownership of real estate. I love real estate. Real estate ownership is a very substantive sort of investment. It makes you feel good to own a piece of the earth. It's all that good stuff, right? Well, one day I got a phone call, and somebody sent me this picture. And this is a picture of the downstairs bathroom. The downstairs bathroom, apparently, because I'm a forgetful professor who's always working on doing other stuff, and I forgot to pay one of the bills. So the sump pump backed up because the electricity went out. And when the sump pump backed up, all the downstairs flooded. And next thing you know, we got all this destruction and mold in the basement. And so this bathroom had to be completely torn out and gutted and repaired. And the mold had to be cleaned out. And then I had to apologize and pay for the neighbor's damage because the water had leaked through to their place. And it was just terrible. And here's the thing. It wasn't so much just a matter of like the fact that we weren't making any money from the property at this point because all of our cash flow was going toward this repair. It was just the inconvenience of it all. It was a pain in the butt. Like I like real estate, but I don't know how much I enjoy being a landlord. I don't know. Give me a yes if you know what I'm talking about. Like, I don't know how much I enjoy like getting a call in the middle of the night because somebody's toilet broke or something flooded. I know you got property managers and stuff out there, but even talking to the property manager was draining, and so I like real estate, but I tend to be an investor in things like real estate investment trust rather than actually buying property because there's a lot that comes with it, a lot of time, a lot of attention, a lot of energy. It's not that it's bad though, but it's not optimal for me. And also it's not the best way to make money. And actually, I can even give you an example that shows this, but yeah. So this is what happened, and so one of the things I realized is that real estate's nice, but it was actually the money I was making from stock options that kept flowing even when my real estate money stopped. Okay. So also in terms of businesses, I've run a lot of businesses and I love running businesses. The problem with running a business is that you can't run a lot of them. Like after you sort of put your heart and soul into one or two businesses, you can't run like 10. And eventually you get tired. I don't know if anybody ever gets to the point where you're just tired of always working like nonstop all the time. Even when you're successful, you end up being successful and drained. And then you start getting maybe over the age of 40 and you're like, gosh, I don't really know if I want to just work until I die. And so that's the downside of being this independent entrepreneur is that at first you work yourself out of a job and then you end up working harder as an entrepreneur than you did on your job, but you're happier because you're free, right? You got your freedom to make you feel better. And then maybe your business takes off. You learn strategy and delegation and technology, and it allows you to scale. But then even then you're tired, right? Because you kind of are like, gosh, I don't really know if I want to have to chain myself to a desk every day in order to get things done. So I was kind of working nonstop. And this wasn't bad. I still do it and I still like it, but I don't know if that's the best way for me to spend my time. I kind of want to hang out with my daughter because she had a choir recital yesterday and I enjoy like doing stuff like that involves things other than working. So I learned that passive income is more enjoyable than active income because if you build your capital base, you can pursue passive income at a level that gives you as much money as you would if you were out working every day. So you don't have to torture yourself in order to make money. Next, here's the other thing about the stock market that's interesting. So the stock market has been the greatest place on earth to invest. One of the biggest things I'm super proud of right now is the fact that that 58% of all Americans invest in the stock market. In the Black Business School, that number is 92%. Sorry, 91.87%. Let me be more precise. So let's clap for that because let me just tell you, that stock market participation, based on my research, is the number one variable that determines whether you're going to end up rich in this country or if you're going to end up struggling in this country. People that are missing out are really missing out. Really missing out. It's like you're trying to drive the car, but you haven't chosen to put the key in the ignition, or you're trying to drive your car 70 miles down the road, but you keep on getting on a horse. A horse can't go 70 miles an hour like a car. So if you want to go 70 miles an hour, you got to get you a car like everybody else. The stock market is that vehicle that drives people to wealth. The Black Business School students, those of you, I don't care if you have a nickel in your bank account, if you are among that group that has started investing in the stock market, I guarantee that within one generation, your family will have more wealth than 95% of the white people that you know. Right? So this racial wealth gap is largely driven by stock market participation. I put it right there. I put the little cursor right there on August 2009, because that was when a lot of Black folks got nervous and started selling their stock, and they lost trillions of dollars. Trillions of dollars, because you see what happened to the market right after that downturn. Everybody got scared when the market went down right there a little bit after 2008, after Obama got elected. But look at what the market did ever since. So if you could have held on, just kind of turned away, held your nose, bought more stock, then boom, you're killing it. You're making an insane amount of money, but you got to see the big picture. You can't get caught up in the small. I'm a big fan of the stock market. In case you haven't noticed, this is the number one key to wealth. But here's the thing. Sometimes you have times like this. That's red. Red is bad. Red means that it's raining outside, basically. It's like financial rain. It's not like making it rain like at the club where you have plenty of money. This is like making it rain like in a bad way. This is like toxic rain where money is being lost at a massive scale because stocks are going down. Major companies are going down. And sometimes this can last, this rain, these financial thunderstorms can last 1, 2, 3, 4 years. So here's the benefit of stock options. What I found that I loved is that stock options allow you to make money even when it rains, right? So even as the value of different stocks were going down, I was still making money by selling my options every week. You know why? Well, because I was selling options to people who thought that the market was going to go up. So the stock is at 60. They buy an option from me where, you know, to buy it to them, where that gives them the right to buy it at 65, but the stock never hit 65. So they paid me for that option, and I'm like, okay, sure, I'll take your money, thank you. And then the stock doesn't go up to 65 by the expiration date. The clock runs out. Well, guess what? Then I can go back and sell that option again to somebody else. There's nothing unethical about it. Certainly nothing illegal about it. This is the way the game is played. You bet on something that never actually occurred. I am not a person that needs 10 birds in the bush. I just want one bird in the hand. I just like getting my consistent income and knowing that my money is coming every single week, no matter what. That is the beauty of selling options. You can sell options just like you should sell shares of shoes, or excuse me, sell pairs of shoes, not shares of shoes, pairs of shoes. All right, so that's kind of what happened. So I found that a bird in the hand is better than 10 birds in the bush. So option selling is not for people that are super greedy. It's really for people that just want a consistent income. They want to have some money coming in, some extra cash flow coming in. And so for example, let me just actually stop sharing my screen for a minute, right? So let's say that I was selling options on a company like Ford. I'm going to open up my E-Trade account and kind of give you that example. Okay, so Ford is not necessarily the best company to sell options on. The options premiums are not necessarily the highest that are out there. I'm not particularly ecstatic about options on Ford stock. But imagine if I went and I picked Ford. Ford is not even in my portfolio. So for the students that are in the Prime program, I pick the stocks that I like the most. But Ford is just sort of this basic average run-of-the-mill investment, right? So let's go look at Ford, right? So if I was to look at Ford stock, the price of Ford stock right now is, let me see here. The price of Ford stock is $12.85. So everybody, if you got a piece of paper, write down $12.85, right? Now, if I wanted to buy an option right now, or not buy, I'm sorry, sell an option right now, today is the 26th. So let's say I go out to February 3rd, so about a week from now, I could sell an option that gives someone else the right to buy my stock for $13 by February 3rd, but they have to pay me for that option, right? Because if I own the stock myself, I get all that upside. That's all my upside. But if I sell the option at 13 with a strike of 13, that means that they can buy it at 13. I can't. So if the price goes to 16, that's their benefit. I don't get that. I sold that away. But what I did get was I got a bird in the hand. I'm not waiting and hoping that the price goes up because remember, stock prices don't always go up. I own the stock, and yes, you do. You're right, Curleen. You have to buy the stock first, right? So it's like owning a piece of land and renting the land to somebody else. So if I sell this call option for 40 cents a share, and let's say that I put up a little bit of money. Let's say I put down let's say I buy 1,000 shares for $13,000. Okay. So I have 1,000 shares. I can sell those shares for 40 cents a share. That means I make $400 a week, or approximately, let's say approximately $1,600 a month on this stock. $1,600 a month. Okay, now I want you to stick that in your mind. That's what I'm making if I own 1,000 shares of Ford. So if me and my family get together, save up $13,000, and we buy 1,000 shares of Ford and sell the options every week, we can make about 40 cents per share, which would go up, which would give us about $400 per week or $1,600 a month in additional income that we did not have before. And that income is ours no matter what the price does. Now, if the price goes up, we make a little bit more money, up to 13, but if it stays the same or goes down, it doesn't matter. We that's our money. Okay. Now, I want to compare this to a real estate investment. Now, somebody give me a price of a house. Let me ask y'all this. Give me a yes or no. Do you think that maybe $390,000 is kind of a typical house price? What do you think the average home price in America is about? It's a little over $300,000. Somebody says $799,000, but let's go with $390,000. So we're really going with a cheap house, right? We're not really going with an expensive house, but let's do $390. The reason I'm going to do $390 is because it fits nicely with the mathematics of $13 a share. Okay, so let's say that I invested the same in Ford stock that it would cost me to buy a $390,000 house. Now, to give you a point of comparison, how much rent, let's say I did it as a real estate deal, how much rent do you think I could get on a $390,000 house? Anybody want to guess? What do you think? How much do you think I can get in rent? Okay, $2,800, $2,000, $2,500, $1,200, $3K per month, says Glenn. Okay, $3,000. Okay, so let's go with $3,000. $3,000 a month in rent. Okay, so I want you to write down and remember those two numbers for me. Okay, so I'm paying $390,000 for this home, and I'm getting $3,000 a month in rent. Got it? Everybody with me? Give me a yes in chat if you're following what I'm saying. I don't want to lose anybody. Okay, and I'm doing more. This is what you call arm waving. When I was teaching at Syracuse University, we call this arm waving when you don't actually have it on the screen. But this is something. This is to help me illustrate this point to you. Okay, so $390,000 house will make me $3,000 a month in rent. Pretty good. Nice income flow. Pretty good. All right, great, cool. All right. So Now, imagine if I took that same opportunity, instead of buying a $390,000 house, I bought some Ford stock. I bought $390,000 worth of Ford stock. So 1,000 shares would be $13,000. 10,000 shares would be $130,000. 30,000 shares would be $390K. You follow me? You follow the logic? So 30,000 times 13 is $390,000. So that's me taking the money from the house and putting it in Ford stock instead, and saying, instead of getting money from the house, I'm going to get the money from selling the options on Ford. I'm literally giving you game that will change your life. Okay. So 390. All right. So remember, how much was I able to sell that option for? The one that expires on February 3rd with a strike price of $13. It was 40 cents a share, right? Right? So let's calculate weekly income. 40 cents a share. Let's do the math here. Let's see what 40 cents a share is on 30,000 shares. So I got 30,000 shares of Ford stock, and I am making 40 cents a share. Hold on, let me do the math. Give me a second. Hold up. My calculator. Got to pull my calculator up. All right, so 40 cents a share, 30,000 shares. How much is that per week that I'm making? Glenn says $1,200. Sorry, Glenn, you're 0 off. $12,000 a week. How much is that per month? If there's 4 weeks in a month, $48,000 a month. Now, how much were we making when we rented the property out again? I can't remember. What was that tiny little number again? What was it? 3,000? So do you understand why I'm yelling when I say this to you? Do you understand why this gets my heart racing and my blood pumping when I'm talking about this? And let me tell you a secret. Ford is not the best place you can actually generate income from your stock options. Ford is not even in my portfolio, because I've got better stocks that are in my portfolio. Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you understand the gravity of what I'm saying? Okay, so I really I really hope you guys will listen to me when I tell you that this is a great way to make money. So let me keep going, guys. Sorry, I'm acting a fool right now. So let me relax and stop being so immature. But honestly, I think immaturity is a little overrated. So this is, somebody said this is major in the chat. Yes, it is major. Yes, it's very major. And here's the other thing too. If I own the property, I got to keep up with all kinds of paperwork. I gotta get property insurance. I gotta deal with tenants and property managers and all these other things that come with real estate. I'm not saying real estate's bad though. I told you I own property. I like real estate largely because I can live in it and enjoy it while I also own it. So I'm not at all saying don't invest in real estate, because on top of that, you shouldn't have all your money in one place anyway. So you spread your money out. But this is how I make my money, because I can make this money sitting at home in the bed. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to talk to another person. I don't have to travel anywhere. I don't have to sign any paperwork. I don't do anything. I can literally get on my phone. Boop, boop, boop. This is what I do every week. Get on the phone, boop, 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 and type in and sell my options. And then I roll back over and cuddle with my beautiful wife and go right back to sleep. That is my Monday morning routine. Let me keep going. Let's keep moving. Let's keep going. I hope you're getting what I'm saying. Give me a yes if you're really feeling and understanding that just how heavy this is. Okay, so here's my process. My process is very simple. It's straightforward, and this is kind of the overview in terms of how I get it done. I find my assets that are going to generate my income. I go through and I scour stocks to see how much income I can make from owning the stocks. I measure the ROI. And so basically I look and I say, how much do I have to invest to own these shares? To sell options on stock, that is what you call a covered call if you own the stock. Now you can do what they call a naked call, but you can't do, most platforms will not let you do naked calls. They will not let you sell something that you don't really own unless you have the cash to back it up. So I buy the stock first and then I sell the calls on the stock. Straightforward play. I measure ROI on the different stock. Then I check the risk levels of the assets to look for any red flags. Okay, is anything wrong? This is the other thing too. Everything that glitters isn't gold. There are some companies out there that look beautiful, that look like they'll make you a ton of money, and they're literally stink bombs waiting to happen. There was one company that I had bought shares in that was making an insane amount of money for me, and in fact, I was so pumped up when I figured out a process for this back in 2020. I didn't tell anybody for 2 years because I told my wife when I was running with her, I said, I've never run into an easier way to make money in my life this is amazing. And I said, I want to tell my students, but I need to find out, I need to wait for the other shoe to drop. I need to find out the flaws that are in this strategy. So I spent 2 years refining this before I mentioned this to anybody. And so there was one area where I learned a lot was there was a Chinese company called Tekadu, and I bought shares in Tekadu, and I probably made $100,000 from the ownership of Tekadu just from the options alone. Well, all of a sudden, the Chinese government came in and they shut down the whole industry. It was an online education company. They shut down the entire online education industry. So this stock price went from 31 to 3, just like that. So then I was able to assess and go do the forensics, because of course I'm sad. I'm like, oh my God, look at this, whoa. And I didn't lose a lot of money because I'd already pulled out so much income from the stock already. So it's like I kind of broke even when I thought I was way ahead. It's almost like being in a basketball game where you think you're going to win by 40 points, but you only win by 2, right? But I went back and I studied and I said, okay, what are some ways I could have calibrated that risk and minimized that risk to prepare myself for that type of possible tragedy? So I put together a model, a proprietary model, you call it a Dr. Boyce model, if you will. PhDs, we can do stuff like this, that allows you to find the highest income generating stocks while also calibrating and minimizing the risk so that you don't end up freaking out because crazy things happen to the portfolio. So then what I do, once I assess the risk levels and measure the rate of return, I just sell the options. Right? And you go right to the market. You don't know who the buyers are. You just go into the open market. There's a clearinghouse in the middle, and you sell the options to the clearinghouse, and then they buy, somebody else buys them on the other side, and then you end up getting your income, and I put the income in my bank account. And then when I get that money from the bank account, what I do is some of it I'll pull out and I'll pay bills with it. I'll send it to my wife and say, hey, pay the credit card bill, pay the mortgage, whatever. And then a percentage of it I put into my long-term portfolio of long-term stocks that I use so I can make various financial moves. I have several portfolios that do different things for me depending on the situation. And then another component of it, I reinvest into my options portfolio. So if I own 800 shares of a certain stock, then next week I might own 900 shares, which is almost like a landlord that's able to buy more units that he can actually rent out and generate income from. Okay, and I'm able to do this all in my bed while on my cell phone. That literally is my life. I don't talk a lot about my life because it's just kind of weird. I'm a big believer that when you make a lot of money, you shouldn't really talk to a lot of people about it because it's just a strange world we live in. But rather than people getting jealous of the fact that we're able to do this, I'm hoping that people will just listen and learn, and we can all be successful and prosperous. And this is what I do. This is how I make money for my family. Now, this year, Christmas came a little bit early. The students that were in the Prime program, a lot of you got a text message. I text the students when I'm making a certain move or when I find a special stock. And there was a stock called Madrigal Pharmaceuticals. And I sent out a text to you guys in December saying, look, this company, Madrigal Pharmaceuticals, I'm going to make some investments in it. I think it's a pretty good place to make money. And so here's what I'm doing. I don't tell anybody what to do. I just say, here's what I'm doing if you want to pay attention or follow along. And this company literally shot up 262% over the weekend. It literally went from about $65 a share to about $280 a share. One of the students made over $250,000 in a weekend. This is real life. This really happened. If they had not taken the time to invest, then they never would have been in a position to have their lives changed in that way. But because they were investing consistently, this big opportunity came along. Every stock doesn't do this, but some of the stocks do. Some of them are good explosions waiting to happen. So I want to introduce you guys, if you allow me to a program. Some of you might already be in it. It's called the Dr. Boyce Watkins Passive Recurring Income Machine, or PRIME. So this is something I created around this very idea. And basically what it is this coaching program in the Black Business School that we put together just for you guys. And it shows you how to generate safe, passive income by selling stock options. So basically I become your financial coach in terms of helping you to find the assets that you may want to look at, to calibrate the appropriate risk, to look out for the potential risk factors and the problems that might occur, and to make sure that you and your family are in a better economic position as a result. Now, here's what you get in the program. Number one, you get access to biweekly coaching calls. I gather the Prime students on a regular basis. During those sessions, you can send me questions about certain stocks that you're interested in. I find stocks for you. We talk about the dynamics. We go through option trading strategies. I make sure that you and whoever you bring to class are fully aware of how this market works, what the opportunities are, and how to position yourself properly in this market. Number two, you get access to the Dr. Boyce Watkins Financial Juneteenth Investing Masterclass. So if your goal is to also grow your financial literacy and understand investing, I have an excellent masterclass that I put together on investing that will get you started even if you are a beginner. So even if you've never bought your first share of stock, I can give you everything you need in order to understand how the stock market works and how to position yourself to do well financially. Three, you get access to what Dr. Boyce is buying. These are long-term investments that I put my money into based on the research that I do. So every Monday, or actually Sunday night, is Monday morning, I go and I do research and I find stocks that appear to be undervalued or appear to be have great long-term prospects based on the research I do. And I make a list and I send it out to the students. You have full access to all that material, all that content. Number four, you get access to family investment support group consultations. My wife is an excellent therapist. She's top of the line. She's been treating patients for almost 30 years now. She is a full professor of social work. She's an expert on things like trauma, which affect Black people. And also we've dug in and we created the first ever Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. There is no HBCU or a predominantly white institution anywhere that I know of that has a Black financial therapy department that specifically focuses on the psychological barriers that keep us from building Black wealth as individuals or as families. A lot of us have a hard time coming together, building wealth because we can't get along with our cousin, or because we're afraid of quitting our job, or we're worried that the stock market's going to go up and down and we don't know how to handle it when it occurs. So a good financial therapist can help you in that goal. We meet regularly. We agree to meet monthly, but we typically meet sometimes as much as 2-3 times a month. So you get free access to that. Also, you get access to a lot of investment club training materials, blueprints, and all kinds of other things we put together specifically for you to help you achieve your goal. And then also, this is a really big one, you get access to Dr. Boyce Moneymakers. So the same way I showed you that the ROI on selling options on Ford is about like 5 to 10-fold of what you would make if you put that money into real estate. Well, Ford is a stock. I told you Ford is not even in my portfolio because there are stocks that are so much better than Ford. But Ford is a free gift. If you want to go and do it on your own and go with Ford, you can literally do that right now. But there are so many other places that where there's so much wealth there. And the thing is, it kind of changes every single week. The dynamics of the market change. And this is where my PhD comes in. This is, I have an ability to kind of assess market volatility and conditions and various factors across different industries that allow us to pick the stocks that are effective and safe at the same time. So I give every 2 weeks approximately, actually. I don't do this every single, I do this every 2 weeks. I give a list of Dr. Boyce Moneymakers. Also, I send out text alerts to students on new stocks that I'm thinking about adding to my portfolio that week. So you can have access to that. Now, if you add up the value of all these materials, and this is not everything, there's actually a bunch of other stuff that I didn't even mention today because I could keep going all day. You could get about $8,692 per year in terms of what the cost of that would be. Now, if you go back to when I was teaching at Syracuse University, this is the cost that students at Syracuse pay to learn from people like me, $73,845. I felt very guilty about that cost being so high because when I was teaching on the faculty of the finance faculty at Syracuse, most of my students were not Black, and most of my Black students are still in student loan debt. I think that there's a better way, okay? So what we were able to do was create this entire program that I know will not just help you learn economically, but transform your life for $29.99 per year. $29.99 per year. I think that's massive. When we survey our students, 90-something% of you say that you learn more from us than you ever learned in college. I think this is almost like AI, the way AI is changing the game. Well, you know what? Black intelligent institutions are changing the game because there are ways for us to get what we need in a way that's specific to what we're trying to do without having to pay all that money that you paid in college. So the cost of the program is $29.99 per year. Now, the special offer for you guys today is that you can join right now today for $19.99 per year. $19.99 per year. So I want to ask you this question basically, based on what I said. I just showed you an easy example. Ford, this is real data. I pulled this right off my phone. This was not theoretical. This is not me making this up. This is not old information. This was what you could actually buy Ford for right now and sell the options for right now. And you saw that the ROI just kind of murders any other type of investment. So I want to ask you this question. What if this made you an extra $50,000 a year? Would it be worth it? Give me a yes or no. with $29.99 as an investment. Remember, in order to build wealth, sometimes you have to make an investment. You thought about that maybe when you went to college. You invested in that. For some of you, it worked out. For some of you, it didn't. With $29.99 per year as an investment, it'd be worth it if you made an extra 50 grand a year. I say yes. If I could invest $3,000 in something and make $50,000 a year, I would do that investment all day. And it's not even $3,000; it's actually $2,000 because we dropped the price by $1,000 a year for those who want to sign up. If it made you an extra $20,000 a year, what if you didn't make that much money? What if you only made $20,000 a year? Would it be worth it? Give me a yes or no. Yes or no. What if it made you an extra $10,000 a year? Would it be worth it? So you invest $19.99. You made $10,000 a year. $10,000 a year is easy. We could do that in our sleep. And we don't just talk to you about how to do it on your own. We talk to you about the process of building a family investment group so that you and your family can pool your resources and then go and make these moves where all of you can eventually quit your jobs. $10,000 a year, would it be worth it? So here's what some of our students are saying. Let me just give you some real feedback from some of our students. This is Brother Jamar Robinson that I met at the Generational Wealth Conference. He says, I joined your program a few years ago and you've made me a lot of money. Me and my wife have just bought a house in Chicago and we are living a good life. I was on the plantation working just to get by. Now I have options. And he said options both literally and figuratively, as he and his wife were about to buy a $700,000 house with cash. And I said, were you always doing well? Or did you just start doing well when we started talking? He said, oh, I wasn't doing well when I met you. And now I'm doing well because of you. And that's why I had to go out of my way to thank you. Jamar Robinson is a real person in Chicago. And I hear this from a lot of people. Some of you may already even be in the program that are in the chat. I don't know. But if you are, I hope you'll say something to let people know this is not us sort of, making something up, right? This is something that is actually affecting people's lives. Here's another comment. Taylor Clemens says, I really like when Dr. Boyce showed how to find good stocks and sell options on. He's teaching us about fish and how to fish. And that's the goal. I don't just teach you where the fish are. I teach you how to fish, but I don't just teach you how to fish. I fish for you, right? So I do a lot of these things for you so you can follow right along with me. So it's like a mentorship program. When we found Madrigal Pharmaceuticals, we found it because a student came to me with that stock and I looked it up. And if I see a good investment and I tell you guys that it's good to follow, then I'm going to do it too. Because again, I have a family too, just like you, and I want to make sure that we're investing our money in good ways, in good places. So ultimately, the sharing of information is extremely valuable in this process. So you have these choices. Here are some choices that you can execute. You can take no action at all, and then you're going to end up losing money, right? If you lose $1,000 a month, then you're losing $12,000 a year. If you lose $2,500 a month, then you're losing $30,000 a year. Right? So the list goes on and on and on. Economic potential, the word poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. I think I've proven to you, give me a yes if you agree, I think I've proven to you that this is a massive opportunity, that this market is something that you don't want to overlook. I've shown you how I'm able to make my money without doing any work because of this market. Right. Another option you have is you can figure it out by yourself. You say, you know what, screw this guy. I don't need whatever he's offering or whatever. I can do it myself, and that's fine. The problem is that it might take you 10 years, like it did for me and a lot of people. This is not stuff that it just comes to you automatically. I can look at stocks and see certain things. I can see dynamics because I spent 25 years studying this stuff. Right? This was not something I knew when I first started my PhD program. This was something I figured out almost 20 years after I finished my doctorate. And getting a PhD is really, really hard. I was the only Black man on the planet to get a PhD in finance during the year 2002. So this is almost like a surgeon. It's like heart surgery. It's hard to give yourself heart surgery, but maybe if you go to school long enough, you can. And then also, the doctorate kind of helps. And I've also condensed the process to make it very simple for you, right? So we kind of walk through this together, and I make sure you have everything you need, and I make sure you don't miss any opportunities that I'm able to share with the other students. In fact, I even do it all for you. I can dig stuff up for you. So if you want to learn, you can, but if you don't want to learn, you don't have to learn. You can just say, okay, well, what's Dr. Boyce doing? Because I don't have time for this. A lot of you are very busy. And I think that you'll find that this extra income that you would be making the same way you would if you had a rental property or something like that will improve your life. And I want to convince you that this is a good way to go. All right, so let me tell you guys about something, just so you guys can know how great the Black Business School is. Like, we really are an HBCU for the 21st century. Let me tell you about a Net Promoter Score. Now, Net Promoter Score is kind of a benchmarking tool for customer satisfaction. It's basically just says, how happy are your customers? How much do they actually love being a part of your business, right? And so the Net Promoter Score, it gives you insights about the loyalty of your customers or their willingness to recommend the business to a friend or to an acquaintance. It's a really important benchmark that's used for major corporations all throughout this country. And you can literally Google any company and look up their Net Promoter Score. So here are some major brands, and I want us to be compared against the best. This is Black excellence. This is our goal is 100% Black excellence. My team, that's what we aim for. We want to be the best institution on this planet, and I know that we are already well on our way. So let's look at some major brands out here, and let's look at their Net Promoter Scores, and then I want to compare it to the Net Promoter Score from Black Business School student surveys. So the Net Promoter Score of Microsoft is 40. That's pretty good. 50 is excellent, but 40 is really, really good. The Net Promoter Score of Amazon is 51. That's even better. The Net Promoter Score of Apple is 52. Apple's a major brand worldwide, $3 trillion company, right? Harvard, their Net Promoter Score is 52. That's the Net Promoter Score for Harvard University, right? Now let's look at the Net Promoter Score for the Black Business School. Check it out. Boom. Survey results. Chanel's in the chat. Chanel will tell you in the chat. We didn't buy it. We didn't do anything biased. We didn't play any games. We didn't make it up. Tell me, I mean, I just kind of, not that I'm bragging, but I kind of would hope that we can acknowledge that, take a moment to kind of talk about what we have created. We did this without any government funding, without any major corporate sponsorship, none of that stuff. This is Black owned. This is a Black owned institution that has a Net Promoter Score that far exceeds Harvard University. We're the best at what we do, period. We get results. We're not playing with you. We're not here. We can't sell you a fake degree that's not going to get you opportunities. We have to deliver, and we do. Our team is that good. And I didn't do it by myself. We have a whole team of people that work on your behalf. So I just want to kind of give you that insight to let you know, in case you're kind of on the fence or you're not sure what to do with the Black Business School, we are excellent at what we do, and we're working to get better every day. So let's keep going. So on second thought, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change the offer. And we mentioned $29.99 is the regular price. $19.99 is the special price. For the next 50 people, if you sign up now, you can get in for $869 per year. That is the offer that we will make today. If you sign up right now at drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com, I'll give you the password in a second. You can get in for $869 per year. So I hope that I've convinced you to at least take a look and give it a try, think it through. It's drboyceprime.com. Chanel, type that in the chat for anybody that needs it. And you can you'll also receive a 100% money back guarantee. So for the first 30 days, if you're unhappy for any reason, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and not just get a full refund, but if you're not happy, we will give you a $1,000 course absolutely free. We are that sure that you're going to love it and that it's going to change your life. So how do you get the discount? Let me just show you. Let me throw this in here. So go to drboyceprime.com, and if you want to get the annual offer, put in the code word offer 2023 to get the offer and to get the annual discount. All right. And so this offer expires in 24 hours, and so it's for the first 50 people. So let me show you really quick how to do that if you're interested in signing up with the program now. So I see Weberton is saying, yes, I made money at the program and I did the beta test. Yes. I mean, it's not us making things up. Right. So let me show you drboyceprime.com. I'm going to share the screen and show you exactly how to enter the code to make sure that you can get the discount if you want to be one of the first 50 people. All right. So you go here, right? So this is the page for drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. So here's what you do. Up in the upper right-hand corner, you click Start Making Money Today. Down here, you've got a monthly option for $349, or you got the annual option for $19.99. Now, remember, your annual fee, if you're in the first 50, goes to $869. So you would hit Enroll Now. And once you hit Enroll Now, it'll take you to another page that will allow you to, this is the checkout page. So on the checkout page, you should see, give me 1 second. Sometimes it takes a second to load. Okay, maybe because I'm sharing my screen. So give me 1 second, guys. So once you get to the checkout page, you're going to see, let me stop sharing so I can refresh this page and make sure it comes up. Here we go. Okay, it's up now. All right, so maybe it's because I was sharing, it wasn't coming through. All right, so on this checkout page where it says $29.99 per year, and then you get the discount here, there's already a code in here that gives you the discount, right? So if you're not in the first 50, you'll still get a discount. You'll go to $19.99 because the code's already there for you. But if you're in the first 50, you can hit remove, add this code, add in offer 2023 with a capital O, offer 2023, all one word, and then you hit apply. And when you hit apply, you'll see the price will drop from $29.99 to $869.71 per year. So you go to Dr. Boyce Prime, use that code offer 2023, and if you're in the first 50, you can get the $869 offer. If you're not in the first 50, you still get a discount, but it's $19.99 as opposed to $869, but it's still much cheaper than $29.99. So that's our offer for today. That's literally the whole everything. And so I hope that you see just how this works and how great this can be. And a lot of you, again, a lot of students are already in this chat actually. And so if you are in the chat and you're enjoying the program, I hope that you'll tell others how great this is, because I don't want anybody to think that we're trying to talk them into things. I want to talk you into doing what's best for you. That's what I really want for you. So let me share my slides again one more time in order to mention one more thing for you guys. Now, some of you are asking, is there some sort of a monthly option? Well, if your money's tight and you don't want the annual discount, or you can't take advantage of the annual discount, we did put together a monthly discount. So here's the monthly offer. The monthly offer, the regular price is $399 per month. The monthly price is $155. So now $155 times 12 is about $1,800 a year. So it's still it's higher than the $869, but it's still pretty good. So for the next 24 hours, if you go to that page and you go to the bottom and you put in offer 2023 monthly, so put that word monthly at the end with a capital M, you'll get the discount. So what I can do is actually show you how to do that too. So on the page, if you go to drboyceprime.com and you go here to the top where it says start making money, right here on the right, start making money, it'll bring you to the bottom right here. This is a discount price that's offered, but the regular price is $399. You can hit enroll now, right? And then on this page, and let's see, sometimes when I share, it loads a little slower than when I don't share. So let me unshare, maybe it'll come up faster that way, the checkout page. Okay, 1 second. Hey, Micah, there we go. I know Micah and Chanel are actually in the chat. They're part of our team. So if you have any questions, you can talk to them as well. So here you see, excuse me, $399 per month. You can hit remove and you can hit apply code, offer 2023 monthly with a capital M. Let's see how I spell that right. Hit apply. It drops from $399 to $155.61. Now that is available again for the first 50 of you. Okay, so if you would like to take advantage, just go to drboyceprime.com. You can take a look. Now I'm pretty much almost done. So let me just finish up real quick, so I can answer your questions. So I'm sure you have a ton of questions, and I will answer a lot of them for you. I got time. So I already showed you how. So here's one other little bonus. If you sign up now, you can get buy one get one free. So if you have someone, but the person has to live in your house. So if you have someone in your house that you would like to also share your login with, they can actually share your login and you can both join together. And so you can share your login with someone in your house, just like a Netflix account. So feel free to use that option. So don't have two people in the same house sign up. Just one sign up is enough. And that's it. So happy investing. And I wish you guys the very best with that. All right. So let me dig in here. If you have a question, put your question in the Q&A section. Let's see. I see Michael Ruff. How you doing, Michael? Let's see. T from Philly. Good to see you. Let's see. If you have 100 shares of stock when buying options, or you're paying for premiums. I'm new to selling options. Yeah, when you buy options, let's see. Terrence says the code for monthly isn't working. Chanel, can you help Terrence? It just worked for me, so I just put it in there. So if and if it doesn't work, maybe it might be a chance you might not be in the first 50. So that's the only way, because I just did it, and so it worked just now. So maybe Chanel can help you with that. Yeah, so make sure the word try the word offer with all caps. Maybe that'll help. But I know that when I put it in there, I capitalized the O and then did it that way. Let's see. Latanya says, please do a poll. Who's investing consistently? Only invest in 401k. Have a few stocks and then get discouraged. Does not own stock. Yeah, you know what, Latanya? We did do a survey, and what we found was again, 91% of you are invested in the stock market. In terms of investing consistently, it was a little less, maybe about 52%, something like that. So you are invest. Okay, Darren says offer 2023 did work. Okay, great. Let's see here. If you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. If you put it in the chat, I may miss the question. Let's see here. Let's see. Josette says, I don't have 10,000 to invest in options. That's really okay. I mean, if you, the thing is, one thing we can do in class is we go over some of the stocks that cost less, where you could buy 100 shares for maybe a few $100 as opposed to 1,000 or something like that. And so that allows you to still get in the game without necessarily having to have a lot of capital. Also, the Family Investment Club component of the Prime program is beneficial so that you can actually find some relatives to work together. I've seen families come together and do this and generate a lot of extra income that they didn't have otherwise. So that's something that may be an option for you. How much does it drop down when you put in the code? If you go to the page and you hit the Start Making Money Now button, it will take you to the bottom, and you put in the code. Let me show you guys again in case you didn't see it before. So if you hit this here and you go to the top, it says Start Making Money Today. You hit this, it takes you down. You hit Enroll Now, right, to do the annual. And then you got to take out the other code. The other code will give you a discount. If you're not in the first 50, then you will still get a discount. It just won't be the sort of massive discount that we talked about before. But when you go up here, and sometimes when I share, it just takes the page doesn't load right away. So Micah, try to look into that if you could, see if there's a reason why, if it's Zoom that's causing the page a little slow sometimes. But anyway, so you go here, right? And you remove this code here. You hit remove, add code, put offer 2023. So you see how I typed it with a capital O, and 2023 is all one word. Then you hit apply, make sure you hit apply, and then it gives you the discounted price. You see that? Okay. Now, if you want to do monthly though, you have to hit a different option on that first page. So on that first page, you're going to hit the monthly option, and your code changes. Your code is 2023 monthly as opposed to offer 2023. So if I go to the monthly option, then what I would do is pop in here and hit enroll now, right? So that's the monthly option, right? So I hit the monthly option, and I guess because my computer's sharing resources, it takes a second for the page to load. But so then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in offer 2023 monthly, right? And capitalize the O and capitalize the M, okay? But you got to remember, you got to go two different routes if you want to do monthly versus annual. All right, so let me answer some questions while this thing comes up. Some reason this checkout page sometimes takes a second. Okay, there we go. It's up now. All right, so I remove the old code, I add coupon code, and I type offer 2023 monthly with a capital M, and then I hit apply. Don't forget to hit apply. If you don't hit apply, it won't work, right? Hit apply, you wait for this price to drop, and it drops down to here, okay? So, and this offer is available for the first 50 of you. All right. So, and everybody can get a discount that's here. All right. So, Corey, welcome, Corey. Corey says, I just enrolled for the year. All right. So congratulations to Corey. And I look forward to seeing you in class. You will be hearing from me via text very, very soon. And Elisa, how does the share work? You can share with anybody that lives in the same house. If you're sharing, across homes, and that we can't allow just for, tech reasons, but if you have somebody in your house that wants to share your login, then that's okay. You can both just have the same login and both be enrolled for one price. Mitt Lewis says I enrolled. Good for you. Congratulations. Debbie, congratulations. Mauricia enrolled. Congratulations, Mauricia. Who else is in here? Gosh, there's so many of you in the chat that are telling me about the fact that you just signed up. So let's see here. In fact, actually, let me go to the page and just kind of welcome you in as one by one. And I'll also answer your questions. I'm not just going to sort of talk about this and bounce out. I'm going to hang out with you guys and I will answer questions, any questions you have about the program. Because obviously the Black Business School, we can't be what we are without your support. And we are building an HBCU for the future, except it's better because it runs on lighter financial footing and it's not dependent on the government, not dependent on corporations. So I want to welcome Siobhan Boykin. Welcome. Let's see, Clue 0805. That's your email. Okay. Welcome to you. Zajed Greenwood. Welcome to you. Courtney. Welcome. Leroy Lambert. Welcome. James Pierce. Welcome. Let's see here. Bridget. Welcome. Lounge and Luxury, welcome. Reggie Mays, welcome. Cynthia Cargill, welcome. Tranisha Jordan, welcome. Let's see, I saw another name and I missed it. Janet Bernard, welcome. James Smith, welcome. Sandra Towns, welcome. Thomas Dobson, welcome. Anthony Oakes, welcome. Keldrick Owens, welcome. Malone at att.net, welcome. Is the email address. I don't see the full name, but it's okay. It can be Malone59 at att.net. All right, so let me go and answer some of your questions. And then as I see your names, I would definitely welcome you. If I miss your name, please forgive me, but I'll talk to you definitely in class. And I spend a lot of time with the students because I really want you guys to get everything you need. Julia says, in one of your lectures, you said to buy your put options first before selling your options. Can you please demonstrate what the strike price should be in the expiration? You know what, Julia, if you log in, if you go to drboyceprime.com and you log in, you look under Prime Plus Lectures. And that's the section where all the recorded lectures are. And I did a bunch of examples of that. And the put options are important because that gives you your insurance that protects you from the possibility that the stock could go down. If the stock goes down too much, then that can cause a little bit of discomfort because you're losing the value of your equity. So I think of selling my stock options like owning a business, where every business that you start, you have to buy insurance on the business. What times and days are classes? We meet typically on Thursdays, at least twice a month. And also I do a lot of pop-up Q&As. Students submit questions to me. You guys have submitted a ton of questions. I answer all of them, and then I send the recording of all the answers to the questions to you to make sure that every single question you have is answered. And also, there is so much stuff there because we record everything. I save everything. So when you go in there, like you log in right now, you will see everything. In fact, a good way to get access to your material, if you're doing anything else in the Black Business School, is actually, instead of you going to drboyceprime.com, you can also go to theblackbusinessschool.com. And Chanel, if you could type that in the chat so that everybody can see it. If you go to theblackbusinessschool.com, don't forget that THE, then you can actually look under the programs you're enrolled in, and it'll have everything you're enrolled in. We have a great support team that is available. If you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they will take good care of you. They will make sure that you're good. Let's see here. How can I get customer service help with enrollment payments? Okay, Kimberly, I think I answered that question just now. 3,000 is more than enough to get into options, but make sure you understand things like time decay and expiration. Yes, we break all that down. That's very important. Welcome, Philip Hudson. I see that you're enrolled. Derek King is enrolled. He says, let's get started. Derek, you can start right now. If you started and let's say that you said, okay, I'm so pumped up, I want to get started tonight. You can log in tonight and have enough material to go through that would last you for the rest of the year. Like that's how much good stuff is there. We have the financial therapy sessions with Dr. Alicia. We have all the stuff on how to get started with stock options, how stock options work, different options trading strategies, all the what Dr. Boyce is buying, all the Dr. Boyce money makers that you can use and implement right away. All kinds of the investment club training, how to form a family investment club so that you can make money together. All this stuff is available to you right now. Tramal says, how much cash do you need to get started off investing after you sign up for the course? Well, let's say you buy 100 shares of a $7 stock. Well, that means that the cost to begin investing will be $700. And let's say that that's still too high. Well, maybe you have a family friend that you can invest with. I invest with my family. I've helped several of my relatives quit their jobs because as a group, we're able to pool our money together and I apply what I know and we invest it and we're able to generate income like that. Now, the thing about options that's interesting too, is that it is options are more of an income-based investment. They're not so much an investment that is based on capital gains or price appreciation, like where you buy a stock at 50 and you wait for the price to go up and you sell it later. So a lot of times, with the strategy, it's more about generating that consistent income. That's really the goal. All right. So by the way, Denise, I see you have a question. If you have a question, put it in the Q&A section if you can. That way I can make sure I get, because the questions are coming through pretty fast in the chat. So I want to get as many as I can. So put it in the Q&A section. If you have any trouble, if the enrollment's causing you any issues, Chanel is in the chat. I think Micah's in there too, and they can definitely help you get set up. Micah, if you're in there, say something. That way I know Micah's in there. I know Micah's around. Let's see. Daryl says, thanks for this info. What do you use bar chart for again? Well, that's one of the tools that we use to identify the stocks that we can sell options on. So there she is. I see Micah in there. Micah is a brilliant, an amazing Black woman that I have the honor of working with. Let's see here. Anita says that it looks like Anita's having some trouble with her enrollment. Chanel, can you help Anita? and see what's going on with Anita's enrollment, because I see a lot of you are enrolling. So it looks to me like most of you aren't having problems. Sometimes what can happen is that if there's a lot of people coming in at once, the system can get a little clogged up. So if it doesn't work right away, you could try again and see, because sometimes things don't, respond as quick as we want to. Let's see here. If the code isn't working, it could be because maybe you're not in that first 50. But remember, everybody gets a discount. So there is the $19.99 discount that's already like locked in. And so if you can't get the code to work and you're not in the first 50, that's okay. You still get a discount, right? Everybody gets a prize, no matter who you are, for sure. Let's see here. Armando, I see you out of Owensboro, Kentucky. Good to see you. Let's see here. Who else do I see? Let's see. John Gray says, I fund my own IRA. Is it wise to stop funding it to use the money for stocks? My income is the same. I do not recommend, in fact, this is not investment advice, but I'm not a big fan of putting all your money into one type of portfolio. So with the options, I don't tell, the students that I don't put all my money into my stock options portfolio. I spread my money out. Remember, even as I showed you guys how selling options dominates real estate investing in terms of ROI, I still invest in real estate. I still invest in real estate because I like my real estate. I like my house. I can live in it. It's great. I got a man cave where I can watch football games, and it's awesome. I like our house in Atlanta. I like our property in Chicago, and so don't think, and this is important with investing, don't think that one investment is the place where all your money needs to be. If you put all your money in one place, I hate to say it, but you could be asking for trouble. Don't ask for trouble. Just get your cut, get your share. My goal is not to talk to you guys about investing in a way that is greedy, that's going to have you, sort of hungry to just make all the money you can. This strategy is one that generates the consistent cash flow, the consistent income that a lot of you have been looking for in your investing process. And it's also not just consistent income, it's passive consistent income, right? So that's different, right? Like if you have a job that pays you a lot of money, that's nice, but you still got to work for that money. But this is money without a job. This is just, this is literally something where you build a portfolio up. You can even with our kids, I've even talked to them about giving them some stock and saying, you can just sell options on the stock. The stock belongs to me, but you can generate the income from the stock and live off that. And if you want to work for someone, you can, but you don't have to do it. The website is drboyceprime.com. And if you go to drboyceprime.com, you just go up to the top where it says start making money now, and then go to the bottom, and it'll give you the option of choosing either the annual membership or the monthly membership. And what I'll do is I'll do another example in a second, so you guys can kind of see what the page looks like. And if you have questions, keep putting them in the Q&A section. I got time, so I'm gonna hang out with you guys and answer questions. All right, so if you go here on this page and you hit start making money today, it'll take you to the bottom. You got two choices. You can do monthly or annual. These are the prices, right? So you hit enroll now for annual. Now, if you, now I don't know if that top 50 code will still work, but there's a code here already that gets you $1,000 a year off, right? So that's $19.99. I'm good. I think that we've hit the 50 mark for that $879 price, or I think it was $871. But if you want to try it, you hit remove and you type offer 2023 and then hit apply. Make sure you hit apply. And if the code still works for you, it'll change this price down here. And if you want to do monthly, then you would hit the monthly option on that first page, right? And then when you get to that page, then you would use a different code. The code would be offer 2023 monthly, all one word. Okay, so those are the two options that you have for today. All right, so let me see here. Q&A. Let's see. By the way, if you don't work, you won't eat. It's from the Bible verse. That's Thessalonians 3:10. That well-meaning elders often quoted out of context. I didn't know it was in the Bible. Yeah, I don't. That's just not true anymore. I mean, you don't have to work to eat. Welcome to capitalism. But and I'm not trying to convince you to become a capitalist. I'm not really a capitalist myself. Capitalism has a little too much greed in it. But I do believe that if you're going to be in a capitalist society, I think that being economically intelligent allows you to work that capitalism in your favor, and that's what I want for you. How easy is it to sell your shares, says D. Celeste? It's typically pretty easy for stocks that are pretty liquid. Stocks that are not so liquid, it might be a little tougher, but for the most part, that's another benefit of stocks over things like real estate. I'm not saying real estate's bad. I like real estate. But if I sell a house, there's a whole process. I got to call a bank. I got to go find a buyer, do all this other stuff, work with a broker. If I sell stock, I just need to pull out my phone and start punching buttons in an app. That's a pretty cool way to invest. So I like stocks ahead of things like even private equity. I've invested in startups. I invested in one startup called TribeVest. And in this startup, my investment was $75,000. It tripled to $250,000 or something, almost $250,000. And the problem is I can't, if I wanted the money, I couldn't get my money out, right? I have to wait until there's an exit point, until the company gets acquired or some big investor comes in and gives them enough cash flow where I can sell my shares. And that may take years. So stocks are kind of fun because if you look at Madrigal Pharmaceuticals, the investment tripled over the weekend. Not that this happens a lot. It doesn't happen a lot, but sometimes it does. And you could sell, I sold my stock on Monday and I sold it within 8 seconds. So it's pretty cool. Let's see. Carolyn says, I'm new at this, so I don't understand. That's okay, Carolyn. If you hang out with me long enough, you'll be you will literally, if you watch more, I guarantee you this, if you watch more than 5 lectures that I do, you'll be the best investor in your family. And I really want you to own that and be proud of that. And I want you to believe that, because I need you to go back and talk to your loved ones about some of these opportunities that are out there so they can find their way out of the darkness. A lot of them want better opportunities and a better life. And maybe if they see you making money without going to work every day, they're going to want to learn to do what you're doing. And then the trust will build, and then they'll start sort of doing some of these same things. Let's see. Can you clarify what calls and spreads are? Yeah, but the call option is it gives you the right to buy the stock. A put option gives you the right to sell the stock at a certain price. Spreads are basically where you engage in 2 trades at once, so that you're sort of buying and selling at the same time, so that you're it's almost like getting on the freeway and then saying, I want to get off at this exit ramp. I don't want to stay on the freeway. So I buy a call with a certain price, and then I sell a similar call at a different price, and I'm making money between those 2 prices as opposed to making money all the way up, right? So ultimately, these are some of the strategies in the Prime program. If you log in at theblackbusinessschool.com and go to the Prime program, we cover all that stuff in class, all the materials right there. You can dig into it and learn every single thing you need to know. Mizan says, when an order gets filled, does that mean you made a profit, or do you have to sell to lock in gains? You do not have to sell to lock in gains. There's a million ways to lock in your gains without selling. You can do stop loss orders. You can do put options, you do things like that. So don't ever think you have to sell in order to lock in your gains. Let's see, where do I go? Mizan says, where do I do proper fundamentals research? How do I know that I'm doing it correctly? There's a lot of places to do fundamentals research. I think listening to the analysts goes a long way, but you have to listen to it in a certain way. There's a lot of analysts that have different opinions, and you have to know how to kind of sort of gather information. The way my process is I just take in tons of information. I blend it in my head with all the financial stuff that I know, and then I come to a conclusion based on sort of how this information is processed in my subconscious. And then that's where I end up sort of making my personal recommendations to you guys in terms of what I'm doing with my own money. What's the deadline for joining the Prime program in $19.99, and what is the promo code? That deadline is 48 hours, Quentin. So feel free. If you want to do the $19.99 option, you got a couple of days to do that. What is a good dollar amount to start with, says Reginald? It depends on the price of the stock. If the stock is $10 and you need 100 shares in order to sell options, to sell covered calls. So 100 shares times 10 is $1,000. Let's see, Marvin, is this the same program as Introduction to Stock Market Investing? No, it's not. The Stock Market Investing class, Marvin, is focused solely on stock market investing, the fundamentals of how that works, and long-term investing, sort of buy and hold strategies, and the dynamics of that particular market. This program is based specifically on income. Income is the goal. That is the goal. That's what we think about. How do we take the money we have and generate cash flow from the money that we have to invest, period. So I think of it a little bit like a real estate scenario. I think of my stocks as like apartment units that I have, and every unit that I own generates a certain amount of income. So for example, if I have Coinbase stock and I have 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock, like right now I can look in, I can literally, this is the beauty of having an active market, right? So Coinbase, if I have 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock and I sell options on Coinbase stock each week, then I can generate approximately want to say, I don't know, let's say $2 a share on my Coinbase stock. So that would be $2,000 a week or $100,000 a year that a person could generate on 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock. How much does 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock cost? Well, 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock costs $53,000. So there's $53 a share. You get 1,000 shares. You can generate $2,000 a week by selling the options on Coinbase stock. This is just it's a straightforward play. But what happens is not every stock has an active options market. Not every stock's options pay that well. Also, the stocks that pay well, they tend to have risk variables that you want to understand and calibrate, right? So there's some scenarios where a lot of money can be made, but I avoid them like the plague because I don't want to be in a situation where I lose all my capital base. So that's where that calibration piece comes in terms of being careful. So in a way, you can think of it like, let's say somebody told you you can make a lot of money. Like, here you go. I've been watching this show called 1883. Anybody been watching that show? It's a spinoff from Yellowstone, and there's another version called 1923. And it's about these people back in the old Wild West who are trying to go. They're trying to go from Texas to Oregon because they heard that there's money in Oregon. There's free land in Oregon, right? So they heard that there's all these resources out in other places. Like maybe there's gold in the hills over there and free land over there. But the problem is it's very dangerous. You know, it's like you go out there, you got, you have Native Americans trying to kill you because you're out there messing with their land. You got, the elements, the land is trying to kill you because there's nothing to eat. It gets hot, it gets cold, all this other stuff. You got rivers, crossing the river would get a lot of people killed. So there's a lot of danger, right? So the only people that were willing to kind of do this sort of thing were typically people that were skilled at surviving in the outdoors, right? Or they were with somebody who was skilled because they didn't know what to do. And then also there would be some scenarios where they would say, okay, there's gold over there, but you got to go through those mountains, and you don't want to do that because it's too risky. It's too risky, right? But if you know your way around and you have a guide that can kind of show you, then you can actually find opportunities and possibilities that other people can't get. So my goal is to kind of be one of your guides. That's it. Just want to be your guide, right? I think I can guide you to where the money is, and I can tell you where the risk factors are and where the danger is, so you can be careful as you go into this sort of venture territory and understand how to generate economic opportunities that don't exist in a lot of other spaces. All right, so let's see here. Let's see. Cedric says, I already have some of the classes. Is there a way I can buy the Prime program without the others? You know what, Cedric? Speak with Chanel. She's in the chat, and she can guide you to support, and they can work with you. If you're already a student and you're already enrolled in various programs, we'll work with you. We'll work with you to adjust, what you're doing, and we have curriculum advisors that can help you get exactly what you want. Our goal is not to charge every penny that we can charge. We generate revenue because we have people we have to pay, and we're building a university. But our goal is not to charge the max that we can charge. We're not like these universities that are charging $100,000, $200,000 a year or for a 4-year degree and all this other stuff. Our goal is to generate the revenue that we need. But at that point, we will work with you and get you exactly what you want. So never hesitate to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com, Cedric. That's who you can email. All right, Janice says, hey, Dr. Boyce. Paid $1,000 yesterday for Black millionaires tomorrow. Expand impact to help my children. I think this stock option program will help me provide a future for my children as I'm self-employed and homeschooling. Can you help me switch to this? I've been working with Amani. Please help. Yeah, tell Amani that I said that Dr. Boyce said to work with you and to work out some sort of a deal with you. If you're already in one, then we can work with your budget. So just tell Amani that I said to be flexible and to get you into what you need to be into. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. We do not have. Someone's asking, do you have the ability to pay 3 payments of $290 for the 869? No, that's the annual deal. That's a pretty major discount. There's a good chance maybe we've hit that 50 mark, so it may not even be available anymore. You can still try it though. You try offer 2023. In fact, I'll put the code back up here for anybody that needs to see it. If you go to drboyceprime.com and go to and put in offer 2023, then you can still try it to see if it's available. Okay, wait, I didn't put it on. I can't put it on my screen. I lost my slides. But either way, though, if you hit annual and put in offer 2023, all one word, you could try it out. And if it doesn't work, there's already a code in there. Just refresh the page, and you'll still get the first discount. We don't have a 3-payment layout this time around. We just have the monthly and the annual. All right, let's see here. When does the class meet? We're going to meet next week, Anita, and we're also going to do a Q&A early next week, just kind of an onboarding process for those of you that just signed up. So I'm anticipating Tuesday night. So Chanel, follow up with me and make sure that we set up a class for Tuesday night. I'm going to be in Los Angeles, but I'm going to set that up so we can bring you guys back in and answer questions for you. Let's see here. Let's see, Terentia is having trouble putting, in terms of where to put in the offer. Chanel, can you help Terentia so that she can kind of see where to put her coupon code? And again, Terentia, I don't know if that discount will still be available because we might have hit that 50 mark, but you can still try. Here, Terentia is where you put in the code. So here, there's already a code, right? That takes it from $29.99 to $19.99. You see, this is the price that's there, right? So if you want to put in the new code, you just hit remove and you hit add coupon code and you can put offer 2023 and then you hit apply, right? And if you hit apply, then this price will drop and then that will be the price that you'll pay to get in. If that does not work, refresh the page and use the discount code that's already there because it's still a pretty good discount. Let's see here. Nate says, is there a way I can see this webinar at a later date? I am at work and barely getting a chance to see the first 35 minutes. Yeah, Chanel, Nate's email address. You know, actually what I'll do is I'll email the recording out for you guys to watch. So Chanel, please make sure that I get that done. Maurice says, does your course show how to set up apps in E-Trade? Yes, we go through all of that. We've already done it, but we're going to do it again. I repeat myself a lot if necessary for those of you that are new to the system, new to the program. Delisha says, if I want to sell options as well as invest in the stock exchange, what is the best program to purchase? I think Prime covers a lot. Prime covers a lot of stuff. So Prime will get you what you need. The Prime students are kind of the premium students of the Black Business School. So, you know, we take good care of you. You kind of, you know, are VIPs and we love you and we want to make sure you're good. So if there's something that's not there that you'd like to see or have access to, we can either give you access directly or at a substantial discount. So it's kind of like a black card for the Black Business School. Let's see here. Barbara's asking a good amount of money to start. It depends on what price the stock is. So a $10 stock would mean you'd have to buy 100 shares. That would be $1,000. But if it's an $80 stock, then 100 shares would cost $8,000. If the money's tight, then I find working with family and groups can be extremely beneficial. And that's how it can work. Now, I want to give a welcome to Terentia and Chanel and Betty Barnett and Adrian Simmons and Flora, Rella Ford, Craig Key, Karen Swain, Vicky Fontano, Walton, Khadijah Rauf, congratulations to you. Vashan Kulan, congratulations. Dustin Nelson, congratulations. Taya 1711, congratulations. Janny Choice, congratulations. Fred Gauthier, congratulations. So let me go back in and answer some more of your questions. Let me see here. And just so you know, the website to join is drboyceprime.com. And to, if you want to still try to get the annual discount, use the code offer 2023, all caps, and you can get the discount. Okay. So those of you that maybe came in late and aren't sure where to go, just go to drboyceprime.com, Prime. All right. So let me read more of your questions here. Let's see. Becky says, how do you decide the price per share to sell the stock? There is no specific price per share to sell. You sell stock for 3 reasons, in my view. Or how about this? I still sell stock for 3 reasons. And welcome, Richard. I see you in there, Richard. I sell stock for either what they call liquidity reasons. I need the money to do something, right? You were going on a trip or something like that. We want to pay the car off. I sell the stock if I find a better investment, right? Like, for example, when I saw that the stock options approach was a great income generator, I sold some stock to invest in stocks that I could sell options on so I could generate income. The third reason I might sell stock is because I just want to diversify, right? So when during the pandemic, when stocks were kind of overpriced and the prices were going up, I ended up selling stock to go buy property. Because as I mentioned to you all, the options are a better ROI than real estate, but I will never tell you not to invest in real estate. I believe deeply in the ownership of real estate. So do not think that I'm saying that real estate stinks. I'm just saying that from a cash flow generating perspective, this is better because the money's better and the amount of work is less. And there's a lot less. I'm into the anti-stress. I don't like a lot of stuff to do, to be honest with you. I like stuff that's kind of simple and straightforward. How do you decide the strike point? Well, Becky, if you log in, that all that's covered. There's material for all that. The way I would pick a strike price is typically I sell out of the money call options. So if the price is say 70, I pick a strike that's slightly above that. So I can still get a piece of the action, but I'm selling everything above that price. So I might pick a strike of say 73, which means that if the price goes up to 76, I get $3 of that. That's mine. And then the rest goes to the person who buys my stock at 73. How do you decide how long to offer the option? I like weekly because it reminds me of like getting a weekly paycheck, and I pay myself weekly with my options. But you can do monthly. You can go out 6 months. That's another cool thing. Sometimes you can sell long-term options. So if you need a bunch of money at one time and you saved up money, you own a bunch of stock, you can sell 6 months worth of options. Now, mind you, during that time, you can't sell your stock, but you can generate income from your stock options. Let's see here. Next, let's see. Freud says, what's the code? I think we already put that in there, Freud. And Chanel can help you with that for sure. The code is offer 2023, all one word, offer 2023. That's how you get the annual discount if you're in the first 50. If you're not in the first 50, there's already a code in there that gives you a discount, not the first 50 discount. And if you want to do monthly, the code is offer 2023 monthly, offer 2023 monthly. Let's see. DW says, what is the best platform to use? Because I've used Robinhood and lost about $200. I like Robinhood, but I keep my money in different exchanges. I don't put my money in one place. So I like Robinhood. I like E-Trade. I think things like Fidelity and TD Ameritrade are pretty good. So also Acorns and Stash aren't bad either. Let's see here. Dustin, do you have a lot of shares of stock to get premium options prices per share? Do you have to have a lot of shares? No, but the more shares you have, the more money you make, right? So it's like with real estate, the more property you own, the more rent you can charge. But if you own a little bit of property, you can still charge a little bit of rent. You can just kind of build on that. Is Webull a good platform? I haven't used Webull, but I've heard good reviews about it. I don't think you'd be wrong to try Webull out. I don't put all my money on one exchange, so I try to spread it out. Can Canadians join? Yeah, I think Canadians have access to a lot of these same platforms and stuff like that. And money, Canadian money is kind of similar to American money. So it's really the concepts and everything are the same. The main exchange you may be trading on may differ a little bit because you're in another country, but there's still so much you can learn. We have students from Canada. We have students from all over the world, London, all kinds of places. Let's see, when are the classes? The next class will be next Thursday. However, we're going to do a Q&A Tuesday night. Let's see, when selling options, do you have to understand what a delta, theta is, etc.? I do explain all that. You don't have to understand all those things, but it does help. Do we have to understand everything as if we were buying an option? No, you don't. It's a little bit like driving a car, right? You can drive a car without understanding everything there is to know about a car. You don't have to know everything about how a car works or what a combustion engine is or anything like that. But it does help. It helps, right? You're a better driver if you understand the car, but you don't have to know everything about the car. Jamila says, Dr. Watkins, what's the difference between stock options and binary options? Well, stock options basically operate on what you might call a continuum, whereas binary options operate on like a binary or yes or no framework. So think of binary like a light switch. Either it's on or off. So a binary option means either the option's in the money or out of the money. It's not about magnitude or how far in the money it is. It doesn't matter if it's a little bit in the money or deep in the money. It's just binary. It's like a basketball game. It doesn't matter if you won by two points or if you won by 20. All that matters on the win-loss column is that you won, right? So that's kind of the difference with binary options. Lakeisha, my 12-year-old son got stock from Cash App for $2. Should we invest more money in the stocks? If not, what can he do to make money? I would invest consistently, right? On BoyceWatkins.com, there is the $5 a day plan, which is highly recommended for any of you that have children. If you do that consistently, then you can build a ton of wealth for your kids. It's a ton of wealth. So I would personally look into something like that. I think that might be a great way to make sure your child is in good shape long term, and it doesn't take a lot of money right now to kind of do something like that. But the key thing with the $5 a day plan is you can't sell your stock. You got to this is for the kids. This is not for us to take it out because we got to pay a bill or whatever. This is the one thing we sacrifice for our children, and this becomes their big power play. So your child is 28, 30 years old. They've got $200,000 in the bank. They're ready to do amazing things. They have plenty of options in life. What dates and times do the classes meet? We typically meet at 8 o'clock, Barbara, typically on Thursdays. Sometimes we have extra classes, though. We do the financial therapy sessions with Dr. Alicia on Sundays. And also, I text you guys and send stuff out to you all the time. You'll probably get a text from me like very soon in the next couple of days. I'm going to send, in fact, you'll get an email from me probably tonight or tomorrow. And then you'll get some text messages as we connect on text. And I'll let you guys know kind of what's going on. And don't forget, if you want to check out the program, if you just came in and you want to take a look, just go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. If you'd like to get the discount or the first 50, I don't know. I have no idea if we've hit the first 50 or not. I think we might have, but if we haven't, you can use that code OFFER2023, OFFER2023 on the annual, or OFFER2023 monthly on the monthly. And even if you're not in that first group, you still get a massive discount. So feel free to take a look at that. All right. So Troy says he just enrolled. Congratulations. Good for you. He says, will the 26th be the same as every month, or will it start on the first of every month? You know what? We don't meet necessarily just on the first of every month. We meet typically on Thursdays. So I think that's what you might have been asking. I hope I didn't get that question wrong. But if I did get it wrong, forgive me. When you come to class, you can ask that question again. And you guys will hear from me soon. We'll set up another class. Have you heard of Nadex? Asked Jamila. No, I have not. I don't know what Nadex is. Is that a company, or I don't know what Nadex is? Let's see here. Let's see. Nicole says, Chanel, where will the dates and session specifics be posted? If you log in, if you go to the blackbusinessschool.com and you log in and you look under your enrollments, you'll see something called Dr. Boyce Prime Plus Lectures. That's where every lecture is stored. Right? So every single lecture we do, we store it under Prime Plus Lectures. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and close us up for tonight. I think we started an hour and 45 minutes ago. I hope that this was a beneficial session for you. I want to congratulate a lot of you that signed up. I'm looking here at some of your names. I see Karen Swain. I see Craig Key and Flora Relaford, Adrian Simmons, Betty Barnett, Chanel. I see Terentia, Quentin, and Vincent. Congratulations. And this offer will be up there. For the next. Wait, hold on. Did I leave the Zoom? I hope I didn't leave the Zoom. There we go. Okay, I thought I hit the wrong button. Sorry, guys. I was like, oh gosh, I hope I didn't hit the wrong button. So I'll send you all an email. If you missed this presentation, Chanel, just remind me to make sure I send out an email with the recording so everyone can watch the recording. Everything that we talked about is available for the next 24 hours. Those of you that signed up, congratulations. You will get a message from us very, very soon. We'll get you started right away. There's material in there right now. You can get started right now tonight. And so if you're feeling pumped up, jump right in there. And I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. And I hope that this was worth your time. And that was the goal. My goal is to change your life every time I talk to you. And I appreciate the fact that you listen to us. And we love you guys. And we are building the best institution on the freaking planet. And we're not going to stop. Can't stop, won't stop. So God bless you guys. Have a good night. And I'll see you guys very, very soon. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Let wait and so so I have to explain to people sometimes, because when you do stuff like this, you meet all different kinds of people that might be interested in for different reasons, and sometimes I meet people that are what I might call like blickety black, and they impose certain ideas toward me, like, okay, that means that white people are never ever allowed anywhere near anything that we're doing. And I'm like, no, I'm not threatened by that. The same way my daughter was born in Jewish hospital. They didn't tell me I couldn't be there because I was black. If I wanted to go to the Notre Dame University, clearly run by the Catholic Church or by people that are Catholic, they don't tell me I can't attend Notre Dame. So I said, we got white people in the Black Business School. Why wouldn't you want to learn from intelligent black people? I think that we should be leading the world. We are the smartest people in the room 9 times out of 10. We are the only people actually that can say that we survived the slave dungeons, the Middle Passage, 250 years of the most brutal slavery known to man, 100 years of Jim Crow, another 40, 50 years of mass incarceration, the war on drugs, and we're also surviving whatever they're doing to us right now. we won't know about that till for another 50 or 60 years. That's when all the FBI files will be released, and we're gonna find out what they're doing. Like, I'm still trying to figure out what happened to hip hop music. How we went from Tribe Called Quest and KRS-One to Kill Die Nigga Die. Like who did that? Who was responsible for this, right? Because this was we were not on that committee. This was not something that we decided to do. But I think that you have to be thoughtful about these, what I perceive to be very deliberate efforts to degrade our culture and short circuit us from becoming who we're truly meant to be. Now, first off, I want to say thank you to JJ and her vanilla milkshake. Awesome guy wearing the Black Excellence shirt. I saw that shirt, I said, okay, he's a cool dude. And thank you so much for having me. I'm very honored to be at your event. I have so much respect for what you're doing, and I love the fact that you work together as a couple. That's what my wife and I do. And also, I want to mention that it's interesting. I was watching Asia's brilliant conversation about quantum wealth theory. First of all, I like the title. I said, wow, that's a great title. I wonder what this is about. Because quantum physics and quantum mechanics, if you study that stuff, it's just mind-boggling. Albert Einstein, he used to call it spooky math. I think that's what he called quantum physics, because it didn't make any sense. Quantum entanglement and the double slit experiment that she talked about. All that, so I'm a little bit of a nerd. So I was like, okay, let me see what she's got. And then she starts breaking down the brain and behaviors and everything. And I said, I wish my wife was here, because my wife happens to be a therapist and an expert on the subconscious mind. And she is a smart Black woman. I'm very proud of her for that. She reads about 22 books a year. And one book she read 4 times was a book about the subconscious mind. So I listened to her and I talked to her about things. And what these conversations fed into me was this keen understanding that the biggest barrier that we have to building wealth, one of the biggest barriers, it isn't really just access to resources. That's important. That must be discussed. It isn't access to knowledge and information. You literally have an entire university on your cell phone. Right? So it's access to information. You can't say, well, I couldn't get the knowledge, or they kept it from me. No, maybe we could say that 50 years ago. You can't say it now. If you got an iPhone, you can learn anything you want to learn. A lot of it is really culture. A lot of it is culture and habits and the subconscious mind and how we're programmed as children and into adulthood and all these other things. And I said, my gosh, this is really what's going on. America is a beautiful, amazing, extraordinary country in certain areas. There are things that we do better than anybody on earth. And in fact, we are very, very good at industrialization, and that's helped us win wars, right? And by the way, shout out to every veteran in here. Veterans make sacrifices that you mentioned that nobody talks about. Nobody shows respect to that. And I'm going to go on a little tangent. I'm going to circle back, but I got to go on this tangent here because my grandfather served in World War II. And once he was hit in the head with a cannon on a Navy ship, and they thought he was dead. And so they put him in the morgue and zipped his body up. And he literally wakes up and starts pushing, saying, let me out. And he gets let out. And he goes on and marries my grandmother, stays married to her for 70 years and took care of her until the day she died. And then my father went to Vietnam, and he can't talk about it to this day. He talks about being pushed out of the airplane when he didn't want to jump out. They pushed him out of the plane. He talks about sleeping in the ditch and hearing the mortar fire and the bombs going off that night. And what was interesting is that on one hand, the unhealthy coping mechanisms occurred, things like heroin addiction, which affected so many of our men and women that went over to Vietnam. But also what was interesting was there was this really tough, dogged determinism that he developed as well, where he said, when I was in that ditch, I decided I'm going to do whatever I got to do to get home. I'm going to survive this no matter what it takes. So he comes home and and I said, well, how did you get off of heroin? I said, I heard heroin's a hell of a drug. And he said, and literally, he said, I just stopped doing it. I just realized that was not the life I wanted. I didn't want to be a junkie. And I watched him throughout his entire life had that same attitude when it came to accomplishing the goal, right? Figuring out what the mission was. Okay, my family needs me to find a way to make money. I'm going to figure that out. Right? And that, and to some extent, and I think we discount that, right? We discount just our personal power when we're committed to doing something. We discount the importance of understanding at some point you got to put your excuses to the side and figure out what the assignment is. And this creates a real interesting contradiction or challenge I have, because I have part of my audience. I attract a lot of military folks, a lot of veterans follow me. And I remember I asked a soldier, I said, you know, I respect soldiers, I respect veterans immensely, but why do so many veterans follow me? And what he said was, because you give an assignment, you tell us what the mission is, and that's what we understand. You know, and I said, okay, that's it. Yeah, you know, you have a problem, you solve it, right? But then I've got people that I have to challenge a little bit, who unfortunately were hit by this other culture of almost like a really heavy victim mentality. You know, not to the point that we haven't gone through things. We know what we've gone through, and we can lay that out on a list, and we should acknowledge all of that. But it's like, that's not supposed to be a crutch, right? We can't let that be a crutch. You know? And so that becomes that's my story, and that's why, you know, I'll never disrespect a soldier. I think that soldiers are not appreciated. When my father told me about how he came home from Vietnam and people were calling him baby killer and all this stuff, I got mad. I said, I want to go back in time and kick those people in the face. You know, and now that he's got blood cancer and he's sick and he is dying from Agent Orange and things he experienced in the military, we're talking about these things, and these things that is literally what is on my heart right now as I speak to you. So thank you for your service, if you have served, and I wish our country appreciated you as much as they should. I just have to say that. Now circling back to what we were talking about earlier, you know, here's the deal. When you're talking about wealth and economics, you cannot understate the importance of culture. Culture is more important than how many degrees you got. It's more important than how much wealth you have access to per se. Those things matter, but that's not, you don't have to go take a bunch of classes in order to understand building wealth. And let me give you an example. My wife and I went to China, and we were in China for about 3 weeks, and we traveled to different regions of China. And I'm going to tell you one thing that was really interesting. I don't want to stereotype here, but man, they know how to sell a product. Anybody ever been in a space where maybe it was Chinatown or China itself and just seen how assertive they can be? Like they will hunt you down and chase you down and follow up and upsell you, downsell you, negotiate and barter, whatever they got to do to make that sale. And all throughout the country, when I went to different regions, I would see the similar products, which made me think about the distribution systems. I saw similar sales techniques. I saw similar business models. And I bet you that a very small percentage of all these thousands of entrepreneurs I ran into, a very small percentage of them went to college and studied business. Right? And so this idea that you have to go and get all this knowledge and information to build wealth, run businesses, or whatever the case may be, I think that that's overemphasized a little bit. I think that's important, it's beneficial, but it's not necessary. Culture is everything. So if we talk about culture, and let's talk about that a little bit. I was speaking last night with a great man that everybody should know about by the name of Professor James Small. And Professor Small is an expert on Black history and culture. He talks a lot about Africa and all the things we should know about Africa. And he tells those stories that you'll never learn in school. Because I don't believe that we're ever going to really learn who we truly are from a public school system. I don't think that the public school system is designed to empower anybody, even people who are not Black. In fact, in Chicago, we have 55 public schools where not one single child can read or do math at grade level. In 55 schools. Think about how many. Think about it. So if there's 2,000 kids in every school, it's over 100,000 kids that cannot, not one child. Right? So this is an issue, and it's not just an issue that affects Black people. There are lots of documented stories and information about why the public school system was designed, what it was supposed to teach you to do. It was designed to manufacture workers. It's one of the reasons that the Rockefellers poured so much money into the public school system, because they said, we don't want people thinking independently. We don't want a bunch of people that want to start businesses. We want people that are going to become cogs in a wheel, that are going to understand their part in this mass production process. So school kind of rewards you for sitting down and shutting up more than it rewards you for being creative and intelligent and taking risks and all these other things that you have to do in order to build wealth. Well, Professor Small was talking about Juneteenth, and we're running up on the Juneteenth holiday. And also my birthday's in a couple of days. It's going to be the 27th anniversary of my 25th birthday. So that's, and it's funny. I was born actually on Father's Day, and unfortunately my father was not there to receive me as a gift. I think I'm a pretty nice guy. He should have been there. It was a nice party. But anyway, so one thing he said about Juneteenth that was interesting was, he said that we live under this myth that Juneteenth was this day where the soldiers came down and told the slaves in Galveston that they'd been freed and that they could all go and everybody's good, just going out, head on out the door, life is better now. He said, actually, this is according to Professor Small. I just learned this last night, so I still have to go verify everything, but he's a smart guy. He knows a lot of stuff. He said, actually, that wasn't true. He said that in Juneteenth, when they came down and talked to the slaves, they said, you're not free, but you have a different situation. You are still going to work for the same master. You are required to still stay on the plantation and work for the master. The difference is that he has to compensate you. So you won't be slaves anymore. You'll be employees. Or better yet, you might say they went from being unpaid slaves to being paid slaves. And the amount you will be paid will be determined by the master. So your boss, your master, is going to get to decide how much he wants to pay you. If he wants to pay you a penny a day, then that's what your pay is going to be. And then they created things like vagrant laws, where if you weren't working for your master, if you did not have a job and you were black, you were going to be incarcerated. And when you get incarcerated, they're going to lease you back to the plantation owners so you can work for them. What does that sound like? Anybody know about a system does that sound familiar to y'all at all? Is there any system where we incarcerate people and then sell them to corporations for small amounts of money? I don't know. I can't remember. It starts with a P. I can't. Not OPP. And then he said there was a third group of slaves who said, to hell with that. He said that this is, and again, this is not documented in history. He said there was a third group of slaves that said, well, you're just going to do what you got to do. I'm not going back to that situation at all. We out of here. So if you got to shoot us, you got to catch us, try to kill us, whatever, catch me if you can, but we out of here. And these were the individuals that went and set up a lot of the very prosperous black towns all across the United States. Like the Black Wall Street. Remember, Tulsa Black Wall Street was just one of hundreds of towns that were set up and one of hundreds that were burned down and destroyed. So the story, it was a systematic kind of issue. And I heard what Professor Small said, and I said, that is so fascinating how that links directly to the world that we live in today. I said, because if you think about it, we kind of have at least three broad categories of people in our community. We have those of us that went to college, went deep in debt, got our student loans, and then went to become slaves in the corporate plantation. We get stuck because we're so deep in debt, like a sharecropper, that you can't ever quit the job. And we're never given any other sort of transferable skills that would allow you to build wealth or create enough of an asset base that you could walk away from that job. That's a lot of us. That's just educated people, right? With the MBAs, BAs, BSs, JDs, PhDs, MDs, whatever other letters behind our name that make us feel like we're better than other people, right? Then you got like the street dudes, right? Some of us got people like that in our family. I got a bunch of them that didn't do all of that, but they out hustling, doing whatever. Well, eventually we know how that ends, right? Because, the music glorifies the drug dealer, but they don't show you what happens when they get locked up and get 50-year prison sentences. And then they become part of the labor lease program, which is, again, just it follows from what they did back at Juneteenth, right? And then you have that third category. You have the third category of people that said, I'm going to be free by any means necessary. And these are the people that I relate to the most. These are the people that I love talking to. These are the people that have the courage and the vision to understand the assignment, who understand what freedom actually looks like, who understand what it really means to be quote unquote successful, who are determined to get there, who are preparing their children for freedom and success. And those are those people that are fighting to get away from the corporate plantation. It doesn't mean, and again, I told my daughter, I said, it's okay to work for somebody. I said, but there's a difference between working for somebody because you want to versus working for somebody because you have to. And I said, my job as your father is to make sure you always know the difference and that you always have a choice. I want you to have options. I want you to be happy. Happiness is directly linked to options. They find that, for example, when they did a study on rats and they put rats in a cage and they would hit them with electric shocks. And they had one group of rats that had no options. They had no ability to stop the shocks. They would just go through pain just randomly, and they didn't know where it was coming from or how to change it. And then they had another group of rats that learned that created learned behavior where they gave them an option where you feel the shock, and then if you hit a button, you can make the pain stop. You can make the pain go away. You can stop the shocks. And they found that when they measured serotonin in the brains of these rats, meaning how depressed they were, they found that the rats that were in the cage that were stuck were more depressed than the rats who had options. So if you want to know why so many of our people struggle with anxiety and depression at epic levels, and we die young because of it, as Miss Asia brought up earlier today in her brilliant way, it's a lot of times because we don't have options. We feel stuck. It sucks to be stuck. So when I talk to my 12-year-old and we're talking about all the things she wants to do, she's a singer, dancer, actress. She's just got this love, and she gets up and gives Emmy Award speeches during the Emmys that nobody asked her to create, but she'll come down in her award dress and will literally give us an acceptance speech, and we're like, ain't nobody gave you nothing, girl. What you doing? But that's what she does. That's in her soul. That's who she is. She makes up dance routines and everything else. Every single day she does this. And so I said, okay, you want to be a dancer and actress and all these other things. I think that's great. Let's go study some models where you can create that life and still have options. Let's study Tyler Perry. How did Tyler Perry build his own economic empire and eventually buy BET? And I said, because Tyler Perry, he doesn't have to audition to be the star of any movie that he ever makes. He doesn't have to audition. He gets to pick who the stars are. If Medea's going to be the star, then Medea's going to be the star. I said, let's study that business model. Let's talk about how the economics will play a part in you having what I think is very important for you, which is options, which is connected to something that I know is important to you, which is happiness. So when we talk about what she wants to do when she grows up, I don't even talk about things like professions, or you want to be a dentist or a lawyer or a doctor. I say, no, I just want you to be happy. And I know we can agree on that. We may not agree on whether or not you should be an attorney or a physician, but we can agree that you want to be happy. So let's talk about how the economics connects to your freedom, which connects to your happiness, which also comes with things like knowledge of self. Some people don't even know what makes them happy. They watch TV and they think that material stuff makes them happy. But that don't make you happy. That gives you a temporary high, a big injection of dopamine that makes you feel like you're happy for a while. I mean, when I got my first job, when I finished college, I was literally the black sheep of my family. I was a complete embarrassment because I was in school till I was 31 years old. And if you know about anything about black families, you know that guy who's still in school at 28, 29 years old, and you're going to get made fun of. So I would go to family reunions, and they wouldn't have anything to say to me all the time. They just kind of say, so you still in school, huh? So I got my first job when I was 31 years old. And as JJ mentioned, she was accurate. I was the only black person on the planet, male or female, to get a PhD in finance that year. It was really, really hard to do. Most difficult thing I ever did in my life, right? And I love it though, because it was difficult, and there was some trauma, there was some abuse. Me and my wife, we bond around the trauma we experienced going through our PhD program. It's the most petty, crazy, ridiculous space ever. But there's the bright side of that these tough experiences make you a tough person. Right. So ultimately, through my therapy journey, which I think JJ was so on point about therapy does wonders for you. I love my therapist. I was supposed to talk to her today, but I'm here, so I can't talk to her. But I've learned how you can actually take these tough experiences and sort of dispose of some of the negative pieces and really use the positives to make you strong. Because if you think about it, every superhero in any Marvel movie, he always has a terrible origin story. He or she. There's always like something horrible they had to go through to gain their superpower. And so when I look at my father, who has a horrible origin story, being pushed out of the airplane in Vietnam, the heroin addiction, getting shot at. He's had to kill people in his life several times. I also see the superhero. I see the man who can't be stopped. When my father decides something's going to happen, it would usually happen. When it came time to provide and protect his family, I didn't see some sniveling man at the dinner table complaining about how a white man won't let him take care of his kids. I saw none of that. I saw a man who showed up in the way he needed to show up for the people that needed him to show up in an appropriate way. I saw that and I modeled that and I love that. Right? So I went through my little version of it. I didn't go through anything like what he went through, but I did go through my own version of sort of this academic mistreatment and everything else. So I got out and I got my first job and I was making a lot of money relative to what I was making before. I went from making about $12,000 a year as a grad student to making $115,000 a year as a faculty member. So the amount of money I made in a year became the amount of money I made in a month. So when I got that first paycheck, you couldn't tell me nothing. I thought I won the lottery. I wanted to do cartwheels down the hallway. You talk about money literally making you happy. It did. That day, money was my happiness. And I felt that way for about 6 months until the dopamine kind of wore off. And then at that point, you get what I would almost call almost like an addiction where you're used to the money now. Now you need the money, but getting the check, you just check to make sure it's the right amount and you put it in your account. You don't think about it anymore. And then you got the rest of your life to deal with. So the thing about material things making people happy is interesting to me because I think we're falsely led to believe that that's what matters. But what we don't understand is that eventually all that sort of jubilation levels off. And then you find yourself dealing with the realities of life. And you start wondering things like, why do children of billionaires commit suicide? Or why, when Deion Sanders was the best player in the NFL, was making more money than anybody else, had all the cars, was going to all the parties, owned a couple of mansions, had all access to all the ladies, and yet he was so suicidal that he was going to drive himself off a bridge. How's that happen? Well, it's because happiness is much deeper than just the amount of resources you have in your bank account. See, a lot of times, many of us, because we grew up without access to the things we want. I mean, I can tell all these stories about the projects. My mother was 17 when she gave birth to me. I asked my mother, I said, who was in the hospital with you when I was born? And she said, me and the nurse. That was it. I said, nobody else was there? And I knew my father was out running the streets doing whatever. He eventually went to prison for drugs. I didn't know him that well. I don't even know him well enough to dislike him. I don't even dislike him. The man, I just never knew him. But nobody else was there. So I visualized this scared 16-year-old girl being pregnant. She gave birth to me when she was 17. And I visualized, first of all, I said, well, thank you for letting me live, because I'm sure it would have been easier to just terminate, right? That's, no judgment, but that's what society says. If you're poor, then your child shouldn't be born. Obviously, I have to disagree with that. As one of the kids that got a chance to be born. And also, I remember that we did live in the projects. So there's really no poverty story a person could tell me that I couldn't relate to on some level. I remember seeing roaches in the house, and it wasn't a big deal to have roaches. And like roaches, you just flick them off your sandwich and keep on eating. You're not going to throw away a good sandwich just because the roach took a little bite. And again, some of y'all may think that's gross. That means y'all ain't never been through nothing. No, I'm playing. You ain't never really been hungry if you don't know what I'm talking about. But seriously, so what happens is that when we grow up in those conditions and we grow up struggling and without the things we want, we just tend to sort of fixate our mind on this idea, this false idea that if I get the right job with the right house and the right car and the right amount of money, that life is just going to be good. And that's just not true. What I compare it to is imagine how you feel when you really have to go to the bathroom, right? Imagine if I'm an okay speaker, I do my thing, but imagine if I was giving the best speech ever. Like, let's say I was a great speaker like Malcolm X or something. I'm giving the most riveting speech on earth and giving you the knowledge that's going to change your life. But at the same time, you really, really gotta pee. Like you're just going to explode if you don't get to a bathroom. Are you really going to be able to pay attention in that speech? I mean, remember, it's the best speech ever. I'm telling you how to make $1 billion and be a black and powerful. You don't, but you got to pee, right? So at that moment, nothing else matters. you got to get to a bathroom. Right? So you just say, gosh, I want to see the speech, but I got to record it for me. And then you hop into the bathroom, and then finally get to the bathroom. You finally get in there, and you're like, oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, gosh. Ooh, right? You're happy to finally let it out, right? Okay, so let me ask you. So after you're done and you go wash your hands and everything, hopefully everybody washes their hands. If you don't, you're nasty. What do you do after that? Do you just hang out in the bathroom in case you got to pee again? You like maybe spend the day in the bathroom for a while, just because peeing was so enjoyable before. Why not just do it all day? Right? No, what do? You walk out of the bathroom, and then you get back to doing things that are more important. Right? And it's not that going to the bathroom wasn't important. It was important based on where you were in your life. You needed a bathroom, so bathrooms were really important. Now you don't need a bathroom anymore, so now other things are more important than that. And so life is kind of the same way. They have something they call Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If you don't know about it, you should look it up. And they talk about that. They talk about how your level, where you are vibrationally, where you are in terms of what level of life you're on, that determines what really matters to you. Right? So, for example, when I talk to my daughters, our daughters, I get to be the bonus dad of a son. He's 6'8". So if I told you he was my biological child, you would not believe me. But I love being his bonus dad. He's very smart. And two beautiful daughters. Their mother's gorgeous, and their father is a great guy. And we partner together to really make sure these kids are protected and loved. And so with these pretty girls, the best thing I can tell them is not just things about happiness and how money fits into that, but I also say, one of the goals that me, your mother, and your father are going to have for you is to make sure that your financial needs are met well enough. Again, not just because we're giving you things, but because you also understand how to make money, how to preserve money. We want your financial needs to be met well enough so you don't end up in a situation where you got to date a creepy, terrible man just because you can't pay the rent. And in fact, when we were talking earlier about narcissistic abuse, the sister mentioned financial abuse as one method of control that people have over others. And I've seen this a lot. In 2006, I wrote a book called Financial Lovemaking, and I interviewed lots of people, and I was really fascinated by how many people make relationship choices based on economic need. So what I say to them is I want to help you operate at a vibrational frequency high enough where you're not picking a man that's just going to fill a financial void. It's okay to be attracted to men who are successful and wealthy and all that. I believe that some of that's biologically wired. Just like men like women that look a certain way or whatever it is that men like, women have things that they tend to be attracted to. So I think that's okay. Maybe the wealth is a symbol of something innate about that man that's appealing to you. And that's perfectly fine. But I don't want you to feel that you have to go and pick a partner just because daddy didn't help you. Daddy didn't teach you how to pay the bills. Mama, nobody's there for you. So many of our people get abused in relationships because we don't have anybody to turn to. Some of us, many of us in this life, myself included, have gone through abuse, not just relationship abuse, but just societal abuse, because we didn't have anything to lean on. We had no inheritance. We had nobody we could turn to for money. And it might show up as some kid who goes out slinging dope in the street because he needs to make an extra $200 or $300 because he just had a baby and he wants to get what the baby needs. So effectively, when you really think about how important money is in terms of just that ability to have a safe, successful, and content existence, I don't understand why we don't train our children on money from the day that they are born. I see so many of our boys, our children, being trained to be great football players, and 99.9% of them ain't never going to make a nickel playing football. But their parents will spend $1,000 sending their child to football camp. I'm like, that is not an investment. That is fine. I like football. I'm a big football fan. But can't we sort of really think about what should be the priority here? So effectively, when you talk about the use of money as a source of power or abuse or whatever the case may be, and whether money's good or bad, and I loved how Asia put the different beliefs we have about money. Money's the root of all evil. Debt is bad. And that's when I realized she was brilliant. And I said, she brought up Dave Ramsey, because I brought that up before. Debt ain't always bad. Debt is not always good. debt is just powerful. Money isn't always bad. Money isn't always good. Money's just powerful. It's like a gun. Is a gun bad or good? Well, it depends on what you need the gun for. If you're protecting somebody, if you're protecting your family, then it's a very good thing. If you're using it to commit a robbery, then it's a bad thing. Fire, is fire good or bad? Well, fire can cook your food and keep you warm, or it can burn you and your family alive. So fire can be all these things. So money is very powerful. And here's the thing, here's the problem. Here's what we gotta hack into this and understand this issue is that financial abuse that the sister was talking about in terms of relationships, it doesn't just happen in romantic relationships. It also happens in the relationship that black people have had with this country. See, when we talk about things like this is where I scare or confuse people, because I'll talk about integration and I'll sit here and I'll say, gosh, I don't mind the fact that my neighbors are white, and I don't mind the fact that I can go to shop in any store I want to. I've never had any issue with white people, unless you're trying to bully me or control me. When my daughter married a guy from Denmark, he's a really nice guy. I said, well, does he treat you well? Do you love him? Yeah, okay, fine. So I never had that issue with anybody who wasn't black. But what I do think about is I ask ourselves, I say, what did integration actually really do for us that I can really point to in terms of saying, okay, we are clearly better off after integration, right? Okay, let me see. Do we have more wealth than we had before integration? No. Okay. Because we own more land. We owned 100 times more land in 100 years ago than we do, or 20 times more land, or 50 times. It's some number. I got to look it up. But we own a lot more land before integration than we do now. Do we have more businesses now than we did before integration? No, we don't. We traded our businesses in for student loans and corporate jobs. That's what we did. In fact, we used to own a sports league. We had something called the Negro Leagues. We had the Golden Glory Sweepstakes, which is basically a black NASCAR. We had a lot of stuff. Your ancestors weren't just sitting around waiting for people to save them. They were actually building things and creating things out of necessity. Okay. Are families stronger now than they were before integration? Do we have stronger families, or have we kind of fallen off the rail a little bit? No. 76% of all black kids don't even have a daddy in the house. And we don't even think daddies even are important anymore. We think fathers are just this stupid little accessory that you tack on for convenience. When we would never assume that it's okay for 76% of our children to not have a mother in the house. But why do we think it's so normal for 76% of our kids to not have a father in the house? Maybe we need to process that a little bit. So you can go down the list. Educationally, were we better educated before integration or after? I don't know. Well, we got 55 public schools in Chicago that receive probably billions of dollars in funding that don't have one single child that can read or write or do math at grade level. Nah, nope. So when I think about integration, here's what I see. Here's what I visualize. And JJ, let me know when my time is low, because I don't want to over talk. About 10 more minutes? Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to do 10 more minutes. What I visualize with integration is a marriage, and it's an abusive marriage. And it was a scenario where you formed a partnership where perhaps we were misled into believing that we would be equitable partners in this relationship. We thought we were going to sort of split the power, split the wealth, split the possibility. And that wasn't really the plan. That wasn't the plan. The plan was not to integrate you so you could be equal partners. The plan was to integrate you so that you could become subordinates. The plan was to commodify you. To some extent, black people we're like the KFC chicken that was invited to somebody's house for dinner. So the chicken arrives at the house thinking he's about to eat good, and he don't understand that, no, you are the dinner. We're going to put you in the middle of the plate. And you're like, ooh, we're going to put you in the middle of the table. Ooh, I'm going to be in the middle of the table. I'm getting all the attention, right? And you don't understand. They're going to carve a piece of your butt off and cook you because you are the commodity. So to some extent, what happened with integration is not, again, this is important to understand. Integration was not a bad concept. Just like marriage. Is marriage bad or good? Well, it depends on who you're married to. It depends on the nature of that relationship. So integration in itself was not a bad or a good concept. But in America, where you're dealing with this concept where unfortunately many whites were led to believe that they were superior to black people, And then also simultaneously, it takes two to tango now, you have a lot of black people, even to this day, who sort of have an inherent inferiority belief. We believe that we're supposed to serve somebody else, right? So it's a perfect combination, like the pimp and the hoe, right? Pimps can't pimp everybody. A pimp would not be able to recruit my daughters because they have high self-esteem. They have fathers, strong fathers that support them. They have access to resources, so they wouldn't be good targets for a pimp. They're both beautiful girls. But if you have that little girl out there who doesn't like herself very much, who doesn't have food to eat, who doesn't have anybody that has her back, who maybe doesn't have a lot of knowledge and education, well, then she's going to be a ready target. And pimps can smell this. Predators can smell this. So to some extent in America, remember, capitalism is another one of those things that's very powerful. I don't see it as good or bad. But in America, unfortunately, we are kind of committed to the idea of predatory capitalism. We have a lot of predatory capitalism. I'm not anti-capitalist now. I think capitalism can do wonderful things, but there's some problem with a society that believes that it's okay that workers' wages have been going down while CEO pay has been just skyrocketing through the roof. There's something wrong with a society where the top 1, 2, 3% of the country is allowed to own half the wealth. Right? Like there's something wrong with a society where your government is $31 trillion in debt. And it's largely because there are people who believe wealthy people shouldn't have to pay more in taxes. I looked at that. I saw exactly when the U.S. debt started skyrocketing. Around 2000, President Bush pushed forward tax cuts. And he did that because at the time things looked good and there was a government surplus. And right after that happened, 9/11 occurred, which led to the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, which cost several $1 trillion. The big financial crisis of 2007 threw us further in debt, because remember, the first thing Obama had to do when he got into office was write a big check for about $700 to $800 billion to bail out the banks. Not to bail out the American people, but we bailed out the banks, we bailed out Wall Street, right? And then a few years later, you have the pandemic. Now, the debt to GDP ratio, which is almost like a debt to income ratio. So think about a debt to income ratio if you're trying to buy a house. So the debt to GDP ratio went from maybe about 50% in the 1960s to being 165% today. So effectively, if you think about it like this. The U.S. government has $31 trillion in debt. Annual tax revenue is about $4.5 to $5 trillion. That's like a person making $45,000 a year being $300,000 in debt. So if you had a friend that was $300,000 in debt, but they were making $45,000 a year, would that person be financially secure? Would you say that that person's in a good financial situation? No, you would not. So that's what your government looks like. So effectively, to some extent, America is a country that has this interesting history where not only do we have the racism, but it sort of bleeds into the capitalism, and the predatory capitalism just kind of says we're going to prey on anybody who's weak, not just because you're black. We don't hate you just because you're black. We might hate you because you're poor or because you're not one of the wealthy and powerful in this country. So what is the solution? What's the best way to kind of look at this? What does this mean? Well, I do have this book. Feel free to take a look at it. It's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Now, I wrote this book mainly because it is my firm belief that in order for us to improve our economic condition, we must address the economic culture that exists in our families. We have to stop raising our kids to make them believe that the highest height they can ascend to is to get a nice job with a nice office and then go run off and live in a white neighborhood. That can't do. Now, that's okay if that's what people do. I'm not judging that. What I'm saying, though, is that you have a lot of people, a lot of children that are so smart that they could become the billionaires that fund and create thousands of jobs. They could become the captains of industry, but instead, the little kid is 16 years old and he's good with computers, and somebody, what do they say? Oh, you're going to get you a good job. Hey, that's what they used to say to me. And so here's the thing you got to understand is that if you look at Elon Musk, one of the richest men on the planet, Elon Musk is pretty much just an engineer who also learned how to be an entrepreneur, who took some risks and took his engineering skill and scaled that up into something where he's been able to create over 500,000 jobs, mostly for his community. If you look at the history of Jeff Bezos, another man who's worth over $100 billion who created Amazon, if you look at his history, I've studied these guys because I like to reverse engineer. If you're doing something that's working, I'm gonna study that. Well, Jeff Bezos was just a techie kid, like a lot of our kids in our community, who then decided to take a chance to become an entrepreneur. He walked away from a very good, high-paying job. People told him he was stupid for doing this. And he went and he sat in a training class, a free class on how to become a librarian, how to run a bookstore. So he's sitting next to these librarians taking notes on how to run a bookstore. I kid you not. And that is literally the origin of Amazon. So my point is to say this, and this is what we'll end with, is I think we can do so much better. I believe deeply in the idea that we are just sitting on the secret sauce, that we got the juice. We are everything that we need. We are the trillion-dollar commodity that we've been looking for. I believe the gold is buried right in your backyard, and you ain't got to go down the street, around the block. You ain't got to sell your kids into corporate slavery. You ain't got to go to places where you're not wanted to find opportunity. I believe that you have the ability to manifest realities that are so extraordinary that even you don't understand how amazing they're going to be. But all we need is the confidence and the discipline and the commitment to developing a culture that allows us to fully manifest and create those realities. Take those kids that might want to be great basketball and football players and create an army of black entrepreneurs. Buy stock for your children from the time they're born. And then if you do that, and they will have so much money by the time they're 25 or 30. If you consistently buy them stock from the time they're born, by the time they're 30, they'll have so much money they'll never have to work for anybody. If you don't believe me, go to my website, boycewatkins.com. I have something there called a $5 a day investing plan. I had to create this because I had so many people that were giving me pushback because they've been led to the false belief that black people can't build any wealth, that black people don't have enough money to invest. So I said, okay, well, can black people afford chicken? They said, yeah. I said, absolutely. If I put a Popeye's chicken in the poorest neighborhood in America, in one day there'd be a line out the door, around the corner, down the block, full of people that shouldn't be eating chicken. You know what I'm talking about. So let's pick $5 a day, which you can't even buy a Popeye's chicken value meal for $5. So if a person invests $5 a day consistently in any S&P 500 index fund, Victor Oscar VOO is one that you can pick if you want one, if you want to start that for your child, or SPY, that's another one. If you do $5 a day in any S&P 500 fund as a gift to that newborn baby, by the time the child is 10, they have approximately $21,000. By the time the child is 20, they have approximately $102,000. By the time the child is 30, they have approximately $250,000. By the time they're 40, they have approximately $750,000. At that point, you're not poor anymore. In fact, after the first decade, you're not poor anymore. There's nobody that's liquid that has $20, $30, $40, $50,000 in the bank that could call themselves poor. What does that do? That changes the game. That means they don't have to spend their lives in slavery. That means they don't have to spend their lives doing work they don't want to do. They don't have to spend their lives in places that they're not wanted. They can actually go be free and manifest and live the life they're supposed to live. So let's do that for our kids, and let's make our people great, because that's what we deserve. And I believe it to the core of my heart. Thank you all very much for listening. I appreciate it. And I think one thing to kind of meditate on is sort of related to just how does a person think when they're a wealth builder? My wife and I were talking yesterday, or actually we talked this morning, and then we talked yesterday too, because I talk to my wife every day, especially when I travel, and we were talking about a couple of things. Like first thing we were talking about was this whole thing with Diddy. I don't know if you guys have been following this with Diddy and the whole craziness with there was this tape released apparently of him allegedly beating up his ex-girlfriend. Her name was Cassie. And so she actually mentioned something that I think you guys might get a kick out of, because my wife is she's B1 and she's also a therapist, and she's really deep into the subconscious mind. Like she's really extensively studied it. She's an expert on it. And she's convinced me, and I always felt this way, but she's helped further convince me that there's always a consistent, deliberate effort to manage and control the subconscious mind of not just black people, but really all American people. Like there's a goal to kind of sort of keep a certain mindset, in play to keep you in your position. And one thing that she's mentioned that I thought was really fascinating, and honestly, this only is tangentially related to the topic that I'm actually going to address in terms of the difference in mindsets. But she talked about how there's these videos that have been going around with white men, saying things about how, about like sort of being married to black women and the black wife effect, and Cassie's white husband basically had some things to say about domestic violence, and she said I think she said something like they're presenting the white male as the hero, as kind of the good guy, and the black guy as the villain, right? Because the black guy is represented by the rappers and everything else, which I've always told you all that really bothers me because most black men I know are not rappers. But she kind of felt like, that there's this sort of idea that the white male is your savior, that's your hero. He's not your former slave master. He's not the guy that used to beat you and assault you and take things away from you and stole all your wealth. He's the guy that's going to help you get away from those terrible men that are next to you because they all look like Diddy and they all want to beat up black women for a living. And I said, but that's just one guy, and he was only talking about his wife, because I think right after the whole Diddy thing happened, he put out a statement about domestic violence or something. And I said, but he was only talking about his wife. What do you mean? And she said, no. That was the symbolic and subconscious message that comes out with things like this, whether it's intentional or not, is white man good, black man bad. And because unfortunately, the image of the violent, irresponsible rapper who, is such a savage that he wants to kill everyone and throw away all his money and remain as ignorant as possible, and who hates his own children, that has unfortunately become the image of black men, which is one of the reasons why I, as a black man, have always spoken up about this. And I don't care how many people say, "Oh, you just be hating," or whatever. I don't care. You can say, call me what you want, but that does not represent me. And I have a friend I have a couple friends that are rappers. One of them is a guy by the name of David Banner. And David, he's done his thing, and he's very conscious and very intelligent. I love my conversations with him. And one thing David mentioned is that he said that he was going around the world and he was touring, and he said that he was shocked by how the musical imagery was impacting the way people around the world see the black man. And I hope that you at least agree with me. Like, give me a yes if you agree, give me a no if you think I'm crazy. But do you agree with me that perhaps the mass marketing of black males in this kind of way is harmful to the rest of us? How many of you can make that connection? How many of you can connect the dots? And I want you to sort of think about this in the context of stereotypes. You see, racial stereotypes are very hard to fight against, because what racial stereotypes do is they affect how people engage with you from the first time they meet you. Right? It affects. It actually goes back to a statistics concept. There's a statistics concept called Bayesian probabilities. And what Bayesian probabilities basically say is that the way you act in a situation is highly impacted by what you expect to see. So if I'm a teacher and I see a black boy and I expect that black boy is going to have a problem or a mental health issue or whatever, I'm going to respond to him differently than I would if he were not a black boy. Or if I'm running and I'm thinking about doing business, this is where the economics kicks in. If I'm thinking about doing business with a black man, I'm going to say, oh, wait, black man business, they don't do business very well. So I don't know if I really want to trust. I don't know if I want to buy that product. I don't know if I want to sign that contract. I don't know if I want to extend credit. I want to make him pay cash, which is going to make it harder for the business to happen. It creates, in economics, they call these frictions. It creates a friction in business getting done because you're not moving forward with deliberation and trust. However, there are other stereotypes that they come into play. Like, so for example, if you how many of you have ever had this experience or seen this in motion, where the little black boy is playing basketball with a bunch of white kids, and all the white kids want to pick the black kid, right? Because they think, oh, well, you're black, you're probably good at basketball, or you're a black woman, you probably like Cardi B, you probably want to twerk, you're probably the best twerker in the office. Can you show us how to twerk, Shaquanda? And so really, it's kind of like these stereotypes and these subconscious biases that do exist. It affects the way you can move through society. You're on trial for something you didn't do. The jury sees a black man that looks like a violent rapper or whatever, then they're gonna lean toward guilty. unless there's a good reason not to. So effectively, that was just a first thought that came to mind. When you, for example, if you talk about the Diddy thing and really just stop talk, we could talk, not talk about Diddy for a minute, but just talk about kind of the imagery of, think about this. This is a black man who was considered to be one of the most respected black men in America. Just 5 years ago, he would have been sitting next to the icons of the black community. He was doing political campaigns, sitting next to presidents and presidential candidates, and representing and speaking of how he was going to take the black vote, right? So this was seen as one of your, one of your leaders, right? So it's like, oh yeah, but by the way, on CNN, we're going to show you an image of the leader of all the black males, the guy that they all look up to, beating the crap out of a woman. And then there's this statement that comes out from her white husband that says domestic violence is bad and it's terrible to do this and blah, 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 right? And most black men would agree with that. Most black men are not going to beat up their girlfriends or whatever. But in the minds of many people, they really believe that this is who we are. And I think this is what this is a problem. This is hard. It makes it harder for everybody. When I was a professor, when I was I'm still a professor, but when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, it was really difficult to convince the white kids that I knew what the hell I was talking about. And I wasn't, I didn't bother me too much in the sense that I know I'm good at what I do. I don't need you to confirm to me that I'm good. I know that I'm good. I know I was at the top of my class. I know these things. And eventually they would understand that too. But what happens is that you have a very thin margin of error. And that's actually what led me to write one of my first books, which is called What If George Bush Were a Black Man? And when I wrote that book, What If George Bush Were a Black Man, I was thinking about the experience of the black male and how your margin of error is so thin. Your space for being human is somewhat limited. You can't, if you go and you make the same mistake that the white boy makes, your consequences might be for life. Like I always said, I said, gosh, on this campus at Syracuse, we got so many alcoholics and drug addicts on this campus. So many kids that every Thursday and Friday night they're using drugs I've never heard of. They're getting drunk every single weekend. And I said, wouldn't it be amazing if they raided this campus, if the police were to raid this campus the way they might raid a housing project in the black community? What if they raided them and went in there and beat them upside the head and pulled the guns out and put guns to their head and everything else, just like they would in the hood? It would be a complete disaster, right? And so anyway, that book, I don't know if I think the book's on Amazon if you want to go take a look, or if you go to drboycebooks.com, all my books are there. I think we got some copies at drboycebooks.com. But in this book, I used statistics to make a very simple argument. I said, and I used George Bush as kind of a prototype, and I said, look at George Bush. He's not a bad guy, but he's not a good guy. He's not the laziest guy in the world, but he's not the hardest working guy. He's not the dumbest guy in the world. He's not the smartest. He's kind of just mediocre, highly mediocre. So I said, what if George Bush were a black man? What would have happened to him in the educational system if he were a black male? Well, if he were a black male, he probably would have been put in special ed. He probably would have been put on Ritalin or some other medication, which would have really made it difficult for him to navigate life. If he were a black male, every time he committed a crime, he would be at risk of being hit by maybe Joe Biden's 3 strikes laws and maybe get 25 to life in prison, to the point where he's cut out of society completely. He wouldn't be able to go and become president of the United States and all these other things because they kind of erased his mistakes. If he were a black male, as lazy as he is, chances are in the economic system he would have struggled, right? So in America, when I make critiques of society, when I talk about racism, see, sometimes because I talk about black empowerment and I encourage black people to do our best, and I believe in personal responsibility, there are people who somehow think that I don't believe in racism. Somehow they think that I don't think that racism exists, and that's not true. I know racism exists. I know racism very well. Every week when we're studying powernomics training, all we're talking about is the racial history of America. The difference between myself and other people is that I am probably more cynical about it than most, in the sense that I don't think that the same people who destroyed you are going to be the ones who save you. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. I don't think that the same people who put you in chains are going to liberate you from the chains of capitalism. I don't believe that the very same people who beat, raped, and lynched us and stole all our money are going to give us our money back and kiss us on the forehead and wish us, a happy Sunday. I don't believe that. I don't believe that the same people who have exploited us in endless ways are going to be the ones who are going to just get into office and get our votes and take our votes to help us have a better life. I don't believe those things. I believe deeply in 2 things. I believe deeply that no one's going to help us, but I also believe deeply that we can help ourselves. So what I sort of believe is in energy management. Energy management means that all the energy I would have spent marching and praying, I'm going to use that educating my children. All the energy I would have spent worrying about who gets into office, Democrat or Republican, I'm going to spend that energy learning about wealth and getting better at managing economics. All the energy that I spend praying to white Jesus and hoping that a Superman arrives and saves me, I'm going to spend that energy trying to help build supermen and superwomen in our community. I believe Black leadership starts with you. Black leadership starts with me. Black leadership starts with us. That in fact, that's the whole theme of the All Black National Convention this year, is that Black leadership starts with us. We are the Black leaders we've been waiting for. We are the superheroes. We are the ones who can do this. We are the alpha and the omega in our own struggle. We are the ones who are going to get us to where we need to get to. And what I explained yesterday, I was actually shooting. There's a film being made about Dr. Claude Anderson's life by a great film director named Justin Irvin. And I met Justin when I was in Philadelphia and sat with him, and I participated in the film, and I was very happy to do that. And Tariq Nasheed, he yesterday he agreed to be a part of it. It's going to be a great movie and a great legacy for this great man. And one thing I just kind of said to him is I said, we really are everything that we need. We really are. We the problem is that we waste so much energy on solutions that are really not solutions. We spend so much energy on things that get us nowhere. We literally spend so much time running in place that we can't actually run forward. And so what I think has to occur, and this is why consciousness is so important, why we do financial consciousness training every morning, is I need you to be conscious of whether or not what you're doing is actually working. I just need you to sit back and say, okay, they're telling me to do this. Is this improving my life? Is this getting me where I want to get to? Is this building the legacy that I want? If the answer is no, then stop doing it. Is this helping me to become healthier mentally and physically, or is this making things worse? If the answer is worse, then don't stop doing it. Don't do it just because your daddy did it and your grandma did it and all. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. Stop doing it, and start doing something that's going to actually help you move forward. There must be a clear accountability. It's like a rebudgeting. When you have a company, how many of y'all run businesses? Any business owners in here? Anybody ever run a business? And if you haven't run a business, you probably manage your household finances. That's like running a business. A household is a business, by the way. You have inflows, you have revenue, you have expenses, all that, right? So how many of you have done something like that? Maybe managed household finances or run a business or looked at your budget and said, wait, hold up, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Well, one thing you can do in a business or in a household, this works in the household too, is sometimes you get to the point where you're like, wait, this ain't working. Like we are overspending. We are living above our means. We are not putting ourselves on a trajectory to get to our destination or the destination we prefer. So what you got to do sometimes, you got to go in, like they said in the Bible. I think there's a part in the Bible. Y'all got to forgive me because I ain't never really read the whole Bible, but I respect church. I respect God. I respect all these things. But I remember there was some part in the Bible where God just said, hold up, this is messed up. This whole thing, this whole project called Earth is falling apart. So what did God do? What did he do when he said that people are acting crazy? They're not making no sense. This is a complete mess. What did he do? Answer me in the chat. What did God do when he just said, man, this is messed up? He hit the reset button. He hit the reset button. He destroyed everything and said, okay, we're going to start over from the beginning. And the same thing is true when you talk about budgeting in your household or budgeting in your business. When our business got to the point where our expenses were here and our revenue was here, I said, hold on, we got to stop. I said, everything is canceled. Every contract, every financial commitment, every single thing, we're shutting it down. And then after we shut it down, we're going to have an opportunity to rebuild in an appropriate fashion. So what I think you got to do is do a rebudgeting of your whole life. I think you got to do a reset button. Hit the reset button. You should question, like the same with our budget. What we did was we questioned every expense, everything that came through, every invoice. I would look at it and say, why are we paying this? What is this for? What are we getting out of this? Where's our ROI? If the answer is no, or the answer was not good, then I would say, no, we're cutting this out. This isn't coming through the door. So that awareness, it's a financial consciousness exercise. I want to be conscious. As a CEO, I need to be conscious of every expense that comes through this door, because what we were doing before is not working. So ultimately, I would encourage you to consider doing that when it comes to where you spend your energy as you're trying to build the life you want to build the family situation that you want to create, whatever it is. Consciousness and awareness is everything, all the way down to if you're a man, the kind of women you spend time with, if you're a woman, the kind of men you let in your life. When you talk about what you do with your day every single morning, what books you're reading, what ideas you're entertaining, all these things. If it's not moving you forward, if it's not propelling you, then do not do it. So anyway, let me mention really quickly. As you guys know, the Get Money Fest is today in Philadelphia. If you want to join, you can come in for free, and that starts at noon. And we have several panels on things like what they call the digital gold rush, like how people are making money online, marketing, a lot of business marketing discussions. I'm going to do my speech is called From Cash Flow to Cash Grow. So I'm going to give a speech, and then also there's like some other really great stuff that's happening. A lot of great people there that are actually really good at this kind of thing. So if you want to join, it's fun. And then after I think about 3 o'clock, they're going to have like art and music and fashion. So Philadelphia has a really great music industry. One of my good friends, Kenny Gamble, was part of the whole Philadelphia sound and all that. So there are a lot of great artists in Philadelphia. And then also they have fashion folks like this lady called the Pish Posh Girl. I'd never heard of her, but apparently she's doing really well in Philadelphia. So lots of great stuff like that, right? So if you're into that kind of stuff, and then they have artists that are painting and stuff. And I like that a lot because I want us to understand that that being economically intelligent doesn't block you from enjoying the rest of life. It doesn't keep you from being creative or to be, being an artist or whatever. Actually, being financially intelligent, if you are an artist, it makes you a better artist. It makes you a better artist. And the reason it makes you a better artist is because the worst artists in the world are the ones who are working for the corporation. The worst artists in the world who don't have any artistic freedom are rappers who work for Universal Records, and they tell them, we need you to rap about money, women, and I want you to rap about hoes and killing and drugs and all that. Like, that's not artistic freedom. That does not make you a free artist. I mean, how many different ways can you rap about murdering a black man? Like, literally, that's what it's like. How many creative ways can I come up with to talk about killing my own people? Like, I remember I think the rapper T.I. was talking about that. As a rapper, he said there's only so many different ways you could talk about killing somebody. And I'm like, well, why would you be sitting around using your creative genius, figuring out interesting ways to describe how you killed somebody? I put a chip in your brain, or I blow your dome, and just like, well, why are we even putting energy into this, right? But this to me speaks to a lack of freedom that artists have. They don't have freedom because they don't have any money, because they have to do whatever the corporations say. And the corporations, here's the thing about capitalism. Capitalism isn't really that creative. The capitalists aren't trying to, make a great movie or a great song or explore creative boundaries. They're trying to make money. That's it. They're trying to make money. So, if they're like, hey, look, I know you got a lot to say as a black man, but hey, if you go on tour with Taylor Swift and you sound like a white girl, you're going to make a whole lot more money. And white girls want to hear black men rapping about killing each other or whatever. We need you to behave like a monkey thug, because that's what they love. They love to see us behaving like monkey thugs. And so if you go on the Taylor Swift tour and you behave like a monkey thug with 55 gold chains, 8,000 tattoos, and rapping about how many black people you killed, then they're going to cheer for that, right? So really what I'm saying is that I would encourage anybody that wants to be an independent business owner, artist, anything like that, become financially intelligent, and then you'll be the most amazing artist in the world. Why is that? Well, because you'll be serving your craft and not serving the god of money. You won't be doing things to make money. You'll be doing things because you love them, because they inspire you, because you're passionate about it. And that's what, as an FYI, that's literally the message I give to our youngest daughter. She's an artist. She's a dancer. She's a singer. She's an actress. And I was like, so you want to be financially intelligent and have enough money so that you can truly dig into your craft and not have to do things that distract you just so you can pay the rent. I told her I'd have real story. I tell her, we have real conversations, and I tell her about how many desperate actresses, talented, beautiful, desperate actresses I met in Hollywood that were some of the women like literally sought me out to try to offer me something sexual so that I would help them like pay the bills. And I would be sitting there thinking, where's your daddy at? And why are you offering to do these things to me that should be sacred just so you can get an extra couple $100? Like, I can get money. I have money, but what you're offering is something that money should not be able to buy. And this comes from financial desperation. Desperation will make you into something that is on a lower vibration than who God meant for you to be. God meant for you to be free. God meant for you to be capable. God meant for you to be strong. God meant for you to be happy. God meant for you to be healthy. God meant for you to have every dream that you have in your life, everything that you ever wanted. That's what I think God wants for you. And unfortunately, capitalism can be like the devil. Capitalism can come in and be like, oh, you don't have enough money to pay rent? Well, come over here and do this thing for me, and then I'll get you your rent money. And no, who wants their kids in that situation? Who wants anybody in that situation? That's terrible. So really, to overcome the demon of capitalism, you got to understand the demon and learn how to slay the demon. And then you have that freedom. You can operate up here where you're not even thinking about money because you spent time thinking about money. You became conscious enough about money that now you don't even really have to be aware or think about money. You can make decisions without money being a barrier to what you're able to do with your time. Do you understand? So the reason that I think so much about money is because I wanted to create a life where I don't have to think about money. I think about money a lot because I've been studying it for 30 years and and that's what I'm good at, right? But really money's not that important to me. That's the funny thing, right? I didn't even realize money wasn't important to me until I had some. But I thought money was important to me because I didn't have any. And money was the thing that blocked me from being able to do the things I needed to do. Money kept me from being able to sleep in the morning. Money kept me from being able to do things I wanted to do for my daughter. Money kept me from being able to live where I wanted to live or spend my time the way I wanted to spend it or do the things I wanted to do. Money forced me to go be around people I didn't want to be around and participate in things I didn't want to participate in. So money was like everywhere. It's like when you don't have it, money's like, ha, gotcha. My block it. You go out the door. You better get back in the house. And money's like, get up. Like money's in your face every day telling you what to do how to live your life, and that is a terrible way to live, right? So I was really glad to really understand money because I was like, oh, now I understand it and I know how to get it. Now that I've got it, I don't have to think about it. Do you understand? But there was a time where money was the only motive behind anything I did, and that's not really. I don't think that's really how you were supposed to live. I really don't think that's who you're supposed to be. So make sure your kids understand that money so they don't have to live that way. All right. So anyway, one thing, if you are interested, we have a free thing we can offer you, a free training. It's called How to Make Money When You're Broke or How to Build a Business When You're Broke. And if you're interested in getting that, you can go to b1startup.com, the number one startup.com. So type that in the chat, please, b1startup.com. So if you're interested in being an entrepreneur or developing multiple streams of income or whatever the case may be, you can go to b1startup.com. Also, as you guys know, with the stock market, there's a lot of volatility. The market keeps going up. The stock market just hit 40,000 recently, which is a very big deal. The Dow did, and I remember when the Dow hit 10,000, and when it hit 10,000, that was a big deal. People thought it had to go down because 10,000 is so high. When it hit 1,000, people thought that there's no way it can go higher than this. That's how funny it is, right? That's what perspective looks like. That's what happens when our consciousness is not sort of there, is we think that whatever's happening right now is the biggest thing that could ever possibly happen. But then something bigger happens, and then you look back and you say, wow, I thought that was the biggest thing ever, but really this is the biggest thing ever. But really you're always wrong about that, because Dow 40,000, yeah, that's a big deal. When the Dow was at 10,000, people at 10,000 could not imagine 40,000, but people at 40,000 can't imagine 100,000. But I guarantee you there's a good chance that 100,000 is going to come at some point. So anyway, but one other thing though is that the market does crash. And so what I did was I did a training called Storm-Proof Investing that shows you all the different ways to protect your portfolio. So if you'd like to go take a look at that training, it's heavily discounted in the Black Business School. I don't have the cost in front of me, but it doesn't cost much. It's lifetime access, less than $100, I think, and you can share it with your whole family. So feel free to go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com. Okay, so let me go through this really quickly in terms of, it's so funny. I always come in here and I plan to talk for like 20 minutes or whatever, and then I just end up going much longer than that. But today I really have a hard deadline because I have to prepare for the Get Money Fest. It's about to start soon. So I really am going to be efficient with time, and my time and yours. All right. So the first thing I want to mention in terms of mindset, and this is why we created the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department in the Black Business School, is because really, if your mindset is not built in a certain way, it's very, very hard to build wealth in this country unless you get extremely lucky. But even in that case, if you gave $1 million to a person with the wrong mindset, that $1 million would disappear. Your mindset pretty much, it doesn't really reflect as much where you are. It reflects where you're going. And so if I'm a man who lucks out, let's say that I have a poverty mindset, but I somehow, somebody somehow gives me $10 million. Because that's what happens whenever we're struggling or whenever things are going wrong, we tend to believe that if somebody outside of us does something for us, or if we get a little lucky, that everything's going to change. And it doesn't work. That's why so many lottery winners go broke, because the mere act of buying lots of lottery tickets, that's a poverty mindset. That's a very bad financial decision. So money just makes you more of what you already are. So if you are a big buyer of lottery tickets when you're broke, then guess what? When you have $10 million in the bank, you're going to buy more lottery tickets, which is going to make you broker than you were. You're going to find your pathway to extraordinary amounts of debt and extraordinary expenditure levels because that mindset never shifted. So let me give you some examples. This is based on research. And you should take notes on this because I think this will change your life. This will make a big difference for you. And this is also something I encourage you to share with your children. In fact, if you go and become a premium member of Money in the Morning at drboycedaily.com, I share this with your kids. Give them, in fact, give them a summer job. The summer job could be, I want you to, I'll pay you, I don't know, $5 for every Dr. Boyce lecture that you sit through. And if you can tell me what's there or something like that, or maybe $2 or $3, whatever you can, whatever the budget will allow. And then you pay them a few $100 all throughout the summer, and I guarantee that one summer will change their whole life. One summer will change. Like your kids are gonna have this stuff in their head when they're 50, right? So this is cutting edge science. This is what the science says when they study the mindset of rich people versus poor people. So anyway, so if you want to become a premium member, just go to drboycedaily.com. All of these Money in the Morning trainings are there, archived. There's over 100 of them. 100 is a lot to ask the kid to go through. But then again, some of y'all have kids that are very special. Some of you have kids that are geniuses. Some of you have kids that will take this information and shoot to the moon, because this is better than going to Harvard or Yale when it comes to Black wealth and being an asset to your family and to the Black community. Harvard does not do what we do here. They can't do it. They're not qualified. So and they don't have the desire to do it. So let me go into this. All right. So here are some differences in the mindset of rich people versus poor people. The first is long-term versus short-term thinking. Wealthy people tend to think about long-term goals. They're planning. There's a saying that says that wealthy people plan for the next generation, middle class people plan for the next 10 years, and poor people plan for Saturday night. And let me know if you've seen this. Let me know if you've seen that difference in mindset. Some people can only see the here and now, whereas some people can see way down the road. And people who have the consciousness. Remember, I talked about going from that set two-dimensional space to the three-dimensional space, right? Going from the automobile to the airplane. When you rise up and you're in the airplane, there's a lot less traffic and there's a lot more clarity. When I'm flying in an airplane, we can see 10 miles down the road. I can't see that when I'm in a car. So wealthy people tend to have a longer term vision. Warren Buffett says that wealth is simply a transfer of from impatient people to patient people. Number two, asset acquisition versus liability accumulation. A person with a wealthy mindset tends to look for assets that are going to help them make money. A person with a poverty mindset looks for consumer products that they can buy. They look for products that they can go into debt with. They can pull out the credit card, get that nice whip, get that nice outfit. I saw the video. If you go to my Instagram, my Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. If you go to my Instagram, you'll see this beautiful video of all these kids showing up for prom. And I'm gonna tell you, we just know how to really do it. The rappers really showed us how to be as outrageous and extravagant as we want to be. And these kids are showing up in Bugattis and Rolls Royces and Lamborghinis, and one guy had a police escort, and he had a bunch of cheerleaders. Like, they looked like they was at the club. The girls come in and they carrying the thing over their head at the club. I don't really go to the club, but I've seen it on like videos and stuff where they come in and they like that, and then he pulls up in his like limo or something, right? So anyway, I'm not making fun of that, right? I'm not saying that you can't go out for prom. It's fine. You can do what you want. I said, gosh, it'd be kind of tough because it's become like this competition. I can't imagine being the poor kid who's got to like deal with that, and then or having to deal with a woman that I'm taking to the prom who expects me to go above and beyond like that. Like, I got to spend $2,000 on the prom. No, like I would prefer that you enjoy time with me. Like, that should be the reward, not this material stuff. However, it is fine, right? People do what they're going to do. But really, what's interesting though is I was just kind of thinking. I said, what if we worked as hard at starting businesses and building wealth as we do, to show out for prom? Like, what if that same energy to be materialistic and fashionable was put into being educationally excellent? Like, we will compete like crazy with each other when it comes to who's dressed the best and who's got the most outrageous and extravagant get up for the prom. But I'm asking a deeper question. Are we also equally energized when it comes to competing with Indian students on ACT scores? Do you understand? Like really, I'm just, seriously, like, because this is what I see. Again, these are stereotypes now, so I'm going to make sure I'm clear about this. But I have a friend that works at one of those educational facilities that get you ready for college. And he said that he meets Nigerian families, Indian families, and Asian families that don't have much money but will spend their last nickel to get their child into this college prep program so they can get that really high ACT, SAT score so they can get into the best schools and everything else and be prepared educationally. He said, we can't get the African American parents to bring their kids. We even offer it for free. The other family paid $3,000. The black family pays, we're asking them to pay 300 or 700 or something like that. They say, well, we don't have enough money for that. And what will disappoint me very much, and I'm not saying this is true in every case because I don't want to get into bad stereotypes, but y'all seen it. Let me know if you've seen this before. But that same family who can't spend $600 getting their kid ready to really excel in college. I'm not talking about just get in. I'm not talking about just get in to make C pluses. I'm talking about really excel, like an Indian or an Asian kid. That same parent, their child will show up like to the prom in like a $2,000 suit on a camel, with a Lamborghini behind the camel, like just crazy stuff because they want to show out. We want to show off. We want to look a certain way. And we get that from hip hop culture. Hip hop culture, Dr. Anderson actually explains in his book, Black Labor, White Wealth and Powernomics, that there's a history of Black people really engaging in extravagant behavior to gain attention. He said this goes back hundreds of years. We always were the ones who were the most outrageous. Right. And so anyway, this is just something to think about. So wealthy people tend to think about their money as a way to acquire assets that will make them more money. Poor people look at their money as a way to buy consumer products that will put them in debt. So just think about that when you watch how people, when they get money and you ask them, what are you going to do when you get money? A lot of people will say, I'm going to buy me this, I'm going to buy me that, I'm going to get me this, I'm going to get me that. Right. But then you got other people who say, the smarter people, more financially conscious people say, I'm going to acquire this asset that is going to generate income for me or whatever. I want to get that building. I want to start that business. I want to go buy these shares of stock. I want to own more shares of Facebook so I can sell these stock options and make $10,000 a month selling the stock options or whatever it is. Right. So let's keep going. Number 3, continuous learning versus a fixed skill set. Wealthy people tend to understand that learning is dynamic. It's something that happens throughout your life. I can confirm to you as a college professor, whatever you learned in college, it ain't going to be relevant 20 years after you graduate. It ain't going to be relevant 10 years after you graduate. So the continuous learning, what that does is it allows you to take advantage of the opportunities that emerge in a constantly changing world. So wealthy people tend to they tend to learn their whole entire life, and learning becomes very important. Number 3, risk management versus risk avoidance. It says here that wealthy people understand and manage risk to seize opportunities, whereas poor people often avoid risk, fearing potential losses. So in the Prime program, one thing that we talk about a lot is I talked to you guys about 2 emotions that you want to avoid when it comes to investing. Those are fear and greed. Fear will cause you to miss opportunities. The word poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. So a lot of people that stay poor, they stay poor because they're afraid of certain things, like they're scared of the stock market. A lot of you have relatives that are afraid of the stock market. Let me know. Give me a yes if you do. And then let me know if you got a grandma or something who tells you the stock market's the devil and the economy is going to crash and everything, all hell's going to break loose if you buy shares of IBM stock or Microsoft, right? And this fear causes us to either not to participate in certain parts of the economy or to run when things get hard. A lot of times fear makes us run. It makes us run. Fear can make you run from a good relationship because you never had anybody treat you that well before. So you get nervous. Fear can make you run from good investments because maybe you have a tough month or two in a stock and you see it drop and you get scared. So you just sell, right? And this causes you to miss wealth because most of the wealth is made during the recovery. So risk management versus risk avoidance. Wealthy people understand the connection between risk and reward. The more risk you take, the more reward you get. Whereas sometimes having a poverty mindset can sort of scare you into doing things that you think are safe and stable, like that one job with one income stream as a source of security, when really that's not secure at all. There's nothing secure about having one stream of income, especially if you're a single parent. That means that one stream of income is done, you're in big trouble. There's nothing secure about depending on corporate America. Corporate America does not love you. These corporations are not loyal to you. These hoes ain't loyal. Corporations do not care about how much disruption they will cause to your family when they fire you or release you from your job. So really, when you think about risk management, you got to understand that the things we used to think are safe are actually risky. We thought it was safe to depend on some company run by a white man to pay our bills and we'd be okay. And I don't think that that's true. I don't think, again, I told you I'm a cynic. I don't believe in depending on other people. I don't think black people really have any friends. I really don't. I feel like we have to be our own best friend, which means financial security is something you have to create for yourself. All right, so let's keep going here. Number five would be networking versus doing it all by yourself. A lot of wealthy people understand that relationships are a form of wealth. They understand that team building is an important part of wealth. Delegation is an important part of wealth. I heard a billionaire say one time, he said, nobody can work hard enough to make $1 billion. He said that being a billionaire is not about how much work you do. He said it's about how much work you get other people to help you with. You can't be an expert at everything. You can't be a jack of all trades. You can't be the secretary and the CEO and the marketing manager all at the same time. That's hard to do. So one thing, this is why I've told you, if we ever built the Dr. Boyce Watkins School of Economics, one class I would give all the kids is a class on relationship management. Literally, how to network, how to delegate, how to be a friend, how to form an ecosystem around you with healthy relationships that are going to help you become successful. I would have them read books by people like Dr. George C. Frazier, who's the networking guru of Black America. He's actually joining us in the Black Business School, by the way. These are the types of people I seek out, people who know what the hell they're doing. I don't care about you making a hit record or none of that stuff. I want to know what you can actually teach the community that's going to make them better. So Dr. George C. Frazier is he's excellent at networking and helping people understand that connecting with others is how you become successful. And the reason this is such an important point, and the reason I'm so emphatic about it, is because I really feel that hip hop culture, which is the dominant culture in the Black community, does not encourage collaborative energy. Right now, for example, you have the biggest beef on earth between two of the biggest rappers on the planet, and everybody loves the beef and they want to see them go at each other's throats. And it's gotten to the point where they're punching below the belt, calling each other, pedophiles, and people, somebody got shot. There's nothing beneficial about that. This has gone beyond just a competition of who can be the best artist. It's got to the point where people have died again. And I don't know about y'all, but I saw Pop get killed. I saw Biggie get killed. I've seen all the rappers die. I'm tired of watching people get killed. I don't like that. I'd rather see Drake and Kendrick work together and say, okay, now that we're even more famous than ever before, and now that we've got everybody's attention, we're going to show you what collaboration looks like. We're going to show you what repair looks like. We're going to show you what it looks like when two men, one black man and one black guy who's kind of a black man, get together and work together to change the world in a positive way and go build something extraordinary. That's what I would like to see at this point. It's like, okay, y'all done fighting. Now I want you to do what boxers do, like Tyson. Tyson used to knock all your teeth out and punch your brains out, and then he would come and give you a hug and tell everybody how great of a fighter you are and the great competitor you are and all these other. I like that part of the fight. I like when the enemies show up as friends. Or when you watch the old cartoons. Remember the old cartoons where the one like the horse and the horse and the coyote would fight the whole time and try to kill each other, or Roadrunner and Bugs Bunny, and then at the end of the day they would like get together and become friends again. I think that's okay, right? So long story short, that networking, that working together, that desire to work together, that desire to have collaborative energy, that will propel you much further than always being alone or always being combative and always being competitive with other people. It's okay to compete, and we all compete on a certain level, but you're so much better off with a friend than you are another enemy. I really just kind of think that that's something that is not cultivated enough. I really honestly think hip hop culture really adds to that because it breeds that narcissism. Like, I'm gonna make a whole album telling you how I'm so much better than you and how important I am and how I'm more significant than you. I told you when I got on the phone with Kanye and he told me that he was the most important person on the planet next to Vladimir Putin. And I literally was like, what's the point in telling me this? I do not care. Like, that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard anybody say to me. And what makes you think that that's the most important use of our time in this conversation? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. So long story short, I would say that that learning that networking skill, that collaborative energy, is not just about learning the specifics of how to network with other people, but it's also about learning the specifics of what it just means to be a good person. When I would go to LA and I would see film projects being done and people's names would be brought up, if people who really want to get the project done, they'd say, yeah, he's really famous, and yeah, he would be important for the film. He could really help us get it out there, but he's such a jerk. Nobody wants to work with him. I heard Tom Hanks, just because it's coming to mind, he was speaking about what it means to make a movie and how to make a movie and all that. And one thing he talked about was he said, I learned very early in my career that just because I'm a movie star, that doesn't mean I can treat people like crap. He said, because if you are the person who's always causing trouble, if you're the person who's always showing up as the egomaniac, the one who's always disrupting the production, then eventually they're not gonna invite you back. They're not gonna want to work with you, no matter how famous you are. And I know people, I can think of people that I knew from some, honestly, from our community that were really super famous. I told you, I told the cat's out the bag with Kanye. I don't think this is a secret that he, has certain views of himself that are pretty, extraordinary. There are people like that where they'd sit there and they couldn't understand why nobody would want to work with them, and I'd be like, well, I wouldn't want to work with you either because you're kind of a jerk. Like, who wants to work with somebody who constantly reminds you that they're better than you? Like, that's terrible. What's the point in doing that? What's the point in having all these insecurities that show up as narcissism and ego? Ego is nothing more than a cover for an insecure person. I was speaking to a young guy just the other day. He happened to be a young hip hop artist, and his name's getting out there. He's getting kind of famous, and I love mentoring young people when they're on their rise. It's really fun to watch. And he said, I think I said something about being humble, and he said, Doc, I think you're too humble. He said, and I said, well, what's wrong with being humble? I said, being humble does not mean I'm not confident. Oh, I'm very confident. That's why I'm okay with being humble. I said, it's y'all's rap. You rap dudes. Some of y'all, not all of you, but a lot of y'all just loud. A lot of you, like Diddy. Diddy was loud. Diddy wasn't really a guy who ever really accomplished a lot of the things that he said he was going to do. He would just talk. And I said, where I come from, men who talk a lot are usually the men who have no substance. I come from a place where men are supposed to have substance. And so if you're a man that has substance, you don't have to be loud. I said, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it. I'm just going to show up and do it. And the only time I'm loud, I said, a person of substance, the only time they're going to be loud with you, the only time they bark, a lot of guys bark and they have no bite. The only time a man of substance will bark at you is because he's warning you that if you push it past a certain point, he's going to have to destroy you. He's going to have to take you out. So he will bark. Like, if I got a gun and I'm really planning to use it, I'm going to shoot it in the air just to say, like, please don't make me do this to you. Right. So what I'm saying to you is that I really personally think that humility is a good thing. I don't see anything wrong with humility. I said, who said that being humble is bad? It doesn't mean I don't love myself. It doesn't mean I don't believe in myself. It doesn't mean I can't improve and show up and kick ass and take names. I know what I can. I know I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. I've been that guy for a long time in certain spaces, but I don't have to rub it in your face every time I see you. How does that make our relationship better? It doesn't. It doesn't. My goal would be to elevate you. My goal would be to say, look, I know I'm good. I know I'm good, but I want you to be great too. Then you know what happens when I make you great, when I use my greatness to make you greater? Do you understand? Pay attention now. When I use my greatness to inspire you to be greater, guess what? Now I'm surrounded by a lot of great people. I'm not Superman. We are super friends. Super friends could always kick the ass of Superman any day of the week. Do you know what I'm talking about? Anybody remember Super Friends, where Super Friends had all these buddies that were all like had these special powers, shape of a tornado, right? And Aquaman could go in the water, Wonder Woman was coming through with the invisible airplane, and then Superman would show up, right? That Super Friends are always greater than Superman. So don't try to be Superman. Become Super Friends. Then you can still be Superman. He didn't lose any power because he had allies. He didn't become weaker because he supported other people. There was nothing about working as a team that made him into a simp. No, Superman, he secured himself and he took the weight off of himself. He didn't have to do it all by himself. And this is what I wish we would get into when it comes to Black leadership. I don't want to see Superman. I'm tired of seeing some Negro show up. I am the leader. I am the King Kong. I'm the greatest. I don't want to see that. I want to see super friends. I want to see a big committee of trustees, 10, 20 people working together, like I saw with that image with the black men in the 1960s, where all the black men got together and put their egos to the side and did a press conference together. And that to me was a beautiful image. That to me was far more beautiful than any one guy showing up and saying, I'm going to do it all by myself. That doesn't work. All right, so let me keep going. All right, if you want to know where a good prototype of that, look at like the Anti-Defamation League, and nobody knows who the Jewish leader is in America, do we? Give me a yes if you know what I'm talking about. Like, nobody can name one guy. Oh, it's Rabbi Smith, who's the leader of the whole Zionist community. There's no one guy. There's no one guy. Nobody. You can't even name any of the guys, right? Because they're like, no, we're all a part of something bigger than ourselves. That's what real power looks like. Like, even with China, you got one guy, Xi Jinping, the president, but you know how many thousands of other leaders are aligned with him? You know how many like they got billions of people all aligned under the same mission. One China, right? That's how you get power in this world. So anyway, let me keep going. A couple more things. Difference between rich people and poor people. Rich people tend to be proactive, whereas poor people, unfortunately, are reactive. If you are proactive, that means you're investing for the future. That means you're preparing for when things are going to get bad. That means you're preparing to take advantage of opportunities. Reactive is where you wait for things to happen and then you just react to it and you get mad because you say, white people came in and took my neighborhood. Well, but they've been telling you could buy that, you could have bought that house for $10,000 for the last 20 years and you never did it. Because whatever you did other things with your money, and now you're mad because now some white lady bought the building and she's got they're building a Whole Foods and a dog park in the neighborhood and they're taking it from you, but they couldn't have taken it from you if you were the actual owner. It would have been harder for them to take it from you anyway. All right, so next, wealthy people tend to think in terms of multiple streams of income versus one stream of income. I cannot overstate the importance of making sure that you and your children understand the importance of having multiple streams of income as a source of diversification and financial security. The first place multiple streams of income can start is very natural things like marriage and family. If you have a husband has an income, the wife has an income, the oldest child has an income, and whatever, and they're all living in the same house, well, that house is probably not going to fall because you've got three people who are all bringing in money into that house. That's one example of multiple streams of income. If you can't have that situation, maybe some of us choose not to get married, which is perfectly fine. I'm not judging that. There are other ways to have multiple streams of income through side hustles or working together with family, maybe just having a regular family meeting to talk about how you can generate multiple streams of income. That's important. Investments are multiple streams of income. In the Prime program, all we talk about is multiple streams of income through the selling of stock options. So if I own 5 different stocks and I have investments in all of them and I'm selling options on all those stocks every single month, I view that as multiple streams of income. I went to my wife and I said, here are the different ways that we make money. We make $2,000 a month here, $3,000 a month here, $1,000 a month here, $5,000 a month there, and this is where we get our money from, right? So multiple streams of income gives you security because it means if one stream goes bad, other streams are going to be other streams are going to cover for the stream that goes bad. So you don't want to be in that situation where you're vulnerable to the financial trauma that comes when Mr. White Man that runs the business that you work for decides he don't want you no more. Next thing you know, you're stuck, right? Or a lot of our people went through significant economic pain when the government shut down because they thought the government job was safe. Well, the government job is never going to be safe as long as you got these bozos running Congress. When you got these idiots up there, the Democrats and Republicans thugging it out like Crips and Bloods can't stand each other. In fact, that's an insult to the Crips and Bloods because even the Crips and Bloods form truces with each other, that were better than what you see with the Democrats and Republicans. So the Democrats and Republicans going back and forth in this constant political warfare, destroying each other. That's not a stable government. In fact, the instability of the U.S. government is one of the major economic risk factors that's causing some people to not want to invest in U.S. T-bills because they don't know what these people are going to do. So long story short, multiple streams of income is how wealthy people think. You want to, if you have children or grandchildren, put that in their head early, right? You're the one who is responsible for making sure that they have the right mindset when it comes to wealth. It can't be other people, okay? And actually, if you just in case you don't know about our Black Business School for Children, it's at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. We have a series of programs on everything from real estate to stock market investing to crypto. They can get a certificate in every area, and it's great for them to do during the summer. Just give them a couple dollars of incentive to get through it, and what this will do is this will give them a financial literacy level that exceeds the average college educated adult. I guarantee, I'm not kidding. If your child is 8 years old, they're going to know more about economics at the age of 8 than most adults know at the age of 30. And so what you want to do, in my opinion, is you want to be extreme in terms of really preparing them for what's ahead because you see how much pain there is for people who are not ready. What I see when I see a 32-year-old Black man who's struggling to provide for his kids, can't pay child support or can't provide for his family, I see a person who was not prepared. They did not prepare themselves. Also, their parents did not prepare them for the world. Do you understand? Everything that's happening now is nothing more than a manifestation of what was done in the past. If you did not prepare in the past, then you're not going to be prepared today. But if you did prepare, then you're in a situation that's going to be much different from what you would be otherwise. So prepare, prepare, prepare. That's what rich people do. That's what smart people do. And so that's what we're going to do. All right. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. And again, our kids program is blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. We also have financial flashcards. If you go to drboycebooks.com, just look up flashcards and you'll see all of our different flashcard bundles. We have a ton of stuff. We also have workbooks. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, look up workbooks and you'll see all of our workbooks for kids. And so if you want to get your kids ready, we have a whole curriculum that your kids can go through. And really, again, with kids, figure out what they want, offer it to them, give them, just again, like with our kids, if I really want them to do something, I just pay them to do it. And then they do it. Why? Well, because they want the money so they can go and shop at the mall or whatever they're going to do. And so they don't have the long-term vision I want them to have, but I have the long-term vision. Like I can see how what she's doing at 13 is going to play out when she's 33. So it is my job to have vision in the areas that she does not have vision until she gains the vision herself. Do you understand? So a lot of the things, and when I talk to the kids, I explain to them, I said, some of the stuff I say to you, you're not going to even understand any of this, but all I'm asking you to do is one thing. I need you to just listen to me, and I want you to take what I say and put it in your pocket. And I believe that it's going to activate when you're about 25 years old. When you get out in the world and you start to see the things I've seen, and you live in the life that a lot of us have lived, and you kind of get to know that the world does not love you the way we do, you're going to have this in your pocket. You can pull it out, and you know it's going to work because I'm not a failure. You know I'm a solid guy. You know I'm not going to say this if I didn't care about you. And so you know that this is going to help you get through that storm. And I want you to have this because I remember when I was in my 20s, there were some things that I wish I'd had that I did not have. There were some things I didn't understand. Like I didn't understand, for example, that if you're having a bad relationship, you probably shouldn't fix it yourself. You could probably go read a book or talk to a therapist and they will make things better. I wish I'd known those things. I didn't know that there were ways to make money other than getting up and going to a job. I kind of knew it theoretically, but I thought investing was for white people. I didn't even internalize it enough. I knew it. I understood it. I could teach it, but I didn't really apply it, right? But if I'd known then what I know now, like, I don't know, the stuff I trained you guys on with stock options and all that, I would have had whole different existence. Everything I would have done would have been different, right? So give them the information, sit there with them, become the teacher that they need, and I guarantee you they're going to be much more successful in life because life is hard, life is complicated. Most people are not prepared. I want your family to be ready. All right. So I'm going to get out of here, guys. Have a great day. God bless you. I'm going to the Get Money Fest now. If you're in Philly or nearby, feel free to stop by. They're going to be there for 6 hours. I'd love to shake your hand and meet you in person. So the URL is getmoneyfest.com if you guys want to join us. All right. So have a good day, everybody. Let me get out of here. I got set job or something, and you thought you were never going to run out of money. But even despite the fact that you thought you were never going to run out, you did, right? You were just spending a little bit here, a little bit there, $5 here, $10 there. Next thing you know, you got nothing left. Anybody ever go through that? Give me a yes if you know that feeling. Well, the reason that happens, in my view, is because what you're doing is you're sort of not conscious of every dollar that goes out the door. Right, you go to the grocery store, you spend $10 here. You go to you stop and buy some candy, or whatever. Then you pay for this and pay for that, and you're just thinking, it's only $10. I have $300 in my wallet. Oh, it's only $20. It's only $5 because you're feeling rich. You're feeling very financially secure at that moment, and then what happens is inevitably you run out of money. And that's because it kind of snuck up on you. It's almost, what it reminds me of also is it reminds me of, that saying where they say watched clocks don't move. Anybody, you know what I'm talking about? Where you're in school and you're going to get out of school at 2 and it's like 1:45 and you're staring at the clock and the clock is not moving at all. I think the reason that the clock doesn't appear to move is because you're very conscious of the clock's movement. You're staring at the clock. Now, now, how do you make the clock move? Well, the way the clock ends up moving is if you get distracted. If you get distracted and you're no longer conscious of the movement of the clock, then you'll look down, do something else, talk to your friends, and then turn around and say, "Oh, wow, it's time to go." Right? But why? Well, why is that? Well, because your consciousness was not connected to the clock anymore, so you weren't able to kind of monitor every movement of the clock. It just sort of all happened very quickly. Or if you are on a long trip and you're looking out the window and you're thinking, you're asking, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? And you're just kind of counting the miles one by one and getting bored. What's the best way to make that trip go by quickly? What makes the trip go by fast? Answer me in the chat. If you want to make the trip go by quickly, what do? You go to sleep. You make yourself unconscious. So what happens? What happens then? Well, you fall asleep. I remember coming back from a trip. My track team in high school, we went to Canada, and I remember how long that trip was. We had to drive from Kentucky to Canada because my track team, I didn't necessarily live in the hood, but we were not rich. But my track team was a hood track team, so we didn't have no money, so we drove like from Kentucky to Canada for a track meet, and and I remember that how long that trip was, and I remember noticing that when I went to sleep and became unconscious, the time just flew by. Do you understand? So here, where am I going with this, right? Because every morning this is economic awareness training, financial consciousness training. So the point that I'm making with these three examples is that when you're not aware, when you're not conscious of things, things slip by, things slide out of your grasp, your money disappears, time flies by. Right? Part of the reason I don't know if you've ever noticed this. Let me tell you something deep that I noticed about life, because I think about these things. Does anybody notice how, like, when you were little, like, there was a big difference between going from, like, I don't know, the third grade to the fifth grade, or turning from like 12 to 13, or every year of high school, you might remember each year being different from the other year. Anybody notice that? But then when you become an adult, it's like 5 years goes by, 10 years goes by, and it's like it just clicks by. Time goes by faster, it seems, when you get older. And I was like, why does it seem like it took forever to get from 0 to 18, but it took 2 seconds to go from 20 to 30, and then another 2 seconds to go from 30 to 40. What's going on? My mind is playing tricks on me. Shout out to my good buddy Willie D. I didn't understand that. Well, what I believe is that is that the reason that time seems to go faster when you get older is because you're in a rut. Your life in 2024 is exactly like your life in 2023, which is pretty similar to your life in 2022, which is similar to 2021. So if I was to ask you, tell me the difference between things you were doing in 2018 versus things that you did in 2017, a lot of you probably couldn't tell me. I can't remember the difference between 2016 and 2015. I kind of could, but not really. It's hard. I can't remember. In 2023, I was married to my wife. In 2022, I was married to my wife. We had the kids. We lived in the same house. I did the same work. So I can't distinguish, but I can distinguish between being in the fourth grade and the fifth grade, because that's a big deal. You grew a couple inches, right? And so why does it seem like the time flew by? Well, because you're in a rut, and when you're in a rut, it's like you're programmed in a way that has you operating on a frequency where you're not conscious of time. You're not taking the time to smell the roses. You're not taking the time to be conscious of where you are at that particular moment in time. Do you understand what I'm saying? Right. So consciousness is critical for anybody that wants to understand life, that wants to preserve things. They say that, for example, if you're eating really good food, if you're conscious and you take the time to chew every bite, 50, 60 times, you're going to really enjoy the food a whole lot more than if you just scarf it down. Or as you get older in life, they say when older people get to, their sunset years, they really take the time to celebrate and to connect to every year, because they know that the years are thin. They don't want to waste that time anymore. It's not like when they were 30 years old and just kind of not even enjoying anything, just doing the same thing. Get up, go to work, come home, go to bed, get up, go to work, come home, go to bed, get up, go to work, come home, go to bed. So consciousness, in my view, is just critical. It's critical for anybody that really wants to maximize their life, or wants to be free, wants to have wealth, or wants to preserve time, or wants to make optimal investments. That's critical, right? So when we do economic awareness training and consciousness training, that's what I want you to kind of understand. So let's spin a little bit and talk about financial consciousness, and I'm gonna talk particularly about something that you can invest in if you're interested in taking a look at this. I'm invested in cannabis stocks, and the reason I'm invested in weed is because, as I was explaining to you all how to think like an investor, investors don't look at what's happening now. What investors look at is what they expect to be happening in the future. So, right now, there are some cannabis companies that I bought stock in, because I believe that at some point, weed is going to be legalized and they're going to make it okay. It's kind of distressing because, as you know from last night when we were reading Powernomics books, or Dr. Claude Anderson's books, you'll know that there's a history of Black people sort of being criminalized for weed, but not being the economic beneficiaries of it, right? So this is kind of a reality that we have to deal with. And so one of the things that if you're interested in this kind of thing, or you are an investor, which I hope everybody is, I do have a list of cannabis stocks that I put together that I can share with you guys. Just get on the text list. I'll text it out to you. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, you'll get invited to our Money in the Morning consciousness training, but you'll also get that list of the cannabis stocks. I've almost put it together. It's almost done. Once it's done, I'll send it out this afternoon. So get on the text list. Text morning to 87948. I'll send it to you. If you don't get it, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they can make sure you get it. And I think that there's no guarantees with investing, but this is something worth taking a look at because I believe that at some point, if Biden can't finish his term or something like that, and Kamala takes over, then I think that she's going to legalize, or they're going to push for the legalization of weed. Because also remember this, your government's not very financially conscious at all. Most of your politicians do not make beneficial long-term decisions when it comes to our country's economics. Our debt levels are at an all-time high, way too high, an unsustainable level. And they don't care. Well, why don't they care? Well, because they have no reason, they have no incentive to be conscious of how their economic choices are going to impact the future generations. They don't care what happens 30 years down the line. They're only thinking about the next 4 years. And by the way, the number is 87948. Somebody type that in the chat, please. It's 87948. So you can text morning to 87948. So if anybody misses it, you can just look in the chat and it should be in there. All right. So ultimately, when you're talking about so let's speak on the cannabis industry. So last night we did our Powernomics training, which we do every Wednesday night at 8:30. You can join for free. Just text the word greatness to 87948. 87948 is always the number. So it's just a matter of which list you want to be on and what information you want to get from the Black Business School. We have a ton of things for free. And I want to reiterate that our morning economic awareness training is 100% free. And I know a lot of you benefit from that. But we also have things that do have a low fee attached to them so that we can raise money in order to pursue the mission. So if you want to, for example, learn about stock options, our Prime program is extraordinarily good for those of you that want to generate extra income selling stock options, not buying them. Buying is when you're speculating and you're taking all these risks. I sell stock options. That's how I make my money. So I show you exactly what I'm doing with my portfolio. So if you want to take a look at that, go to drboyceprime.com. It's a great program. I know you're going to love it. All right. So with that said, what I wanted to do today also was answer a few of your questions. If you have some questions and you're in the Zoom and you put the question in the Q&A section, I'll answer your question. I thought today might be a good Q&A day. My wife and I are about to head out. We're going to California, and we got some stuff to do out there in the next few days. So I will be doing our class from the road. So I'm kind of trying to get packed for that. But anyway, so if you have a question, put your question in the Q&A section. If you want an invitation to the private Zoom and you're not in here, just text the word morning to 87948. Michael, what are your favorite cannabis stocks? I have a few. I'll send you the list later. Just make sure you're on the text list. Text morning to 87948, and I'll send you the whole list later on today. Is there an app that allows cannabis stock trading? Yeah. I mean, any app that trades publicly traded companies, you can buy those stocks on publicly traded apps that trade publicly traded companies. Now, the thing you have to be careful about with buying stock is a lot of people are attracted to these little crappy stocks that cost, 47 cents. And that's not healthy investing, in my opinion, because a lot of these companies are very, very bad. The markets are also very, very bad. So it's like buying a bad product in a bad neighborhood because it's cheap. I remember I went to China in 2006. I taught finance in China back then. And I remember going there and seeing that they had a massive industry of people that were selling like bootleg DVDs, like movies that were still in the theaters, and you could buy them for, $1 or whatever. And when you play them, they'd never played. They were always the screen was grainy. It was a bunch of crap. Or you could also buy like a Rolex for $5. People will come up to you on the street and offer you something that looks just like a Rolex. If you paid $5 for the Rolex, your watch would last for about a week, and then it would stop working. So generally speaking, that's what I see when I see penny stocks. It's like buying a bad product in a bad neighborhood. So just be really careful about that. I really enjoyed teaching finance in China. I learned a lot about culture and economic culture. And if you spend time around Chinese students, you'll notice just instantly why it's so much easier for them to have certain types of economic success, because they're very family oriented, they're very group oriented. They work together. There's no here we have kind of what I call the shiny Negro syndrome, where you have people that want to be shiny and loud and kind of like Diddy. That's one thing about Diddy that kind of always kind of irked me was it's like you wear these big shiny suits and you always want all this attention, and people look up to that. People look up to that. I mean, if you think about Diddy. Sure, the video shows he clearly, did some things he shouldn't have done when it came to his girlfriend, but there were lots of women that wanted to be Diddy's girlfriend. And I was always the guy who said, why would you want to be in a relationship with a guy who is an egomaniac who might beat you up? I don't understand that. But then if you look at culture, you understand why. It's because the egomaniac who might beat you up, who makes 10,000 songs about how he can't stand women, right? Because that's where hip hop took a left turn, where it literally got to the point where there was a massive disrespect for women. For some reason, these guys were appealing and attractive to a lot of women. There were a lot of women that said, "Oh, I like that guy. I want to be like him, or I want to be with him." And the men would say, "I want to be like him." And I would say, "Why would you want to be like a man who's a drug addict, who beats women, who does horribly irresponsible things with his life?" That doesn't make sense to me. And what it is, though, but here's the thing. This is where economic awareness does matter. It's because of money. It's money. If white folks that run industries like hip hop, well, if they put money in the pocket of the most degenerate, screwed up human being on the planet, there'll be millions of people who will want to be like that person, who will want to be around that person, who will say that person is a black leader, that person is my hero. Because if you remember, Diddy was a black leader. Diddy was a guy that was, he did the whole vote or die campaign. He was friends with Barack Obama and all these politicians. And so ultimately, and I'm not really here to tell you if he's bad or good. I think you can still make your decision on your own. But I think that you have to be really careful about how money can blind you and make you think that something is what it is not. It can make you think a bad man is a good man. It can make you think, a terrible woman is a good woman. So just keep that in mind. All right. So if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. If you put it in the chat, I probably won't see it. I'm staring right at the Q&A section. So I see Calvin says, what are the essential infrastructure components needed to build up the continent of Africa? There's a lot. There's a lot. There's so much there. First of all, you have to have good governance. You have all these leaders that are pretty much puppets of European countries and stuff like that. So and also European corporations. So they don't even do what's right on behalf of the people. If you go to Nigeria, for example, Nigeria has more oil than any country on the planet, damn near. And they've got an insane amount of poverty. You should never have that much. They should be like the Arabs, they should be like the people in Abu Dhabi and Kuwait, just driving around in expensive cars or whatever. Everybody should be living good, and Nigeria has the wealth to do that. But unfortunately, so much of their wealth gets extracted, and the government officials don't have an incentive to spread that wealth, that you end up having this massive poverty class. And I think that that's unfortunate. So you're going to have better government, some freedom, liberation. You really have to break away from colonialism. Also, there are some advantages that Africa has that are tremendous, that are going to lead to a massive economic boom in the next century. Africa has a lot of young people. Human beings are a resource. Human beings are capital. We're trained to believe that babies and having kids and stuff is like a waste of time, and that it's something that just costs money, and it's just a big expense that doesn't give you any benefit. But that's not true. People matter. People are valuable. Having people in your life is that's a form of wealth. Did you know that you could back in slavery, you could actually tell the bank that you had 20 or 30 slaves, and they would loan you money because they would say, "Wow, you're a wealthy man. You have lots of collateral." When you have 10 or 12 kids, farmers used to have 10 or 12 kids, not because they just enjoyed sex and they enjoyed kids. They would have a lot of kids because they had more labor on the farm. That was a form of wealth. So what's happened what's been interesting is, in our so-called modern society, we've decided that children are not the children are just this wasteful luxury item that most of us can't afford to create and produce. So what's happened is that in European countries and in Japan, the fertility rates have gone extremely low. Even China, that used to pump out too many babies, they had a one-child policy. Well, people adjusted to that. People got used to only having one child. And now they're asking people to have kids. They're paying people to have children in China because people were like, okay, I'm not going to have any kids. And so Africa, I don't think Africa ever got the memo. I kind of feel like because we're just smarter in so many areas, naturally smart, Africa never got that memo. So Africa has a lot of young people, and that's going to be a massive resource. That's a multi-trillion-dollar resource for the future. And in European countries and Asian countries and stuff like that are allowing for lots of immigration because their own population can't sustain them. So Africa has a lot going for it, besides it being the richest continent on the planet. I think Africa is going to be fine. It just may take 50 to 100 years to get there. Let's see. Rhonda, I hear AI will need energy to run it. What energy stocks do you like? One that comes to mind was URA uranium, uranium ETF. I have a list of energy stocks that I sent out to you guys. Text the word stock to 87948 if you'd like to see it. And that I'm trying to think here. I sent this out maybe about, I don't know, I want to say a month or two ago. So yeah, if you text stock to 87948, it won't come to you right away, but there'll be a few different things that'll come to you if you're interested in stocks and stuff like that. Is there a code for the Hotel Convention Center? I don't think that there's a code. I think you can just tell them that you're coming to the All Black National Convention. The All Black National Convention is October 25th through the 27th. It's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago. And it's going to be at the Westin Lombard, and we got them to drop the room prices to about 150, and it's a very nice, comfortable, luxurious experience, and you're going to really like it. So feel free to join us. If you want to learn about the convention, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. The convention is amazing. There's so many smart people, attorneys and therapists and PhDs and and mothers and fathers and just people that are doing excellent things. We don't look for celebrities. We don't care if you're a celebrity. We don't care if you are a famous rapper or whatever. Like that doesn't mean you know anything. That just means a white person put you on TV. That does not make you significant or beneficial to the Black community, in my opinion. What we look for are people that are working on behalf of the community to do things that are going to actually make a tangible difference in the lives of our people, things that they can share, skills that they have. So, for example, one person that spoke there last year was Dr. Mary Stoddard. Dr. Stoddard grew up as a sharecropper in the South, and she had 17 siblings, and all 17 of her siblings graduated from college because they had a plan. They didn't sit around waiting for white folks. They didn't sit around waiting for affirmative action. Their plan was the first one that gets into college is going to help the second one. The second one's going to help the third one. The third one's going to help the fourth one. And using that plan, being conscious, they were able to get all 17 of their kids through college. And then when Mary got married, she married Dr. Marcus Stoddard, who's a Black surgeon at the University of Louisville. Everybody should know about people like this, instead of us, just honoring the Diddy's of the world. Like we should be looking at the doctors and lawyers and brilliant people in our community. We got so many smart people. And so she married Dr. Marcus Stoddard. Mary got a PhD and a law degree, and all 5 of their kids became PhDs or MDs. Every single one of those Black children, all 5 of those kids became PhDs or MDs, and their mother was a freaking sharecropper. Their mother started poorer than anybody in this room. It's hard to be poorer than a sharecropper in Mississippi. And yet all 5 of those kids are doctors right now. So stop telling me that it's impossible for you to be successful. Stop telling me that Black people can't succeed or that the white man's stopping us from this and we can't do that. That's crap. That's stupid. I hate that. It drives me crazy. You got to focus, man. You got to focus and stop listening to the wrong people. Stop taking advice from people that should not be giving you advice. And that goes for your relationships. That goes for your wealth. Do you know how many unqualified financial instructors there are on the internet? They took a 2-week class and they're telling you all about wealth. And I'm sitting there thinking, I went to school for a decade for this, like this, more than a decade. And then I practiced for 20 years. And I'm looking at some 25-year-old who's like, oh yeah, I took a class on stocks. I can tell you all about the stock market. Well, he's going to tell you how to go gamble your money away. That's what he's going to do. So again, whatever. I'm not here to judge it one way or the other, but what'll happen is people will say, well, he's more relatable because, he be talking hood and stuff. He be talking like, what's up, man? Got to do this, you got to do it. And I'm like, that's okay. I have nothing against that. I'm not looking down on that at all. But don't look down on me because I encourage us to be a little bit sharper and smarter. Don't look down on me because I want something different. I don't want to have hood problems for the rest of my life. I was born in the projects. I know what it's like to be poor. I know what it's like to eat a bologna sandwich with no bologna. I know all that stuff. But I don't want to live like that forever. I don't celebrate it. So I really just kind of think that low self-esteem kind of affects us in so many ways, where we just don't believe we deserve certain opportunities and certain privileges in this society. I don't think we believe we're capable of certain things either. So like when I look at Dr. Mary Stoddard, who lives in Louisville, Kentucky, where I'm from, I'm just like, okay, hard work, just basic, simple values. You work hard, you learn, you pick up your damn book, put down the blunt and pick up a book, put down, put down, don't go to the next, don't run to the club buying bottles of whatever. Like, go study something instead. Instead of falling into this party culture, right? I remember being so frustrated when I would watch, and this is when I was like 30 years old, and I would look at the way people really looked up to the rappers, and you see Diddy, they're always holding a bottle. And when I see that, I'm like, do they know what what damage liquor and drugs have done to black people? Do they know how much pain, how much devastation, and how many black families have been destroyed by drugs and alcohol? Like, why are we celebrating the things that destroy us? That does not make any sense. And so really what you kind of have is you have kind of this battle between maybe you could say emotion over logic or habits over choices. We have habits and we have emotional connection to these habits because our consciousness gets pushed down to record lows. So we have this emotional connection to habits that we know are not beneficial. But what happens is the reaction is that we get angry when there are people who try to snap us out of it. We get mad. It's like when you're sleeping and you're comfortable. Like my wife tried to wake me up yesterday to go to the gym, and it was 5 a.m. I was sleepy as hell. I was knocked out. And I woke up and she was gone. I said, "Why'd you leave me?" She said, "Because I tried to wake you up twice and you started growling. You were like, get her, let me sleep, let me sleep." I said, I did that." She said, "Yeah. You were kind of like irritated, like you rolled over and went back to sleep." So sometimes when you try to wake somebody up, and y'all tell me if you got relatives like this. Let me know. Let's talk about your crazy cousins. A lot of y'all got relatives where you try to wake them up and they don't want to be woke. They don't want to think about it. They don't want to process things. They just want to keep doing things the same way because we got this nice, comfortable wheelchair waiting for us when your disabled black ass shows up, and like, "I can't do nothing. I'm just a nigger. I can't learn. I can't be learning. They be learning me how to read, and I can't do nothing for myself. I don't know how to save no money. I can't do the stock market. That's for white folks. That's for rich folks. I can't do it." They say, "Oh, well, come on, sit in this wheelchair." And Uncle Joe's gonna take care of you. And we get, "You poor baby. You are so black. You are so black." And being black is such a disability. Oh my goodness, you poor thing. Yeah, and I was trying really hard. I picked up the book, but then I saw the book next to the Cavassier, and I had to drink the Ciroc with the Cavassier because Diddy told me to do it. And but that's what that's what I see. I see this love affair that sometimes we gain with just extreme dysfunction. I just it's crazy. It's kind of a weird experience because I remember when I would look at R. Kelly back in 2002, when he had the 15-year-old girlfriend Aaliyah, and again, I have a little bit of a personal connection with this. I've talked to Dame Dash extensively, and he would talk about Aaliyah when he and I would go see him in California, and he would talk about Aaliyah and how sad he was when he would think about Aaliyah. I remember one day Dame told me, he said, "Yeah, yesterday, man, I was able to finally watch the documentary about Aaliyah." He said, "Because for 20 years I couldn't watch anything with her in it because it affected him so much. He dated her, he was engaged to her." So anyway, when I remember with R. Kelly when he was dating the 15-year-old girl, I was like, "Why do y'all love this guy who dates a 15-year-old girl?" I don't understand that. You know that's kind of like a child. That's pretty much a child molest. Like that's not that's not normal. And you just look past that because he sings really well. And I didn't understand that. And so later on, 15 years later, the world is in the uproar over, whatever he was doing. And I'm like, "Yeah, I was my uproar ended in 2003 when I realized that y'all don't give a damn." So I kind of feel like you got to just address the culture, and all of us have unhealthy habits. A lot of us have just this deep 400 years of slave training that we've all gotten that keeps us from doing the things that we know we need to do. And unfortunately, discipline is hard. It's hard to, it's much harder to be disciplined than it is to be a victim. If you choose to be a victim and you choose to just do whatever's easy, whatever's comfortable, whatever's fun, then you're not going to succeed, and the world will always forgive you because you're black. They're going to say, well, you're black, you're not supposed to succeed. And I don't believe that. I believe that being black means you're supposed to be great. I think that being black means you're supposed to uh, have excellence in your DNA. I think I look at my blackness as a superpower. I look at who I am as an opportunity to be a better man than I was yesterday. And I don't know why that becomes such a controversial issue. Maybe it's the way I share it. Maybe I express it in a way that's offensive to some people. But I'll be honest with you, I get very frustrated by that because I don't think it's right. I think we deserve better than that. So anyway, let me jump back in and answer more of your questions. I apologize for going on my little rant. Okay, so Terrell says, what are your thoughts on the Nvidia stock split? Is Nvidia splitting their stock? I didn't hear about that. I know Nvidia had their earnings announcement and they did really well, but I didn't hear that they were splitting their stock. So if they are splitting this, and it would make sense, it's over $1,000. I think Nvidia hit their earnings numbers again. There was a lot of debate over whether or not Nvidia could do it again because Nvidia has done so well. But it wouldn't surprise me if they 10-1. Is that what it is, El Haj? Thank you for telling me. I did not know that. And I bet you the stock is doing really well today. That's really good. I own Nvidia, so let me see how much money we all made today from our Nvidia stock. Let me see here, Nvidia. Um, yeah, look at that. It went up 9.7%. What's crazy about Nvidia is that their market cap is $2.6 trillion, right? So when they go up by 10%, that's $250 billion increase in market value. So that's just an unbelievably insane number. And to think that this company was created by Jensen Huang 35 years ago, and he's kind of the one guy behind NVIDIA. I think that's pretty awesome, pretty amazing. All right, so let's see here. With a capital base of 50K, what annual ROI can I expect from selling stock options if I'm selling calls on a weekly basis? Okay, great question, Christian. Well, let me just say this. Like, let's say you just did one stock, and you were selling call options, and let's say you used some leverage and you bought, like, I don't know, let's say you had 400 shares of Coinbase or something. Well, with 400 shares of Coinbase, if I sold my calls right now, I could make about approximately, with a reasonable strike price, I could make about $2,400 a week. So you could probably, it wouldn't be inconceivable to be able to make $7,000 a month in income, which $7,000 a month times 12 is what's that? $84,000 a year. So if a person is able to raise enough money to just buy a decent amount of stock, they can actually make quite a bit of money selling options. So if you'd like to learn more and see what we do and look at my portfolio and how I make my money, just go to drboyceprime.com. The Prime program is good. I think you're going to like it. So, and if you want to do a one-on-one or something like that, and you want me to help you set it all up, literally I can take you step by step through it. It's not investing advice. It's just me telling you what I'm doing and also me telling you what I would do, but it's not me telling you what to do. But if you'd like to do a one-on-one or well, one-on-ones, I don't have a lot of one-on-one space, but we can do group sessions. I did one yesterday. Just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. And I'd be more than happy to sit down with you and talk you through it. Let's see here. Okay, I'm looking at the Q&A section. Antonio Fuller says, I'm looking for a cannabis ETF. Is that on the list too? Yep, absolutely. So text the word morning to 87948. I will send you the list of cannabis stocks this afternoon. Let's see. Ricky says, Dr. Boyce, how me and my pops are ready. He has a capital base and really wants to get going. What is step one? We can start today. Log in at drboyceprime.com. We have a Prime 101 section. So if you go through Prime 101, go through those materials, that'll get you started. You can make money tomorrow. If you have a capital base, you can make money tomorrow. It's not hard to do. And so, yeah. Let's see. Tana, what does a person do if they have no one to leave their assets to? You've always got somebody to leave your assets to. It may not be a relative, but there's always something or someone. It depends on who you are, what kind of person you are. Like if I meet a young kid that I really, like and really think is doing good things with their life and could use a little boost, I have no problem helping them out. Like, I'd have no problem leaving them, some money because I have one daughter and one biological child, and I have several kids that I kind of scooped up along the way. And and I don't know. Like I think it's a matter of what you tether yourself to emotionally. I don't think you have to be biologically related to someone
for them to matter to you. I do believe that. Let's see here. There are scholarships are always an answer. That's a good answer, Anita. I I would say with scholarships, the hard part with scholarships is that college costs so much. Universities are significantly overcharging people. And so if you save up, say, $100,000 and put it into a scholarship, that might get a kid through school for 2 years or something. And and I don't know if that's worth I don't really know if $100,000 is worth the cost of half a bachelor's degree. I just don't, you know. Because what does a bachelor's degree do? A bachelor's degree gives you a piece of paper that gives you a ticket into an economic system where you can then have the right to work. It's your working papers. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with going to college. I'm just saying, though, going back to earlier when somebody asked me, what could I do with $50,000? Just with stock options alone, I would, if I had a choice, if I'm 20 years old and I have a choice between using $100,000 and giving it to a university for half a bachelor's degree, or taking that 100,000 and using that as my first capital base to sell stock options where I never have to work again for the rest of my life as long as I manage my money. Oh, you know which choice I'm taking. I can get education. I can go online and learn stuff. I can, I can go. There's so much stuff out here. Like I don't even think. I think that college is necessary if you want to be like a dentist or a social worker or a licensed professional, a medical doctor or an attorney, things like that. I don't think it's necessary if you want to learn. I'm not saying that college is bad. I think college is a great experience. I love being on college campuses. I do. I loved when I was teaching on campuses. I'm trying to think which one was I can't even name which one was my favorite. The prettiest campus I was ever on that I taught on was Indiana University. I enjoyed my time at Ohio State. Syracuse was okay. At Syracuse, I made the most money. I was making six figures when I was teaching at Syracuse. Ohio State was cool because they have a good football team. I live right next to the football stadium, but I never went to any games because I'd rather watch it on TV. Um, I don't know, but I just like them all. I like them all. I think, and I remember going to USC. That's like a beautiful campus. Like campuses are nice. It's a nice environment, but it's very expensive, you know. And when I was reading about how 60% of all Black wealth goes towards servicing student loan debt, I said, "Whoa, what the hell?" So these universities, they own Black wealth. Like the same way that when they build like a hip hop museum and they go and they buy all the artifacts from Black people, so then for some reason all this stuff that should belong to Black people is suddenly in a big white museum. Like, and they've been doing this for hundreds of years. They would go grab stuff from Africa and then put it be like in the Museum of England. Well, the same thing is true with your money, with your wealth. Like they're literally sitting on this empire built off of our wealth, and I don't like that. I don't. So anyway, let me keep going. Tana says, "What does a person do if they have to?" Oh, you already asked that. I'm sorry. If you only have $10,000 to invest, what will be the quickest return for a senior? Well, I wouldn't look for quick money. Quick money is not always the best money, and I think the question becomes, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to have capital gains, or are you trying to have income? If you're trying to have income, there are dividend stocks. Again, if you text the word stock to 87948, I have a list of dividend paying stocks. I call them dividend monsters just because I was having fun with it. And so you can take a look at that. There's also stock options. You can sell stock options, things like that to generate a little extra income. But if you want growth, you'd have to invest in a different way. So it would kind of depend on what you're trying to do. I think if you're a beginning investor, the best way to get started is things like mutual funds because it makes it simple and easy. A 4-year-old monkey could do it, literally, so there's no reason to be afraid of investing in mutual funds. So if you're not sure, you can go to b1investing.com, be the number one investing.com, and just take a look. And there's something there that can get you started. Let's see here. Travis, what's it like to be free and living your purpose? It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. It's there's a difference between getting up and going to work because you want to versus working because you have to. And I find that doing work that you really want to do that matters to you, it's really good for your mental health. I think when you're doing stuff that doesn't mean anything to you other than a paycheck, and or if you don't like the people you work with, it can make you really depressed. And I think that's why depression and anxiety is so high in the Black community. And I think that if you're a parent and you don't want your children to have anxiety and depression, then you build them some wealth so they can actually have freedom. That's what when our youngest asked me what I think she should do when she grows up, I said, I want you to be happy. Like, that's it. I don't care if I'm not going to define you by what profession you are. That's
silly European concept anyway. Or not even European. Even Europeans don't do that. It's Americans. Americans, because we're obsessed with our work. Um, I just want you to be happy. And so we talked about the inalienable rights. I said, have you heard of the inalienable rights? And she said, no. I said, that's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So I said, well, we know what it means to have life. What is liberty? Liberty is freedom. And the pursuit of happiness, what does that mean? I said, that means that you have the ability to pursue happiness. It doesn't mean that you're going to just naturally be happy. You have to pursue it. But to pursue happiness, you have to be conscious enough to first even know what happiness is, where happiness is located. A lot of people don't even know that. A lot of people don't even know what makes them happy. They think, oh, I'll be happy if I make money, or I'll be happy if I get girls. I'll be happy if I get this job, right? They haven't even done the internal work spiritually to even know what makes them happy, what makes you tick. And so once you figure out what makes you happy, and you figure out where the location of that thing is, or whatever, what you need to do to get there, then you then have a position where you're going to go pursue happiness, right? And I said, so freedom, liberty is critical for the pursuit of happiness. Because if I know that happiness is over there, but I have to stay over here, then I can never really truly be happy because I can't pursue it. I can't go pursue it. I said, most people in this world, this is what I told her. I said, a lot of people can't pursue happiness because they got to go to work that day. You know, happiness for you might be sleeping in. Happiness might be spending the time on the phone with your mother before she passes. Happiness might mean taking a trip to Canada or something. And a lot of people can't pursue happiness because they don't have financial freedom. So I said, here's what I want to do for you. And I know you're not going to disagree with me. Like if I tell you to be a dentist or an engineer, then we might have a disagreement about that or a debate about it or an argument. I'm not going to do that to you. So I said, here's what I want. I want you to be happy. And I know you're not going to disagree with me because everybody wants to be happy. And I said also, because I'm a financial expert, I'm going to position you where you have the knowledge and also some assets where you can get rid of your financial constraints that will then allow you to rise spiritually to the point where you can go pursue happiness. Right. So how you pursue it, what you pursue is going to be up to you. But I want to remove that constraint because most people can't pursue happiness because there's a financial limitation to it. You know, and this is why, in my view, why wealth building is important. This is why investing is important. This is why financial literacy is important. This is why economic consciousness is important. It's very, very hard to pursue happiness when you're a slave. And capitalism is designed to create slaves. That's what it does. But they don't force you to be a slave. They trick you into becoming a slave. They manipulate you into slavery. That's what they do. There's a meme I saw where they had a guy sitting at a desk with a chain around his neck, and he was chained to his desk. And they said slavery, it's better when you don't tell them. Even you give them the illusion of freedom, but you really aren't giving them freedom. You're minimizing the options because remember, this is a consciousness thing, right? So even if you think about politics, give me a yes or no. Yes or no. Do you feel that a two-party system gives you freedom in terms of choice? Do you really feel free in a two-party political system? Yes or no? Do you feel like you're getting a chance to pick the best person for the job and you've got, these liberties that they promise you? No, none of us feels free in that system. No intelligent person feels free in a two-party system, Democrat or Republican. So by sort of elevating their consciousness to a certain point, what they're basically doing is they're saying, okay, our goal is to get you to play the game, but we're going to design the game. So by designing the game in a certain way and only giving you certain choices, I can give you the illusion of freedom without actually giving you freedom. And I think capitalism on an aggregate level does the exact same thing. It's like, oh yeah, you don't have to work here. You can quit your job at any time. But what am I going to do if I'm buried under student loan debt, got to pay rent, got to go pay for this car note, and I have no assets? Well, I have to come to work. I have no choice. So really, to understand the game, I personally think the best way to deal with a game, it's like dealing with a traffic jam, right? Like you ever like are on the highway, right? And the frustration. Imagine the frustration of being stuck in a traffic jam where there's bumper to bumper, cars aren't moving. You're sitting there, you're pissed off because you're just stuck in this stuff, cars for miles. You can't go back or can't go forward, can't go left, can't go right. You're just sitting there. Well, the best way to be able to deal with a traffic jam is if you have a GPS that tells you the traffic jam is coming, right? So you're driving and you look down the road and you look at your GPS and you see red on the GPS and it tells you that the traffic jam is coming. Well, what do? What do you do if you know the traffic is coming 3 miles down the road and you got 2 exits? What do? You get the hell off the freeway, right? You get off the freeway. You say, I'm not navigating this stuff. I'm not. What I'm saying. So why are you able to do that? Well, you have to have a certain level of consciousness to do that. A conscious person is looking at the GPS. They're processing information. They're looking around. They're trying to see what's going on, so they can be aware of what's happening before it actually happens. So getting off the freeway is a preventative measure to make sure that you don't have to get in a situation where you're stuck and you have a limited number of choices. So I kind of see life as the same way. So your kid's going down the highway of life. Your child is 4 years old, your grandkid is 7 or whatever. You see the traffic jam that's coming. You see the slavery down the road. You got the GPS on life. You got to understand. See, some of y'all are 40, 50, 60, 70 years old. So you've got all this wisdom. That's wealth, by the way. You got all this wisdom because you know the GPS. You know white folks ain't never gonna stop being white. America ain't never gonna stop being capitalist. Democrats ain't never gonna stop being Democrats. Republicans are gonna be Republicans, and the world is gonna be what it is. So you see your child driving down this road, and you've got a level of consciousness that they don't have. You're in a helicopter, and you see the traffic jam that's coming. You see the slavery coming. So what do? Well, you got to communicate, and you got to tell the child, like, look, get off the road. Get off the road. And then you give them the map. You say, here's how you get off the road. Right, there's an exit 1 mile ahead of you. You get off here and you go left, and then you go around all this stuff. So to me, that's what I see when I see us preparing the next generation for the economic traffic jams and the slavery that is in store for them. We know what's in store for them. The student loans are going to be even worse than they are right now. The cost of real estate and all that's going to be higher than it is right now. The automobiles, rent, all that's going to be expensive. Also, America is going to be racist and it's going to be a tough place to live. So why not go ahead and use your GPS and prepare them in advance? Get them off the freeway. Help them take a better route. Help them take the route that you wish you had taken when you were 22 years old. And if you do that, what happens is that you find that there are all these roads that are never traveled because everybody feels like they got to stay on the damn highway. And I'm just a guy who says I think it's okay to challenge yourself and challenge those around you to just get out of the rat race. To walk away from that nonsense. You don't have to be in that stuff. That system, that oppressive system that we're always fighting against. And this is one thing. This is one thing I would challenge people on because I have a lot of friends that are very radical and they're fighting the system constantly. They're constantly fighting the system. And I'm the guy who says I'm not going to fight the system because I'm just not going to be in the system. Because my consciousness tells me that I don't even have to be here. Like, why am I trying to win a game that's rigged for me to lose? I'm not playing your game. I'm leaving. I'm out of here. And then, but you think about this. Think about how many of our folks, right? We get in corporate America and we're mad because they need to hire more black people and you need to give me my opportunities. And that's very frustrating. It's very stressful. And I think that sometimes what happens is that the brainwashing, the manipulation of our consciousness at an early age makes us believe that this is the only choice that we have, that you have to be here, you have to do this fight, and you really don't. It's almost like being in a really bad relationship where the person is being unreasonable and rude and mean and terrible and abusive. And then one day, if you're smart, you become conscious and you say, wait, I don't have to be here with you. I don't have to have these arguments with you. I could date this lady over here, or I could go be with somebody else. There's other fish in the sea besides you. And what is that? That's when you have that awakening where you wake up one day and say, I don't actually have to even be in this hell of a relationship. I can be somewhere else. That to me is a consciousness. You've gone to another dimension because now instead of seeing your life as sort of you being inside this little bubble with another person, you're actually realizing you have options and you're seeing the world from a higher plane. You've gone to the third dimension, and now you see your boyfriend or girlfriend or your wife or whatever. But then you see all the other people that could have been your girlfriend or all these other people that could have been your husband. You understand, right? So consciousness is the answer to a lot of dilemmas, in my opinion. I think consciousness, which really comes down to awareness or sight, the more you see, the more you can be. And if you can't see it, you'll never be it. And so I believe that there's a deliberate manipulation of our consciousness level in this society to limit and minimize what you're able to see. It starts with education. It starts with the fact that they send millions of kids to the public school system and don't teach them nothing that's ever going to liberate them. John D. Rockefeller actually said that he said, we do not want to develop an education system that creates millions of people who are free thinkers. We need people that are going to be limited in their thinking so that all they know is getting up and going to work every day. That is a deliberate manipulation of their consciousness. That's what it is. Okay, a few more questions. Let me answer a few more questions. And by the way, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948 if you want to get an invitation to our financial consciousness training. Also, if you want to check out the All Black National Convention, you just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. I hope you all will come out there. I hope that I get a chance to hug you and see you in person and shake your hand. And I certainly appreciate all of you sitting with me as we get up every morning at 10 a.m. and I get to act like a weirdo. I love this. This is a lot of fun for me. And by the way, I want to also apologize in advance if I say something that offends you or challenges you in a way that makes you uncomfortable or something like that. I hope that you'll just receive that as just a perspective that you can consider. And at the very least, I can also make it clear that I don't know everything. I'm still figuring it out too. So maybe there's some things I still need to learn, and in fact, I know that there are. So I just want to kind of lay that out because sometimes I know when I speak in a raw form, it can hit people a little bit tough. So let's not be scared of each other. Let's just keep talking. All right. So a few more questions. Let's see. Marquetta says, "Good morning, Dr. Watkins. I'm in my mid-30s, new to investing. Received a $10,000 check. I want to invest. Where do I start? Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. There's the $5 a day plan that can get you started there. It depends on what you're trying to do. So if you're trying to make more money or make more income, then maybe you could, if you have an entrepreneurial spirit, you could look into some small investment in some sort of a business venture, but be very careful about using all your money in one place. I think if your goal is to just be a long-term investor, mutual funds are a great way to get started with that without having to stock pick. Let's see here. What do you think about Buy Alert? Is that a stock? I don't have that stock in front of me, Janice, so I can't speak on that. But we do portfolio power play on Tuesdays, and that's when I dig into and research a bunch of stocks. But today we'll talk about some other stuff. But at some point we can do this. So portfolio power plays on Tuesdays at noon, so you can join us there. All right, so let's see here. What Africa stocks do you invest in? Actually, if you text the word stock, Terrell, I sent out a list of Africa stocks to everyone on that list. So just text the word stock to 87948, and you will get a list of Africa stocks. So if you get on different lists, just be prepared. Like you're going to get a lot of stuff from us, and I hope that you like it. And if you don't want the stuff that we send to you, if you click on the link and look at it, then you'll stay on the list. But if you go too long without looking at anything, then eventually we stop messaging because we don't want to bother you. So, but if you can't get enough and you want us to help you, then we got plenty of stuff for you. Let's see. Lewis says, I have 20,000 on hand. Okay. So I think, Lewis, I think we answered that question. Mutual funds. I'm a big fan of mutual funds. Now, if you want to generate income, I think 20,000 is a great place to get started with stock options. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or you can also text the word money to 87948. If you text money to 87948, that's why I introduce you to selling stock options for money. That's what. So if you want to get introduced to that, just text the word money to 87948, and you'll get a link right away in your text, and you can watch that short video. And I think I know you're going to be impressed. I've done that presentation for probably about 50,000 people, and most people are wowed by it, to the point where they don't even believe it's possible at first. And then I just show them, because it is. All right, so let's see. Gordon, I started investing in cannabis stocks a couple of years ago, but I didn't have much money. I've been holding, but they've been really beaten down. Yeah, I kind of think. I think I'm more of a long-term holder of these stocks, so I get it. They are a little bit frustrating. Let's see. I'm looking to get into wholesaling real estate so that I can have cash to fund my trading account. Any tips from me? Yeah, I would learn from people that know how to wholesale real estate. I don't get them to mention it much, but actually we do have something called Dr. Boyce Real Estate, where there's a ton of content on real estate, from wholesaling to buying hotels to multifamily to all kinds of stuff that you want to do. So if you go to drboycerealestate.com, the first 30 days are 100% free. And we have real estate experts like Chalet Camilo and some others that have come through and helped us sort of develop real estate curricula in the Black Business School. So, and we did a really big conference on real estate wholesaling maybe about a year or two ago. And I think you get access to that. If you go to drboycerealestate.com, you get access. And if you don't see instant access or you can't find it, just email our support team, support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can get you access to whatever you need. We have a lot of good real estate material. And also we have real estate for children. That's at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. Or if you go to be1millionaires.com, you can start your child on that journey. That's be1millionaires.com. Let's see, Lydia, should I purchase a property from my mother, inherit it, and paid for it to try to generate passive income from my current residence? Okay, so you want to buy a property from your mother, okay, that's paid for, and generate passive income from my current residence. Okay. I can't tell you if you should purchase a property from your mother just because I don't know the details. I think that talking to a tax expert might be important just to make sure you understand the tax implications of the transaction. I don't think real estate's the best way to make income, to be honest with you. I just don't. I used to think that, but me and my wife are selling our real estate, not all of it, but some of it. And because we don't want to, I don't like all the paperwork and the bureaucracy and dealing with the tenants and all that. It's just not, but investing is something you should do based on your preference. You should do it based on what you're comfortable with and what you enjoy. I don't enjoy real estate that much. I know a lot about it, and I worked with a lot of experts, and I believe in owning some piece of it for diversification's sake. But you can get that diversification through a real estate investment trust. You don't actually have to buy physical property, and so there's a big real estate boom in the Black community in terms of a lot of interest in real estate. And I do think real estate is important. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that if it's not for you, then you don't have to make it for you. You can find other ways to generate income passively. I generate thousands of dollars a week in income from selling my stock options, and I don't have to talk to a single person. I don't have to fill out any paperwork. I don't have to collect money from a tenant. None of that stuff. I could just literally, if I owned 1,000 shares of Coinbase, you can literally pull in thousands of dollars a week in income just by selling those options, and it's very easy to do. All right, so let me see here. Lydia, okay. Oh, you already asked him. Okay, it's on the high end of my budget, and the interest rate is 15 to 20 minimum from the current location. I would be really careful about anything that stretches your budget. Especially if also another thing about real estate is that if you're not experienced in it and you dive into it like that with a big deal, some big contract or something, it can be disastrous. Real estate's not very liquid, meaning that you can't sell it quickly. That's another reason why I like the stock options move, is because stock options are very liquid. I could go in right now and I could literally open my phone up right now and pull $100,000 out and have that money in my bank account this afternoon, right? I can't do that with real estate. You understand? So I would encourage you to just be very thoughtful about little things like that. So for example, a lot of people like to invest in all these startup companies. Somebody creates a startup and they want to put their money in, and they're not always conscious of well, how long is it really going to take you to get your money out? And is it possible for you to even get your money out? There are some investments you can make where you can't get your money out, until they have an exit. Well, what's the exit look like? Was it when the company gets sold, when they go public? Like what? I have an investment in a company called TribeVest that I made 5 years ago. I invested $75,000 in this company. 5 years later, my $75,000 I hear is worth $250,000. Hooray! Right. Ooh, tripled your money. Good job. I can't get that money. I don't know when I'm going to be able to get that money. Right. And that's one of the good ones. That's one of the successes. I didn't talk about, investments I made in other places that didn't pan out to anything. I put some money in the Tulsa real estate fund, and y'all know how that ended. I was disappointed with that. There's other businesses I've invested in the Black community too, that, where it wasn't that they had a bad idea. It was that there was no clear plan on exactly how you were going to actually have a cash return on the investment that you made. And so I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying just think about it carefully and make sure that you understand what you're in for. Because a lot of times we don't know that, and then bad things could occur. All right, so let's see. Dwayne, what are your thoughts about China's development in Africa, good or bad? I kind of feel like it's bad overall because I want Africans to have independence, but it's better than the United States because the Chinese are just better business partners than the US, but they too have their own type of economic pimping, so to speak. They're very, very picky and restrictive about sharing technology and teaching Africans how to manage infrastructure on their own. So they'll come there and they'll build a railway for your country that's amazing and beautiful and high tech, but they won't teach you what they're doing, and they will import their own engineers and whatever and workers to work on the railway. They're not going to hire the local people, and then on top of that, when it comes to the maintenance of that railway, they're going to do the maintenance themselves, and then on top of that, they might make some pretty egregious demands, like, we want a 99-year lease on all the land, between here and Kinshasa or something, right? So like in Jamaica, there was this really beautiful highway that they had in Jamaica. My wife and I was there, and we drove up from Kingston up to the north. I can't remember the beaches and stuff. And so, because the kids were up at the resort, and we had to drive down to Kingston a few times because my wife was doing presentations in Kingston. And this highway was so much better than the original road. The original road was like windy 3-hour drive. It was terrible. The highway was a nice, smooth, comfortable 90-minute ride, right? But here's the problem. The toll on the highway was outrageously expensive. I want to say it was like $25 each way to ride on this highway. Most people in Jamaica cannot afford to drive on this highway. The Chinese have built this thing. Number two, the Chinese, from what I understand, they required like a 99-year lease on all the land, you know, that the highway covered. So a lot of local people were very unhappy with the deal that was made. So there was this nice, comfortable highway, but there wasn't anybody on it because nobody could use it in Jamaica. So that's kind of the trade-off, and that's the part that's sketchy, and I don't know how that's going to play out. Let's see. So it's a new type of colonialism without guns, really. Justin, can you tell me books to read on how to set up a trust fund for my sons? Let's see. Well, I think that I don't have any books in mind as far as trust funds. I think that research, just online research, can be beneficial. I think talking to a trust expert can be helpful too. You sit down with a trust attorney, they can answer all your questions and help you set it up. I think that might be a little bit better but there are plenty of books on trust. If you go to Amazon, just search for trust, you'll find a lot of books that'll come up. Let's see. Dr. Boyce, media rumor, banks close and to take money out. Is it true? No, I don't think it's true. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying I haven't seen any evidence of that. I mean, banks are in a little bit of danger because of the commercial real estate market, mostly regional banks, but they have safeguards that have historically always protected the banks from, any of these terrible collapses. So I wouldn't buy into that stuff. Let's see, Marcia, do you think the USA is in danger of being a dictatorship? I don't think so. What would that mean for the Black community? The only time I see the US becoming a dictatorship is if you have another crisis like COVID or something. We became a little bit like a dictatorship during the pandemic. A lot of freedoms were stripped. But I don't think it comes down to like Biden or Trump being elected. I think it's like a matter of like whether or not fear overtakes the country enough to the point where people give away their liberties. At that point, then you're in trouble. Let's see. Dr. Bush, Nvidia's up 82% today. I don't think it's up 82%. You mean $82? I think it's up $82. I don't think it's up 82%. That would be quite a bit. Yeah, I don't think Nvidia's up that much. But it is up a lot. Right now, let me see. Nvidia is up. It's up 9.5%, but it's up $90. So I think that's what you're referring to, but that's still a lot, right? So it's over $1,000 now. Let's see, Chelsea, no question, but shout out to Amani for getting me set up with Prime yesterday. All right, yeah, Amani's on our customer support team. She's amazing. If you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, you can talk to Amani. We got Chanel. We have a lot of great people that work with the Black Business School and they're all just really good people. And I'm really proud of the university we created because we're better at Black wealth than any institution on the planet. You can't go to Harvard and learn what you learn here. You can't go to an HBCU and learn what we learned here. The principle, our economic Bible is Powernomics because we believe deeply in group economics. We also believe in things like mental health and the structure of the family as being critical keys to building Black wealth for the future. We also believe in the incorporation of radical ideas that come from broad fields of broad experts in multiple fields coming together to truly form a think tank around issues that affect the Black community. This is not. I don't think you can solve the Black wealth problem by lumping us in with everybody else, and that's what happens at other universities. We're always so concerned about trying to fit us into something else, a square peg in a round hole. I say, no, you need a round peg with a round hole. And so, anyway, we're good at that. And another thing I'm proud of with the Black Business School is that most of the people that you talk to on our team have been here for several years. It's a great place to work, but we work with good people. We don't work with, if someone's a bad person, or doesn't have the right spirit, that's not a good fit. And so Amani and Chanel and some of the others that work here have been here since literally like 2018, 2019. And they know what they're doing. They respect you immensely. They will sit on the phone with you if they have to help you figure it out. And that's something that I'm really proud of. So I'm really honored to have the team that we have. Terry Wilson, where can Prime members find a consolidated list of the stocks you mentioned previously? Just log into drboyceprime.com. There should be stuff there. You have access to something called What Dr. Boyce is Buying. When you go into Prime, you'll see what Dr. Boyce is buying that's in there. If you have trouble finding it, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they can help you. Keep that email address around in case you have any issues. They respond to your email. They have a requirement. They have to respond within 10 or 12 hours, and so they'll get back to you. So it's not instantaneous, but they do get back to you. Okay. Let's see. And if they ever don't get back or something ever goes wrong, you let me know and we'll be right on that. Mary Wilson, Dr. Boyce, do you know any reputable antique art appraisers? No, I do not. I'm so sorry, Mari. I wish I knew. I don't know anybody. Sorry for that. Let's see. Dorothea says, is it good to buy more shares of NVIDIA today, in your opinion? I'm not buying anymore. I'm not telling you what to do, but I'll say I'm not going to buy anymore. I'm skeptical. I really am. I kind of feel like NVIDIA. I feel like when the market starts to drop, which I believe that it's going to do at some point this year, NVIDIA is going to be one of the first casualties. I think that what happens when the market's doing this well is that you have these things, these what they call black swan events or catalysts that are sitting like demons waiting in the corner to come and disrupt the market. So I personally think that a catalyst is going to hit. I think something bad's going to happen that's going to just kind of snap us out of this euphoria that we're in, and you're going to see a little bit of a correction. It's going to broadside and body slam the stock market because right now valuations are really high. They have something called the price earnings ratio that measures the price of the stock divided by the earnings. It tells you how overinflated the price might be, whether the stocks could be underpriced or overpriced. We're in the top 10th percentile of historical price earnings ratios, meaning that stocks are very highly priced relative to what they've been in the past. And usually when the price earnings ratios get that high, at some point you have a correction. I'm not going to call it a crash. It's going to feel like a crash, though. It may be labeled a crash, but it's really a correction. A correction simply means that they're going to realize, wait, NVIDIA shouldn't be $1,042.92. NVIDIA should only be $822. So instead of being a $2.6 trillion company, it's really supposed to be a $2.2 trillion company. It's still a great company. It's still making money hand over fist. It's just a little bit overvalued. So maybe then that's an opportunity to come in and buy. So don't get scared when that happens. Just know that it happens all the time. So when your granny tells you that the stock market is going to crash, you should just say, yeah, granny, I know. Dr. Boyce said the stock market crashes all the time. And when it does crash, I'm going to show up and I'm going to buy me some more stock. That's what you do. Okay, let's see here. What is the minimum amount you need to do the Prime program? There's no minimum amount, Roxanne. Some people are in there learning to prepare so that once they maybe form their family investment group or get their capital base up, they can make certain moves. And remember, there's more that you can do with options than just sell them. You can do things like call spreads and straddles and strangles and butterflies and condors and lots of other option strategies. So don't think that it's just about the selling options. I mean, the selling of options and generating income was kind of the core of the setup, but we cover everything with options, beginner, advanced, all that stuff. So the URL is drboyceprime.com if you want to take a look. You put up a post that said leverage is how smart men lose their money. What did you mean by that? Oh, that was a quote from Charlie Munger. Charlie Munger, who was this old dude who used to hang out with Warren Buffett. He was a real OG. I love Charlie Munger, one of my favorite investors of all time. He and Warren Buffett are old school. They learned investing from this book called by two people named Graham and Dodd, and it was called Value Investing, and it was written in like the 1930s during the Great Depression. So these guys are very conservative, but they're just sturdy, fearless fearless men who have a tremendous amount of success under their belt. And I love the way they talk because they go back to the fact that basic decision making and really simple stuff that's really common sense is the difference between success and failure. So what Charlie Munger said is something that I've actually said a lot. I just said it in my own little black way, but he said the same thing I said. He said that basically smart men ruin themselves and through let me make sure I get it right. Ladies, liquor, and leverage. Ladies, liquor, and leverage. What does that mean? Well, it's similar to something I've always said. When I talk to young black men, I say, look, there's four ways a man ruins his life. Typically, if by engaging in any of these four things too much: sex, drugs, alcohol, gambling. Sex, drugs, alcohol, gambling. So he says, ladies, liquor, and leverage. That's similar. Let me explain why. Well, the ladies part, that's basically sex, right? You see men that a lot of times, we want to be rich so that we can attract women. And some men don't have the discernment or the intelligence to understand that just because she want to sleep with you does not mean that you're supposed to do it. So smart men get it, dumb men don't. And then on top of that, things like sex addictions can occur. They can cause you to make decisions that are harmful to your life and the lives of others. They can embarrass you, ruin you, all kinds of stuff, right? So connecting with the wrong women can just ruin a man, destroy him. And make sure you tell your sons this, especially if he's a ladies' man and all that, and he thinks that that's a win for him. There are people that will eat him up, that will literally set him up and destroy him based on that weakness that he may develop over time. The liquor part is basically that when I said drugs and alcohol, that's the liquor part for Charlie Munger. So he says liquor, maybe because he wasn't thinking about drugs. I think about liquor and drugs because those are the two things I've seen that have ruined black families the most. Those are the two things that have had the most devastating impact on my family. My father was a drug addict. My stepfather broke away from his drug addiction. Drugs have been the worst thing to ever happen to the black community. That's why I don't understand why we have any tolerance for rappers who promote drug use. What is wrong with you? You are an idiot. You are worse than a Klansman because you're using the power of persuasion to persuade young people to get hooked on drugs before they ever have a chance to do anything special with their lives. You don't understand what happens inside the brain of a 17-year-old who gets hooked on dope and then he tries to get over it or whatever. No, the brain damage is done, son. Your brain is jacked for life at that point. You've been using Molly and meth. On a plane, I sat next to a guy that he wasn't a Secret Service agent. He was like a federal agent or federal marshal. And he said, I worked with drugs in the DEA and all that. He said, people have no idea how much brain damage gets done to these poor kids when they test out these drugs that are being promoted by these rappers. Like stuff like the Molly and the meth or whatever, like that stuff, like it fries your brain. So then they're like, oh, I used to use it. Now I don't use it no more. Sorry, that those 2 years you were messing with fentanyl, your brain just isn't operating the same. It's like if I spend 2 years, taking a knife and stabbing myself in the thigh, and I do that for 2 years straight, and I cut off my calf muscle, and then I say, "Oh, I'm done cutting off my calf muscles," and I chopped off 3 toes, but now I'm good again. My toes are going to grow back. No, they're not. They're not going to grow back. You're going to go through life with 3 missing toes and no calf muscle. So I just kind of it frustrates me. Let me say that. I'm going to stop. All right. The next thing is, he said leverage. So the leverage part to me is that kind of correlates to what I said about gambling. And so for him, leverage might mean just bad financial choices or gambling in a different way. A lot of people don't know that a lot of people think that they are investors when really they're just basically gamblers. Investing for some people becomes a more acceptable way for them to fulfill a gambling addiction. I know people that have traded stock options who had to go to Gamblers Anonymous because that same dopamine rush that you get when you buy $50 worth of AMC options and the $50 turns into 500, that same dopamine rush is exactly what you get when you go to the casino. It's the exact same process. So basically, gambling addictions, which are on the rise, by the way, you really want to watch out for this. It's going to ruin a lot of people's families and a lot of people's finances. And cause some people to literally go just jump out of a building and shoot themselves in the head and all this other crazy stuff. Gambling addictions are one of just the worst things that a person can be plagued with. And the thing is that the sports gambling companies are marketing to your son. They're marketing to young men between the ages of about 20 and 35. Women they're not as quick to get into sports gambling. Older people, we know better half the time, but not all the time. But there's something about being a little bit older, a little wiser, where you have a little more balance. Those young guys full of testosterone and who lack impulse control, oh, that they're easy targets. They get them on there thinking they're gonna make all this money, thinking you're smarter than the system. Next thing you know, you're $3,000, $10,000, $50,000 in debt, and you don't know how you're gonna get out. And then that becomes a really sad life to have. All right, so I'm gonna answer a few more questions, then we're gonna head on out of here. Aisha, do you have a list of the best stocks to sell options on? I'm slowly, yes. If you log into drboyceprime.com, there's something called the Dr. Boyce Moneymakers that is in there. And I update this list every 3 weeks. So you can go to drboyceprime.com and get a copy, or you can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. They can guide you to where that's located. Let's see. Is 10K enough of a capital base? As Sharon. Yeah, there are some students that have 10K as a capital base for sure. Otis, hey Doc, what are your thoughts on leaving all one's assets in a trust? I think trusts are a great idea. Trusts are great for allowing you to transfer assets after your passing without dealing with probate or taxes in too much of a damaging way. It's not perfect, but it is one way to protect against taxation. So, for example, with my estate, a lot of my insurance policies have my trust as the beneficiary, and then the trust has instructions attached as to what's going to happen with the money, and the trustee's job is to execute the instructions as per what I put in the document. Let's see. Trevor says, main steps to becoming a long-term investor. Try to go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. That can get you started. Another framework we set up in terms of a stock market weekend that we did where we covered a lot of that stuff. You can go to thedrboycemethod.com, thedrboycemethod.com. I lay out an 11-step process on how I go about deciding if a stock should be added to my portfolio. So thedrboycemethod.com will get you started. Roxanne, if you are just starting out on your financial journey and you're over 50, where do you recommend I start? Okay, I think I answered that question just now. Okay, two more questions. And then we'll bounce on out. I love when you have so many questions. This is great. This is awesome. We gotta do more of these Q&As. Do you recommend starting a 529 plan for my child or investing in an ETF for them? Great question, Chris. I think 529s are better because they have tax advantages. Just sort of make sure you pay attention to any restrictions that there might be on what you can actually do with the money, though, right? And what the consequences would be for violating that restriction. But anything that's tax deferred or has tax benefits tends to be the best option. Shauna, I went through Prime 101 and have a great grasp on what I'm doing. I will be scheduling an appointment with you soon. But before we meet, will a capital base of 76,000 allow me to make at least 10,000 a month? Close. Yeah, you can make several $1,000s a month with a capital base of 76,000. And if you are in that category where your capital base is say 40,000 and up, stuff like that, feel free to take a look. I have a mastermind for people that have a little bit more and you want a little bit more personalized attention. So you can email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. There's a couple more spots. You have to apply. You've got to pass the test. We got to make sure you're ready that in terms of understanding investing well enough to be comfortable with the stuff that we'll talk about. But if that's of interest to you and you want to take a look and you want to apply, just email support at theblackbusinessschool.com. I personally think that the more you have at stake, the more you might want to just really think carefully before you make a move. I did a consultation once with a student who had just bought, he had gotten into a real estate deal for $750,000, and he put his whole life savings into this real estate deal and he couldn't get out. And he said, well, what should I do? And I said, well, I mean, I wish I could help you get a time machine so you could go back in time and talk to me before you make this move. Because now that you've locked your money up in this deal, there's only limited things that we can think about here. And I said, was this your first real estate deal? He said, yeah. So my thought is, if I'm about to jump into a real estate deal for hundreds of thousands of dollars, then yeah, I'm gonna pay somebody 1,000 or 2,000 if I have to, or whatever, to guide me through the process, right? So if you're looking to make a big financial move, this will be the last point we'll make, and then we'll do another Q&A. My brain's getting a little mushy, so I'm gonna go ahead and let us out of here. But I really am an advocate before you make major financial moves. I'm a big advocate of paying for mentorship, like getting somebody that can help you to just share what they know. Like you can buy their 20 or 30 years of experience instead of learning it the hard way. Because if you don't, you're going to make mistakes and you're going to learn, but it's going to take you 5-10 years to learn it. And you're going to pay $100,000 or whatever, to learn these things. So I would encourage you to find people that know how to do what you're trying to do and just say, hey, I will pay you for your time so that now I can have expectations of you. I can tell you what I need and expect that you're going to deliver for me. And also I get the benefit from all the years of training that you already have. And so there we go. So that's my belief on that's literally what I do. Whenever I go into something new, I'm not going to go dump a bunch of money into something where I don't know what's going on. And Warren Buffett actually talks about this. He says, never invest in something that you don't understand. And if you don't understand it, then maybe find someone that you trust that does understand it so they can tell you what's going on so you don't, so you don't end up pouring money down the drain. Okay. So anyway, I'm out of here, guys. Have a good day. And don't forget, get on the text list. I'll send out that list. I'm actually going to send out the list of weed stocks this afternoon. So if you want to get that list, just make sure you're on the text list. Text morning MORNING to 87948. That's morning to 87948. And also tomorrow we will be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, and we won't go an hour and 20 minutes tomorrow. We'll probably go more like 30 to 45 minutes as we always do. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Hey, what's going on, guys? I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. So good to see everybody. Come on in, and as you come in, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Today, I want to talk a little bit about some funny issues in terms of what's going on with our economy. I want to talk about the economics and hopefully give you some information that'll put some money in your pocket and some opportunity in your vision. Because the truth of the matter is that things are hard for people, and there are a lot of people that are struggling, and it's kind of unfortunate. I hate to see that because really what's going on is that you've been sold a bill of goods that is fundamentally incorrect. You've been told that going to school and getting a job is the best way for you to get ahead financially, and that's just not true. And something that triggered this thought for me today, and I'm going to give you some data that is going to help you understand why getting jobs is a losing wealth strategy. That literally finding your way to yet another broken opportunity or going down some other economic rabbit hole with nothing at the end of it, why that's not going to help you to find what you're looking for. And I just thought about this because I was explaining this to our kids. So I said, since I'm explaining to the kids, I'm explaining to anybody that wants to listen. So anyway, let me show you all what I was thinking about. What's up, Justin? And my name is Corey and Cam and Jones. Can y'all hear me? Let me know. Give me a quick yes if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me okay. Once I get the yes and the confirmation, then I'll know I can move forward in peace. We're traveling as a family. My wife's birthday weekend's coming up. We just had our 3rd wedding anniversary, and also there was Mother's Day, and we had 8th grade graduation, and a couple of my goddaughters had birthdays. So this is a crazy month, and it ain't even done yet. It ain't even done. All right, so let me show you all something that I thought was really, really interesting, and I put it on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins, Dr. Boyce Watkins, and the number 1, Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. So I hope you'll follow me on Twitter because I'm gonna tell you the truth. I get tired of arguing with idiots. I just do. I don't even do it. I don't argue with idiots. I just teach them and share information, and hopefully they'll come out of their idiot status and learn how to listen and realize what's right in front of them. And what you should realize is right in front of you is that all your strategies when it comes to economics are not working. Your community is broken. Your community's become a little bit embarrassing in terms of us, what we're doing relative to what we could do. And I just don't have the patience for nonsense, to be honest with you. But let me show you all this, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a second. So here is what I put on Twitter. And let me know if y'all can see that. And if you're watching on Instagram, sorry, not Instagram. I said Instagram. I would say if you're listening on Spotify, you're just gonna hear this, but I'll describe what's on the screen. So what I put up on the screen just now from my Twitter account, Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, is this cover on Time Magazine. You can see here it says it has a white woman, and it says, "I have a master's degree, 16 years of experience, work 2 extra jobs, and donate plasma to pay the bills. I am a teacher in America." So let's decompose this. Okay. Y'all know me. I like to really break things down. That's why I call it the Dr. Boyce breakdown, because I like to break things down and challenge you to think a little bit. Because if you don't start thinking, then the people that are thinking are going to eat you up. If you don't heighten your economic consciousness, the people that are conscious and aware are going to chew you up and spit you out. And it's just going to suck. So let me dissect this. I'm gonna literally break this down line for line. This is a cover of on Time Magazine. I don't know what episode or issue this was. I do know that there are stories out there like this, and I want to kind of address some of this. So let's read it slowly. I have a master's degree. Now let's think about master's degree. Master's degree takes you 4 years of college plus 2 years of grad school. That's 6 years of school. 6 years. Okay, so if you think about that, just in terms of like a 40-hour work week, if you take 40 hours a week and you do that for a year, that's 2,000 hours a year of work. 2,000 hours a year times 6, that's 12,000 hours of labor. So 12,000 hours of hard work to get the master's degree. Okay, so let me write that down, 12,000 hours. So if you value that time at, say, even $10 an hour, that's $120,000. But most people make more than 10. Let's triple that. Let's say $360,000. So, and that doesn't even include the cost of tuition. If you throw in the cost of tuition to get this master's degree, this poor woman may have spent, let's say, I don't know, let's be nice. Let's say it's another $140,000 because college plus a master's degree would cost about that much. You're lucky if you spend that much. So process this. Pay attention now. I want y'all to listen. That's about $500,000 worth of human capital, time, labor, energy, wealth that was applied to achieving this goal. Give me a yes if you follow me. I don't want to talk too fast because I want you to get the point. Let me know if you're following the logic here. Are y'all hearing me? Are y'all getting what I'm saying? Okay. So, all right. So as we talk about this $500,000 investment, let's keep going. She's not done yet. What else did she say? She said, I have 16 years of experience. Lord Jesus, that's beautiful, right? 16 years. Okay, so let's do more math. Let's remember 2,000 hours a year. That's 16 years. That's 32,000 hours. And if you value the 32,000 hours at the rate we talked about earlier, about $30 an hour, let's see, 32,000, 320,000 times 10. That's about, let's round it up to a cool million. It's about $960,000. So pay attention now. So that's $1 million worth of effort plus $500,000 put into getting the education. So there's $500,000 worth of effort put in to get the education, another $1 million worth of effort to become this highly trained person that she is. I mean, she is 16 years. I mean, shit, that's great. That's beautiful, right? All right, and then what else? She also says that she works 2 extra jobs. So she's not working 40 hours a week. Give me a yes or no. How many of y'all think that if she's working 2 extra jobs on top of being a teacher, how many of you think that she's working, more than 40 hours a week? How many of you think that give me a yes if you would agree with me that my estimate of 40 hours a week is conservative, if that is a conservative estimate of the number of hours that this hardworking woman is putting into being successful. What do y'all think? Yes or no? You agree with me, or am I blowing smoke up your butt? Am I making stuff up? Thank you, Sherman. Sherman says 60 hours. I tend to agree with you, Sherman. I'm thinking at least 60 hours. I think this poor lady's been busting her butt. I think that she's been just grinding like crazy, and she's not young. She's not old. But she's kind of, she looks like she might be. If you got 16 years of experience, that probably means you're at least 40, maybe 45. So she's dedicated a chunk of her life. She's middle aged now. She's this half of her life dedicated to something. What is that? What is she dedicated to? Let's say it's the American dream or something. And then also on top of that, she's giving plasma. Which I don't know the health effects of giving all your plasma away and stuff, but whatever. Okay, that's just an add-on. All right, now here's what I want y'all to understand, and I'm gonna just tell you, I'm not the right guy I'm not the right messenger for this because what happens is that I when I see a solvable problem that we're not solving, I get a little frustrated. I get a little angry when I see us trying to solve a problem with the same tactics that never worked in the first place. I get a little frustrated. I'm not gonna lie, and I get, I'll get in there and I'll make a comment on, Shade Room or something, and have people mad at me, because I really because I see this a lot, I really do, and the curse of knowing finance the way I know it, I've been a finance professor for a long time. I've been teaching for 30 years pretty much. I know what wasted effort looks like, right? And so here's where I'm going to go with this. Here's where I'm going with this. This is really indicative of our society. What this lady said. Now, most people are not in as bad shape as her, but it's pretty bad. I mean, she's donating the plasma to pay the bills. There are lots of people in America that are in economic trouble, that are struggling. And a lot of it's because you get sold a false bill of goods. You get sold a lie. You get sold a method of success that simply does not work. And this lady is, to me, exemplifies that, because I just showed you mathematically how she put in approximately, arguably, $1.5 million worth of investment into a business, the business called Her Life, that is failing. It's a struggling business. If you invest 1.5 million, say in the S&P 500, and you do that over the same number of time that she spent going to school and going to work and donating plasma and working 2 jobs, you're gonna have $10 million, right? You're gonna have a lot more. Now, arguably, obviously, right? She couldn't have done that when she was younger. So I'm not saying that was an easy option. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that the whole get the education and go to work model does not work. And in fact, I'm gonna read some statistics to you about what college graduates are going through that will help you understand. My button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and if you're interested in things like Black Wealth, we actually have a Black Wealth Mastery store where I literally have put books like my book Financial Lovemaking, my book The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. My wife is a therapist. She helped us in the Black Business School to create our first ever Black financial therapy department. It's the first one ever created. There's not one anywhere, because what we're trying to really study and understand in our think tank is why we keep doing the same thing over and over again. What's really going on that's causing us to believe something that is simply unbelievable. And I've gone on a lot of different shows to try to express this idea, shows like The Breakfast Club and stuff like that. And it's really, really hard because there are a lot of you that get it. I go places and we have packed out arenas and everything else. And we have lots of people that are hearing this, but there are other messages that are so much louder that are just the wrong messages. And I want you to understand that, that being Black means, in my view, that there are people that have a vested interest in making sure that you hear the wrong message. There are people out there that have a vested interest in making sure that you're always behind. In fact, I'll tell you this. I'm going to tell you something that just happened to me not too long ago. I had some people really mad at me. I made a little comment on this Shade Room post. They had Kai Cenat and Kevin Hart. And they were doing something together. I think Kevin went to Kai's YouTube channel or wherever it is, and I really kind of had an issue with that. I kind of thought about that, and I said, gosh, it's like this intergenerational thing. These two guys, even they look alike, they kind of act alike, and it's like this sort of intergenerational thing, right? Where you've got kind of these guys that are really, really funny, but it seems like we have this oversupply of very unserious Black men. Like, like I went to Elon Musk's page, right? Who's one of the most famous white men in America. And Elon is a racist and I don't like him that much. And he made a comment about some really exclusive, rare element in the universe that takes like 10 billion or 14 billion years to decay. And I thought that was so cool that he gets to be smart in public and there aren't people, and his people appreciate that. Like, they appreciate smart stuff. They appreciate wanting to learn about how the world works. They appreciate, building an automobile manufacturing facility, solving problems with the environment or whatever. Whereas it seems to me that sometimes, and again, I'm going to make some people mad when I say this, and I cannot apologize for this, but it's like every time I turn around and I see famous Black males, we're not famous for being the smartest people in the room. We're typically famous for being the dumbest. We're typically famous for being funny. We're famous for being athletic. We're famous for being rappers, and that's okay. It's okay to be a rapper. It's okay to be a comedian. It's okay to be an athlete. But I don't really think that the most famous, most successful men in our community should be clowns. And why do I say that? Am I just trying to be a hater? No. Here's why it's a problem. It's because it's designed that way. It's designed that way. America doesn't want to hear from smart Black people. They want to hear from the clowns. They want to hear from the rappers. They want to hear from the people that don't necessarily want to think. And when people got mad at me, they said, Unc, you sound old fashioned. Unc, you just hating, Unc, and whatever. I said, well, let me tell you something. I said, let Unc tell you something right quick. Let Unc break it down for you. Why they playing your little dumb ass? Here's why they playing your little silly ass. I said, look at your community. Look at your community right now, and let me know if you're following any of this. I said, look at your community right now. I said, you have the goofiest, most unserious people in your community with the biggest platforms. They're not doing serious things. I said the most famous white men in the world are known for building billion-dollar tech companies. They're worth $100 billion each because they are developing artificial intelligence and technologies that are changing the world. They're building rocket ships to Mars. They're solving important problems. Your most famous people, your most famous men are men like Diddy, who's known for dancing like a teenager till the age of 50. Or Kevin Hart and Kai Cenat. Guys that, are just funny. And it's okay. You need your comedians, but your comedians should not be the leaders of your community. The rappers should not be the leaders of the black community because you got too many problems. I said, look at your community. Thank you, Calvin. That's a great term, shucking and jiving. I said, look at your community. Your community is falling apart because your men, the men that they're choosing to lead the community, are not leaders at all. They're not thinking about how to use their power and their platform for the benefit of the community. They're not thinking like, how do we solve important problems? How do we build more schools? How do we create more jobs? How do we develop more manufacturing facilities? How do we build a company that can compete with Tesla? They're not thinking that. And I said, and you see the evidence everywhere. Tell me if you agree with this. Tell me if you agree with this. The black family is in absolute shambles. Black families are just broken into little tiny microscopic pieces, and the pieces are filled with crap. And the poor children are growing up traumatized as hell because the people that are supposed to be guiding them and leading them are so messed up that they can't lead themselves. Tell me if you agree with this. Educationally speaking, black children get the worst education known to man. You literally mass produce, the public school system mass produces millions of black kids who are 18 years old who can't read at the level of a fourth grader. How does that happen? Well, it's because your men are not leaders. Your men are off telling jokes. You funny dog. And then they go to the club and get bottles of Ciroc and they dancing and they clowning and cooning and shucking and jiving. And this is what y'all paying attention to. Did y'all see that Club Shay Shay interview with the comedians, y'all? Well, y'all, that was good, y'all. No, that's reflected in your community. You look around your community, the families are shit. Your women are not protected. Your children are not being educated, nor are they being loved or guided. Your wealth is falling in the toilet. Your wealth is going backward. And this is not anti-entertainer or anti-athlete. I mean, there was a time where you had entertainers and athletes who got serious. Anybody remember this? How many of y'all remember the picture that's right here on this page? Anybody seen this picture before? What picture is that? Tell me what's on that screen right there. Y'all see that? Y'all see those serious black men? Now, these are all athletes. Muhammad Ali, Bill Russell, Jim Brown, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And these men showed up ready for business. They were ready to handle business. They said, we are the biggest, strongest, baddest dudes out here, and we are the leaders. We are getting the most attention, and we're going to stand up, and we're going to do something meaningful with our power. Now, remember this. Remember, back in the day, you had O.J. Simpson that same year. And O.J., when they asked O.J. to participate, O.J. said, I'm not black, I'm O.J. He was the clown of the time. He was the guy that made white folks happy and comfortable. And you saw what happened. They strung his butt up. As soon as they did him like Diddy. As soon as he messed up and did something, or was in the wrong place, wrong time, I don't know, whatever you believe, they reminded him of exactly who he was, just like they're doing with Diddy. So at the end of the day, what I will say to you all is that you're really kind of in this awkward situation where not only are you living in an economy that is not built to sustain and support the average American worker, you're also living in a world where the black community gets taken for a massive rope-a-dope. You kind of live in a world where you're taught that as a black man, your most important job is to kind of just sort of be this clownish guy who makes lots of money by making white people happy and comfortable. And then all the while, your community is not benefiting. You're not building infrastructure. You're not developing schools. You're not building businesses that are capable of employing more than maybe 20 or 30 people. You're not developing the kinds of things that are going to sustain and elevate a community. So there's nothing wrong with necessarily being a comedian. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that comedians should not be leading a community. You need people that can create jobs. You need people that can build schools. You need people that are going to guide you in a direction that's going to make you better. And I don't know if we're getting that. I think that people get mad at me. They hate on me when I say it. And I get a lot of heat. But you know what? I can't back down. I'm not going to back down because God is telling me that
y'all you're full of crap with this nonsense. That if you believe that what we're doing and where we're going as a community is the right direction, I ain't got nothing for you. I can't help you. I cannot help you. Now do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I don't just talk about the problem. I want to solve the problem. In the Black Business School, every single morning, as a finance professor, my goal is to help you become economically aware. So we have what we call economic awareness training that we do every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. It's 100% free. You don't have to pay money, just pay attention. And we do this every single day in a private Zoom. And so if that's your thing and you're interested in joining us, just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. And if you text morning to 87948, I will send you an invitation. We will meet tomorrow morning because we do this every day, every single day, 7 days a week. And as I mentioned earlier, we have books and all kinds of materials and tools and flashcards for kids, financial flashcards, all that. Feel free to go to drboycebooks.com to take a look if you'd like to be a part of that. Okay. So we've got all the resources. We're building a university. It's hard. We don't have all the money that we'd like to have. But we have raised a few $1 million, and we poured all that right back into building the infrastructure that a lot of these entertainers won't build. And of course, that makes me a very dangerous Black man, apparently, in the eyes of people who would rather see a Black man as a thug or a comedian than to see a Black man show up as a thinker and as someone who actually gets things done. And so anyway, let me get back to this. Okay, so we were talking earlier about this lady who, who had, the whole master's degree, 16 years of experience. She was working 2 jobs, and she still was basically on pretty much almost on welfare. Like, she was really in a position financially where she can't pay the bills. And really, that's an unfortunate reality about America. I mean, at the end of the day, we treat our teachers like crap. We treat our soldiers like crap. The people in the community that are really getting the work done, again, the teachers and the soldiers and the thinkers and the parents and the activists and the people that are really guiding our people to a better place. The husbands and wives and fathers and mothers. These are the individuals that don't get the support that they deserve. And one of the things I just truly believe is that all this is by design. I think that we have a society that's designed to keep the most backward thinking people at the front of the bus, because they'll drive the bus backward. Why? Well, because you're a backward Negro. Backward Negroes drive the bus backward. Their job is not to move it forward. So if your biggest Black leaders and your most visible Black people, are comedians, well, then you're going to be a joke. Your community is going to be a joke. Why? Well, because your leader's a comedian. So comedians make you laugh. And there's a long history of a very non-threatening comedy-like Black men being put at the top of the food chain, being seen, by everybody, getting lots of money to be goofballs. And absolutely no progress gets made out of that. There's no improvement in our educational system. There's no infrastructure being built. There's no jobs being created. Families are not stronger. It's just kind of this intergenerational phenomenon. Now, one of the things I want to mention also, though, that you really want to understand is that there is a way to kind of analyze what's happening to all Americans as it pertains to what a college degree does for you and what it does not do for you. College degrees, are something that when we felt like we were being progressive, we really pursued education at the highest levels, and we still do. I think there's nothing wrong with going to college. I taught on many college campuses, University of Kentucky, Indiana University, etc. And I love going to college campuses. My wife and I, every year, we go back to Indiana University where I met her. And I tell guys, I kind of mess with them. I say, if you're looking for a good wife, you ain't going to typically find your best wife in the club. I said, I found my wife in the library, and I got a great wife. And because somebody wrote something on there where they said, I can't find a woman who looks good, who can cook and who can clean, who can throw down in the bedroom and all these other things, right? And I said, you know what? Then I must have hit the lottery. I said, but the truth of the matter is that my wife was not the first Black woman I met who had those criteria. There's lots of amazing Black women in the world. And I just think that if you're looking for these women, in the strip clubs, then you're not going to really find that. You might find somebody that's a professional twerker, or they might be good in the bedroom, but I don't know if they're going to have all the skills that are required to be a complete Black woman. But anyway, so education, I think, is very important. I'm a big fan of it, but the cost of college attendance has gotten way too high. And let me give you a few little statistics to help you understand why college degrees have just started kicking people in the butt and why you want to be really careful with college degrees. Number one is student loan debt. The average student loan debt for the class of 2022 was $37,000. It was only $20,000 back in the year 2000. Also, according to the Economic Policy Institute, inflation-adjusted wages for young college graduates have only increased by 0.8% between 2000 and 2020. Did y'all hear that? That literally over a 20-year period, the wages of college graduates adjusted for inflation has only increased by 0.8%. Did y'all hear that? Give me a yes if you follow that. I want to say that slow so y'all understand that. Now, let me ask y'all this. So the wages, the inflation-adjusted wages for young college graduates have only increased by 0.8%. Do you think that over a 20-year period, the cost of living only went up by 0.8%? What do y'all think? Do you think that 0.8% increase over a 20-year period is good? Did y'all hear? Are y'all hearing this? So it basically says that as a college graduate in 2024, you're not making that much more than your mother did when she graduated in 2020 or 1998. You're not. So how in the hell can we see a statistic like this and somehow still believe that the whole go to school and get a good job path is the best approach? I mean, what makes me sad about it is that I know how hard it is to be a good teacher. God bless the best teachers in our world. I mean, teachers are just some of the most amazing, important, transformative human beings in our society. Teachers, I mean, and nowadays, these kids are crazy. They're coming to school with guns, ready to fight because their mama and their daddy ain't doing a good job. The daddy's on crack, mama's on heroin, and they come into school ready to fight the teacher and all that. And so God bless all the teachers that put up with that. I mean, I think that you are a gift from God. You are more important to the Black community than any athlete, any rapper, or any comedian will ever be. And I think you deserve to be paid for that. So it makes me sad to hear that teachers and people that are doing these really important jobs are not getting what they deserve in terms of pay. And where I come in, and again, this sometimes it offends people, but I don't care about that. I want to offend you because your ass needs to be offended by the way you've been treated. You need to be offended by the fact that your community's following behind every generation. You need to be offended by the fact that your families are falling apart. You need to be offended by the fact that you're getting laughed at by the rest of the world. You need to be offended by the fact that nobody on the planet, there's no community anywhere on earth that says, oh my gosh, I woke up this morning, I prayed that my daughter would get pregnant by a Black man. How many Indian families or Asian families or African families do you think that sit around and say, man, if my daughter has a baby with an African-American male, that child's really going to be well off? What do y'all think? Do you think that they say that? Or do you think that they say, oh no, do not get pregnant by an African-American man. They will abandon the baby. Anybody ever heard that stereotype? Remember when Ice Cube said, this is what they think about you. This is what they think about you. That's what they think about you. And the reason those stereotypes bother me is because I know guys who fulfill those stereotypes. That's one reason it bothers me. Another reason it bothers me is because I know a lot of guys who don't fulfill the stereotypes and they don't get the attention they deserve. They don't get honored by society. They don't put those Black men on TV. They want to put the buffoons on TV. And I personally think that shows a significant lack of balance. But if you understand Dr. Claude Anderson the way I do in his books, like Black Labor, White Wealth, you'll know that there's a history to this. There's a history of making Black people look ridiculous. There's a history of promoting backward thinking in their community. So really what I would say to you is that the solution is going to have to come from you. And ultimately, when you're talking about solutions, there's no way around basic things like entrepreneurship. There's no way around things like investing. Every kid's going to have to invest, especially with some of our people and the way they see the shiny Negroes on TV, the rappers and everything else, and they want to dress like the rappers, and they want to have the Gucci this and the Prada that and the fancy this and the fancy that. Well, all that stuff costs money. There's nothing wrong with wanting nice stuff, but if you want nice stuff, you have to have a financial plan. If you want nice stuff and you don't position yourself to be able to afford it, then you're eventually going to have to do something illegal or unethical in order to obtain it. So what happens in the Black community in many cases is that a lot of our young people have significant financial addictions. They're addicted to the Louis. They're addicted to the Gucci, they're addicted to the Prada, they're addicted to the jewelry, they're addicted to the Benz, they're addicted to whatever, right? You saw kids, did you ever see that? I talked about this yesterday. You see kids going to the prom that literally look like they are born in, Indian or African royalty or something. Like they're showing to the prom, spending $10,000-$20,000 on the prom, pulling up in Benzes and Bentleys and everything else. And it's all a costume party. It's all fake. It's all fake because 9 times out of 10, you can't afford it. 9 times out of 10, you're going in debt to have it. 9 times out of 10, you're just trying to keep up with your friends. 9 times out of 10, you are using financial extravagance as a way to cover up extreme insecurities. 9 times out of 10, you act this way because you think that that's the culture. And my question that I ask you, the question that's going to get on your nerves is I say, well, who created that culture? Where'd that culture come from? Well, that's what the rappers do. Well, who put the rappers on TV? Probably the record labels. Or who runs the record labels? It ain't us. Who runs the TV networks? It ain't us. And the people that are putting these images into the media, the people that are putting these guys on TV that you look up to, they don't put their own children out there like that. They don't have their own kids looking like you. It's just you. It's your thing, right? So ultimately, if you have this much materialism, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with having nice stuff. I have a luxury car. My wife has a luxury car. But at the same time, we also have a work ethic that is consistent with being able to obtain a luxury car. In addition to having the luxury car, my wife has a PhD. She spent many, many years in school studying 8 hours a day so she could be successful. That's what I had to do. I had to study 7, 8 hours a day for almost a decade to get my PhD in finance. They didn't give me that. I didn't get it through some weekend program. I'm not a veneer tech. Right? You saw the veneer techs, right? And I think that sometimes what can occur is that you have this weird disconnect. What entertainment kind of does is it creates this weird disconnect between work ethic and success. It makes a 25-year-old think that you're supposed to live like a rich 45-year-old by the time you're 26. And I just really think that that's a dangerous trap to fall into, especially when all the skills that you're given to obtain that are the wrong skills anyway. Now, what I'm going to do actually is instead of just talking about the problem, I'm going to give you some solutions. If you could, please do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. If you'd like to learn how to make money without working, I teach stock options and all kinds of stuff, things that I really think everybody should understand. I think kids should learn this stuff. I really wish every child understood stock options because it would really change your life. I'm training our 17-year-old on stock options now because I told her we're in LA and I said, I'm going to take you to Rodeo Drive, but I'll take you as long as you will let me show you some things that will allow you to afford stuff on Rodeo Drive. So if you'd like to take advantage of a free training that I have that everyone loves called How to Make Money Without Working, just text the word money to the number 87948. You could text money to 87948. And another way you could take a look at what we do with stock options is you can go to drboyceprime.com. Prime stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. You can take a look. All right, so let's finish this up. Let's finish this conversation because I don't want to sit on here ranting all day. Even though y'all know me, I get mad about this stuff and I end up just kind of going off. And I apologize if I sound that way. Just chalk it up to a frustrated person who sees a solution that isn't being applied. So there's a lot of financial stress out here. A lot of people are worried about how to pay the bills. A lot of people are mad because their college degree did not pay off the way they wanted it to. Other statistics that you should pay attention to are the following. In 2020, the unemployment rate for recent college graduates was 6.8%. compared to the overall unemployment rate of 3.5%. So literally all the college graduates ages 22 to 27. I didn't say that part. So young college graduates had an unemployment rate that was nearly twice as high as the overall unemployment rate. So everybody that went to school and got the master's degrees and the bachelor's degrees and all that, they had a pretty high unemployment rate, and many of them were underemployed. Nearly 41%. That's almost half. 41% of recent college graduates are working in jobs that do not require a degree, leading to lower earnings and job satisfaction. How many of y'all seen that? How many of y'all seen somebody that basically says, I'm not working in the field that I got my degree? How many of y'all know somebody who's like that? Some of y'all may have friends that are like that, who are working in a field that ain't got nothing to do with their degree, and you're kind of questioning life. You're kind of questioning what you were taught, right? You have questions. I assume you have questions. If you're smart and you're a thinker and you are an intelligent person, you're probably wondering, you're looking around, you're like, what the hell is this, man? This is BS. right? And I can tell you again, my PhD, my expertise is finance, right? So as a financial expert, I can tell you exactly what's happening. What's happening is that college degrees are not giving you what they used to give you. Also, this economy is not loyal to you. This economy, these corporations are not going to keep you employed. They don't care about you. They'll fire you at the drop of a hat. They'll get you to overcommit to a particular career path, and next thing you know, they'll swoop you out of there. Artificial intelligence is here. 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 Artificial intelligence is going to get millions of people fired. You know why? You know why? Because in capitalism, the people that control the capital at the top, they absolutely hate workers. Do y'all know that? I mean, they really don't like work. It's really an inconvenient partnership. It's a marriage of convenience, if you will. It's just, you know, how people get married just strictly for the money. They hate dealing with workers. They hate dealing with labor unions. That's why they busted up all the unions. I'm pro union, but they're not. They hate dealing with people complaining like, oh, you pay me $100,000, but you have me working really hard, and my OSHA, I'm calling OSHA and the whoever, because you had me working too many hours and wouldn't let me go to the bathroom. Right? Amazon, companies like Amazon don't want to hear that, and I'm not saying it's right. I think it's wrong. I think it's terrible. But that's what it is, right? So companies that these white boys that are running the tech companies, the Jeff Bezoses and stuff like that, they can't wait to get you out of there. Do you know that's why Amazon buys thousands of robots every day? They're buying thousands of robots every day. And in China, I think China has half of all the robots on the planet. And so they're trying to automate, man. That's what I'm saying. The way, like even in China where there's a lot more unity and stuff like that, they hate workers too. And they literally have half of all the robots on the planet, and their number one economic strategy to bring their economy back is automation. Well, automation means getting your ass out of there. It means not depending on a human being to run your factory. You get robots to do it. NVIDIA is showing people, y'all need to pay attention to this stuff. I hope you are. NVIDIA recently, the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, I think that's his name. Gosh. Yeah, he's worth about $90 billion now because NVIDIA stock has gone up so much. And Jensen Huang literally was explaining how you could like build a factory and then build the robots in the factory with AI and then have the robots in the factory build the rest of the factory or something. It was something weird where literally he was talking about how you could build whole entire factories and everything without even having a human being involved on hardly any level because AI is so good. So what I'm just telling you is that this is what's coming. This is not going away. This is going to happen. So people who live with their heads in the sand are going to get killed. They're going to get just buried. It's going to be painful. It's going to be sad to watch. Those of us in our community who are trained to be a day late and a dollar short are going to be completely, totally left behind. That's the only way I can say it and be honest with you. If you have a community that prides itself on ignorance or prides itself on how the men hate the women and the women hate the men, or pride with broken families and your kids are being abandoned the entire process, or prides itself on economic habits that are anti-wealth, like overspending your money, not investing, not saving, not thinking about the future. I don't really see how a community like that is able to really survive. And what I really think is going to happen is that there's going to be a class of people that are going to get stuck in the underbelly of our society, and they're going to end up filling up the penitentiaries again. You know, Joe Biden did that back in the 1990s. That's why I don't vote for this man. And I don't like Donald Trump either. I never put him on a pedestal. I've known about Trump for 30 something years. Never liked him either. And I think that at some point, that's what you're going to see. I think that you're going to have scenarios where people have no choice but to resort to crime, and then they're going to say the crime's out of control, and then they're going to elect somebody who's going to do what the president of Ecuador did. I think it was Ecuador, where they had such a bad gang problem and crime problem that he literally went through and pretty much did almost like a type of extermination, if you will. Like he kind of went through and just literally said anybody who is in a gang or affiliated on any level is going to prison. And a lot of people are happy about it because it cleaned up the streets, but a lot of people, it was El Salvador. I said El Salvador. I said Ecuador. I meant to say El Salvador. I believe it's El Salvador. Go look that up. So I kind of just really think that it's important to kind of know what's coming down the pike. And artificial intelligence for sure is coming down the pike. Another stat that tells you how college graduates are kind of getting their butts kicked is it says here that the cost of living has increased significantly. Housing prices have risen 54%. just from 2012 to 2024, and they've gone up even since then. And entry level salaries have not kept pace. So a lot of young people that graduate from college are already behind in the economy because they don't have any assets to begin with, and the cost of everything's going up. So in a way, if you think about the highway of wealth being like a highway ramp, imagine if you're in a car driving next to that highway and you want to get on that highway, but there's no ramp to get on the highway. That's the problem. And so one of the reasons that we created things in the Black Business School, like the Black Wealth Master Plan, which I'll put the URL up here if you guys want to go take a look, is because basically what you have to do, in my opinion, is if you want your children to avoid the pain of what's coming, you have to get them ready now. Like when you got that little baby next to you, you got to start thinking about their economic plan today, so that in 20 years, you'll have enough time to grow the wealth that is required to liberate them. Also, the Black Wealth Master Plan is very, very simple. It says every Black child should be taught to how to start a business by the age of 12. If that teacher, with all that experience and all that education and all that skill, knew how to start a little side hustle that made her an extra $2,000 a month, she wouldn't be on the cover of a magazine talking about how broke she is. Do you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't take a lot to change your economic fate. It just takes that little ability to make a little bit of money. And one of the ways that they trap you is they get you to believe this ridiculous myth that as long as you know how to do your job, you're going to be okay. As long as you're the most important shift nurse, that in the hospital, you the best, you're the only person in the factory that knows how to work the blah 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 machine, right? And you start to get this false sense of security because you really think you can't be replaced. And that's just not true. Like I kind of want you to just understand that you always have to have a plan B and a plan C and a plan D, right? So what does that look like? Let's go back here. Let me show you all this picture again. And this was the premise of why I even did this podcast episode. And by the way, I'm on Spotify. So if you look up the Dr. Boyce Breakdown on Spotify and Apple, you can find it there as well, in case you want to listen in your car. So listen to this. We'll read this again. I want you to read this. And then I want you to think about what you see, but then I want to tell you what I see, okay? What I see as a finance professor. And this is on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins and the number 1. Please follow me on Twitter. Please follow me on Twitter. I need y'all to follow me on Twitter and Instagram because I'm blocking the idiots. When people come in there stupid and corny and goofy, I had more patience when I was like 40 than I did when I was 50. I just don't have the patience anymore. So follow so we can have intelligent, important conversations. I don't want to be around stupid people. I just don't enjoy that very much. So and my Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, Dr. Boyce Finance, and I have a backup Instagram at Dr. Boyce Money. As you guys know, when you talk like I talk, it makes you kind of dangerous. So I had 600,000 followers on Instagram. They completely deleted that page. I don't know where it went. Now I have about 100,000. I had to start over again. And then I had another 600,000 pages of people on a Facebook page, and they deleted that one for no reason. And so literally this happens, and I probably shadow banned on YouTube. So if you follow me on multiple platforms, that'll give us a chance to make sure we're connected. One thing I got to warn you guys about, though, is that there are a lot of scammer pages that use my name. So if you see Boyce Watkins creeping in your DM, trying to sell you some Bitcoin or offer you some sex on the weekend or something like that, just know that ain't me. I don't creep in people's DMs. The only DM I creep in is my wife. And so just be mindful, because one lady told me she lost $200,000 from one of these scammer type people. And it just really breaks my heart. And I don't want that to happen to you. So please be careful. All right. So anyway, let me read this to you. And then I want you to, we're going to dissect this. It says, I have a master's degree, 16 years of experience. I work 2 extra jobs and donate blood plasma to pay the bills. I'm a teacher in America. So what she's basically saying is that with the master's degree, the 16 years of experience, the hard work with 2 extra jobs, she still doesn't have enough money. Now, here's what I want you to answer for me. I like to do these consciousness exercises. This is what we do in financial consciousness training every morning, by the way, is we're going to do a quick consciousness exercise. I'm going to ask you some simple questions. You're going to give me simple answers, and then it's going to lead us to the conclusion. So I want you to answer this for me. Does this lady have skill? Is she a skilled person? Is she a person who has acquired what should be a necessary amount of skill for her to be considered a successful person? Like, would you agree? She's got a master's degree. She achieved the educational dream. Most people don't have a master's degree. 16 years of experience, right? How many of y'all would agree that this lady is accomplished educationally and in terms of skill? Put a yes in the chat. Okay. Now, as you put your yeses in, I'm going to ask you another question. Simple question. Is this a hardworking woman? Would you agree that this teacher who works 2 extra jobs with her master's degree and 16 years of experience is a hardworking person? Would you agree? Give me a yes. Okay, so here's what I want you to process with me for a minute. I'm gonna go kind of deep on you, but I hope you can get the point here. So here you have a person who has all the skill and she's working very hard. So why is she not successful? Why does she not have enough money? Like, what is going on here? I mean, she's very successful. She just ain't got no money. She's got a lot of wealth. She just ain't got no money. Well, where's her wealth, Boyce? Well, her wealth is in her human capital, which is her education. They call that human capital. Her wealth is 16 years of experience. Lord, that's impressive, right? Her wealth is in her work ethic. That's amazing. So here's what I see, right? I see a person who has all the momentum required to be a very successful person in this society or any other. There's no reason why a lady like this should be broke, right? So the question you have to ask yourself is, if you got all this skill and you've been working this hard and you've been disciplined and you ain't breaking the law, you ain't doing nothing stupid, why are you struggling like this? What happened? What happened? Well, look at it like this. Imagine if I am a football player and I weigh 350 pounds and I run the 40-yard dash as fast as Deion Sanders. And in case you don't know, Deion Sanders was one of the fastest sprinters in the history of the NFL. For a while, I think he had the fastest 40-yard dash in the league or something like that. So I run the 40-yard dash in 4.2 seconds and I weigh 350 pounds. So I am a bull. I'm an amazing prospect. I'm a great player. So what would have to happen for me to go on the field and to be that big and that fast, but for me to still lose the game? Like, what if every game I played in, I still lost the game? Well, it wouldn't be because I'm not big enough and fast enough. It might be because I was aiming for the wrong target or I was using my skill in the wrong way, right? Like if every time they tell me to go tackle the running back, I run and I tackle the defensive back, or they tell me to go tackle the other team and I tackle my own player, or whatever it is, or they tell me to run to the end zone in the north and I run to the end zone in the south. Guess what? I'm going to be running real fast, real hard in the wrong direction. Or if I have a big machine gun with 90 caliber bullets, I don't know calibers, so don't make fun of me. But if I got a big fat machine gun with the strongest bullets in the world and I'm shooting like crazy, but I'm hitting the wrong target, then it doesn't matter how many bullets I had in my gun. It doesn't matter how many times I shoot it. It doesn't matter how powerful my gun is because I'm aiming the gun in the wrong direction. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? So let me explain this further. Let me make sure I take this all the way home. It doesn't matter if you have all the right skill and you're putting in all the hard work, if all of your direction, if it's being put toward the wrong things. Like if I have a super fast, high-powered sports car and I drive 3,000 miles in the wrong direction, then I would have been better off without a car at all. I should have just walked. Somebody on a 10-speed bike could make more progress than I made because I've been going 120 miles an hour in the wrong direction. So this is my point. When I look at this lady, I say, man, you put 1.5 million. Remember at the beginning, we calculated financially the financial value of 16 years of experience and a master's degree. That was about $1.5 million worth of capital that was applied in a way where she still finds herself broke and without income and without assets. That tells me that something went wrong in terms of the application of her capital. She managed it the wrong way. Just like you run a business. When you run a business, you got to manage it a certain way to make it work. If you manage it incorrectly, it's going to fail. Suge Knight mismanaged Death Row Records. That's why Death Row Records died. Even my friend Jay Morrison mismanaged the Tulsa Real Estate Fund. Apparently something went wrong because you had the millions of dollars and it didn't quite work out. Or you look at other corporations that have failed. You look at opportunity. DMX mismanaged his extraordinary talent where he should have been a billionaire like Jay-Z, but instead he ended up dying as a crackhead in his mid-40s, right? So when you have something great, when God blesses you with something powerful and you have a great opportunity and you put work into building that opportunity up, if you mismanage that, if you misdirect the energy, then it'll be just like you never had it before. It'll be just like you never had it. So here's what I argue. I argue that for Black people, let's talk about us. I believe that we mismanage our collective energy. If this woman, she's not even black, so I'm using this lady as an example, but I don't know if she's black. Maybe she's Hispanic or something, or but black people can be light skinned too. So whatever. My wife is light skinned. I would probably say to her, if she was a young woman who was getting her master's degree and said, I want to be a teacher and all this other stuff, you know what I would say to her? I would say, okay, one little thing I want to add to you or add to your career that isn't going to be hard. It's going to take a little bit of time, but it's going to make a big difference. Is I'd like for you to take a class on how to start a business, just in case your job does not pay you enough and you need to either quit the job or you need to get a side hustle or they decide they don't want to hire you. You have to know how to go into this economy and take that same damn skill and make money. Your skill should not die in the toilet just because somebody don't want to hire you for a job. Do you understand? If you are really skilled, if you are really capable, you want to be in a position where you can take that capability and get money from it on your own. You don't need the white man's corporation to translate your skill into an economically viable opportunity for you. You should not need that. You don't need the middleman. In this economy, you want to be trained to be the middleman. You want your kids to know how to be the middleman. You got to be your own middleman. Because when you're not the middleman and you depend on the middleman, then if the middleman decides to screw you, then you will sit back and just be screwed. All you will ever become is a victim. And I don't know about y'all. Maybe I sound mean when I talk like this, but I don't want to have a whole community full of victims. Cover your ears because I'm about to cuss. You could take that victimhood stuff and shove it up your ass. I'm not a victim. I'm a problem solver. You don't see my worth. You don't see my value. You don't see what I'm capable. You don't see what my PhD is worth. Oh, well, then let me just take this asset and I'm going to take it away from you and I'm going to go apply it in my own way in some other direction that's going to get me what I deserve. It's hard. It's tough. It's different. Because when you get raised in our community, you get raised to do is go to school so you can get a job, and you're supposed to be nice to white folks so they'll hire you and pay you money. And I just don't trust people like that, man. You can't leave your happiness in the hands of other people. You can't leave your ability to feed your own damn children in the hands of other people. That is the white supremacy that you're fighting. That is the white supremacy that harms you. That's the white supremacy that stresses you out. They got you focused on whether or not a white lady said hello to you in the grocery store. I don't give a damn if you say hi to me. I don't care I don't care if you like me. I don't need you to like me. I don't need you to tell me Black Lives Matter. You either help me get to this bread that I'm going to use to feed my kids, or you get the hell up out of my way. You get the fuck out of my way. That's how I feel. Like, seriously, at the end of the day, we got to grow. The men, I'm talking, especially the men, man, we got to grow some balls. We can't. Don't ever sit around your woman acting like no victim. She ain't gonna respect you. She gonna dry up like the Sahara Desert. The only way she'll want to sleep with you is out of complete pity. You can get mad about it if you want to, but I'm sorry. My wife gets mad because she thinks I'm a cynic. I think I'm a realist, but she thinks I'm a cynic. I said, I really don't know if I believe in unconditional love. I don't believe that you're just going to want to be with me no matter what kind of man I show up as. I believe you want me more when I show up as a man who can solve a problem for you. You want me more when I show up as a man that can be strong for you. You want me more when I show up as a man who's going to fight for you. I don't think that it would be natural for you to be attracted to me if I never fought for you, if I had no abilities that could support you, if I had no desire to be supportive of you. What in the hell would make you want to love a person like that? That doesn't even make any damn sense. So I personally think at the end of the day, we have to become realistic about the economics of this society and understand what it means to be Black in America, and just know that at the end of the day, you ain't white. And that's just, that's as plain as it gets. So anyway, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. If you want, just so you know, we were talking about artificial intelligence and stuff like that. I do have a list of AI stocks that I sent out to my students. So if you'd like to receive that list of AI stocks that you can invest in to take advantage of the AI boom, just text the word stock to the number 87948. If you text stock to 87948, the list should come to you in the next day or so. So there's information there that can help you. I believe a great way to benefit from AI is to invest in it. Also, secondly, I want to remind everybody that we have the All Black National Convention every year. That's a convention that we paid for, one that we created. It's not sponsored by a government corporation, nobody else. My wife comes out, and we have lots of great people that come out there every year. And it's where we gather the smartest people in our community to solve our problems. My wife is a wonderful, beautiful woman, and I love her so much. And her birthday is coming up, and she's a licensed therapist. She's a full professor of social work. She's a hardworking woman. She literally just, I mean, I think we should brag on our women when they're doing great things. And let me just tell you, my wife actually, believe it or not, she wears the same size that she wore in college because she gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning every day to go to this boot camp where these people bark at and yell at them and make them do sit-ups and push-ups and run and all that stuff. And I just think that's awesome because it does push you when you're around somebody that believes in excellence and perseverance and has determination. That pushes you to the next level, right? So I would encourage you to not just look for somebody who's going to just make life easy for you. Hang out with somebody that's going to kind of challenge you a little bit. I mean, I think there is a balance there, obviously, though. I think, I think women that are able to give men peace, I think that means a lot. But one thing I can tell you is that my wife, I really appreciate her because her intense work ethic, intellectually, physically, everything else, it pretty much saved my life. I mean, because you get in your 40s and you start gaining the weight and all that stuff. And so having a wife getting up every morning at 5 a.m. and trying to keep up with that really made a difference for me, right? So anyway, she's a licensed therapist, a full professor of social work. She's also a certified trauma specialist, and she sees clients on an individual and collective basis. So if you want to go take a look at her site, it's coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. And also, since her birthday's coming up, I just want to just mention how much I appreciate you, babe. So I don't know if she's going to hear this or not, but I think it's important that we give credit to our women. And yes, she is black. I know some of y'all make fun of the fact that she's high yellow, but she's black. She's not just black. She's Gary, Indiana black. And if you know anything about Gary, Gary ain't nothing to play with. When she grew up in Gary, it was the murder capital of the world. So anyway, that's a little bit about my wife. And one thing that she helped me do was with the convention, she helped us to add in things like we have a whole Black financial therapy department in the Black Business School. So she partners with therapists, and they work on all the psychological barriers that keep us from building Black wealth. And these are high-powered people. These are people that are credentialed, that have doctorates and licenses and everything else. And I think this is such an upgrade to the internet because the internet is full of a lot of unqualified people. It's full of a lot of people where I guess because we somehow think that having credentials is bad, or maybe there are people who make fun of people who actually went to school and all that. You just get a lot of bad information out here. So anyway, this is what we do. And the convention is going to be this year in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside of Chicago. So I hope you'll join us. Just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. In fact, in our Money in the Morning, our financial awareness training, we're actually going to give away some free tickets to the convention. We're going to do a drawing maybe once every couple of weeks. And so if your money's tight and you want to try to, get in the drawing for a free convention ticket, just join us for our financial consciousness class in the morning. It's totally free. You could do that by texting the word morning to 87948. Or if you live in another country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. Okay. So anyway, thank you for letting me gush about my wife for a second. I apologize. I don't know. I know people make fun of me for that. People have been making fun of me since. So there's some people who've been making fun of me since I got married. I don't know why, but whatever. That's what people do. When I see DDS says disrespecting her as an automatic block. Yes, and I automatically give you complete support and permission on that. Somebody comes in acting silly, then they just need to go. It's okay. They can go. There's plenty of ignorant places they can go. They just don't need to be here. But anyway, long story short, let's sort of summarize what we were talking about earlier. So basically, here's the deal. So when we're talking about this poor lady who was struggling financially as a teacher with 16 years of experience and 2 master's degrees, there's an easy fix to this problem. The easy fix is, and this is all in the Black Wealth Master Plan, and there's the URL up there. Again, this is another free resource from the Black Business School. If every Black child is taught to start a business by the age of 12, then they always have a plan B. They can always create a side hustle to make an extra $2,000 a month. They can always figure out how to quit their job if they want to, or they can always find a way to feed their family in case they lose their job. You should not depend on another community to feed your children. Let me repeat that. You should never depend on another community to feed your children. If you get to the point where you say, gosh, I can't feed my kids because Mr. White Man's not hiring, I don't think your children are going to want to hear that. They're not going to respect that. So it's very important that you have a plan B for that, and also that you train your children to have a plan B for that. Give me a yes if you agree with that. Number two is you got to buy stock for your kids when they're young. I wrote my dissertation on the stock market. I studied the stock market for 30 years. I've written a bunch of original research papers on how impactful the stock market is as a wealth building mechanism. So I have confirmed science that shows the stock market investing is literally the number one wealth builder in our society. So you got to start buying your kids stock when they're young. Don't overthink it. Don't let it scare you. Just set it on autopilot, man. Just open up your Robinhood app and literally just like buy $30 or $40 worth of stock every week, or $100 worth if you can. I mean, $100 a week is $400 a month. There are people that spend more than that on a damn car note. So I'm trying to understand why the hell am I trying to fight with people who don't even love their kids as much as they love their car? Like that's what I'm on, and I don't want to guilt trip you, but it's true. That's how I think. I'm like, wait, isn't your child's future protecting them from racism and racial abuse, police shootings, and all these other horrible things that can happen when you're not prepared as a young black man, a young black woman? Isn't that more important? Like protect them from racism on the job and all the trauma that comes with that, all the distress, all the depression and anxiety that you experience from that. Like, isn't that more important than whatever you driving? I'm not trying to say you shouldn't drive something nice. You can do that, but you can do that and handle your business. You know, there's nothing. I was talking to a guy the other day who was going to introduce me to an NBA player, and you know, who has an interest in black wealth and all that stuff. And I said, look, I'm not here to tell these rich guys that they can't enjoy their money. I'm not a guy that's going to tell you can't go to the club and blow a few thousand. I'm not going to tell you can't drive a Mercedes. I'm not going to tell you can't have really nice stuff. I'm just saying handle your business first. That's it. After you handle your business, work hard, play hard. Like go get nice stuff for yourself. Get the Mercedes that you want, but put that $500-600 a month, the same money you spend on that Benz payment, put that same amount in your child's trust fund, or put it in the family trust fund. Don't even put it in the child's name. You enjoy that money. That's your capital base. That's your financial security until you pass that over to your child. See, that's what wealth is. Wealth is intergenerational. Wealth is this construct that you create that allows you to enjoy it until you pass it to someone else. It's like if I buy a house, I can live in the house until I give it to my kids. I ain't got to buy my kids a house. You buy yourself a house. Do for yourself, and then you will be able to do for your children. You do a lot for you, and then do more for them. That's what you do. So long story short, buy stock for the kids when they're young. Really, when the day they're born is the best time to do it. And then you should do it very aggressively, and don't sell that stuff, man. Let's see, someone's is asking about NVIDIA. Do I think that $1,000 worth of stock is a good start? Yeah. Well, when NVIDIA splits, yeah, I would. If you like NVIDIA, I wouldn't wait until the split, because remember, everybody knows about the split, so the stock price is probably going to go up because of the split. If you like NVIDIA, I would say just buy NVIDIA and buy it consistently, dollar cost average. Buy $20 a week, $50 a week, $100 a week, or whatever you can afford, and just consistently do it. Don't overthink it. Don't try to time it. All the research shows that market timing does not work. So you don't want to try to time the stock market. That's just not a good strategy. Just do it. Just jump in and have some fun and do your thing and love it. Like, love it. Stock market investing is supposed to be fun. You're not supposed to overthink it. In fact, I could literally buy stock in 10 seconds, just while I'm talking to you, and totally forget that I even bought the stock. So don't make it into this big deal. But you got to get started. Okay. Now, if you're looking for some resources that can help you, here's one that's really good. We have in the Black Business School, blackmoney101.com. There is a ton of material, a ton of great lectures I put together with slides and PowerPoints and everything else that's yours for life. It's a great way to get started on your wealth building journey. It's what I call an introduction to the power of money. So feel free to go to blackmoney101.com and take a look at that. And that'll give you something to kind of get started if my assistance can help you in that journey, because I really just want to see as many of us invest in the stock market as possible. The third piece to the Black Wealth Master Plan. So the first thing I said was that every Black child should be trained on how to start a business by the age of 12. Number two, every Black child should have somebody buying stock for them from the time that they're little, really from the time that they're born. Really the earlier the earlier the better. So if you're a true visionary and you're going to have kids in 10 years, why not start buying stock right now? Right? Just buy it. Start buying right now. Like I told our 17-year-old, I said, well, one day you're going to have kids, right? She said, yeah. I said, well, yeah, start buying stock now. And then by the time your kids are grown-ups, like you'll be able to pass them $1 million. Like how cool would that be? They're going to love you, right? But it's really important this is why things like meditation are so important, right? People think it's weird when I do our economic awareness training every morning and I talk about things like meditation and consciousness. And the reason that I speak this way is because you have no idea how much exposure I've had to things like linear algebra, higher dimensional mathematics, and all these other constructs that really take your brain to another place. Like, so really what I see when I see, say, for example, instant gratification versus delayed gratification, I'm seeing higher dimensional thinking. All I'm really seeing is checkers versus chess. If you're a chess player, you're a higher dimensional thinker than a checker player. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Give me a yes if you're following this. If you are a chess players think several steps ahead. Chess players have to be able to identify all the possibilities that may lie ahead, several moves down. Chess players think differently from checker players. And then there are people that play fourth, fifth, and sixth dimensional chess. So that's a higher level. So this is where consciousness is important and meditation is important. So if I'm sitting here and I'm 20 years old and I meditate and I just imagine myself as a 50-year-old and I walk through my day as a 50-year-old man with teenage children and a 50-year-old wife and 50-year-old bills and and all that stuff, then I can see that life that I need to be prepared for. I can understand it better, and I'm not going to be intimidated by it because I have 30 years to put myself in a position where I'm going to be doing very well as a 50-year-old. Do you understand? Thank you, Sister Debbie. I see your yes. Do you understand? And let me tell you why this is important. I want to ask y'all a question. Do you think that most 20-year-old black men can even fathom what their life will be like when they're 50? Do you think that there are any do you think that most 20-year-old black men, yes or no, have imagined what their lives will be like when they're 50? I mean, like, seriously imagine that. Do you really think that this is something that's a common exercise in the community? What do you think? Of course it's not. It's not. Most 20-year-old black men can't even imagine being 25. I'm not saying that there's something wrong with them. I'm not making fun of them. So if you're young, I'm not dogging you and nothing like that. I'm just telling you, look at your friends. Look at your friends who can't even look past Saturday night. You got friends that can't even see 3 months into the future, let alone think about it. You are running around skeeting in all these women and making babies everywhere. And you go look at a lot of 35-year-old men. Child support is one of the biggest financial drains that they're dealing with. They sitting there dealing with all this child support, hate their baby's mama. I'm like, well, if you hate your baby's mama and you hate paying the child support, why was you in there raw dogging all them girls when you're well, man, I wasn't thinking, man. I was just living, man. See, there's your problem. No, you didn't have somebody like me in your ear. You had a dumb rapper in your ear. You had a goofball comedian in your ear. You had athletes on TV in your ear. Some of whom, I'm not saying these are bad guys. I'm not making fun of them. I'm not attacking them. But I am saying that you didn't have people in your ear who were saying, look, you dumbass, you're going to be older one day and you have to have a plan. That's what you have to have. And this is where I want to help. I promise you, even when I make people mad, even when I upset people, I'm really trying to help. Because I understand a lot of people didn't have a father like I did. They didn't have a father my father, I remember one time when I was 17, my father said, boy, you better do something with your life because one day you're going to wake up and you're going to be 35 and wonder where your good years went. And I thought like that really made me pause. Like I said, dang, I don't want that to happen to me. That one little statement made a big difference. And I don't really think we have a lot of people that help us do that. Because a 20-year-old who makes a plan for what his life is going to be like when he's 45 or 50 is going to be in very good shape when he's 45 or 50 because he has lots of time to prepare. But a 20-year-old who doesn't think about when he's 45 or 50 and starts preparing to be 45 when he's 46 years old, you got people like that. You got people that prepare to be 45 when they're already 46. You got a lot of 46-year-old teenagers running around here, literally still thinking that it's 1998. It's Diddy, poor Diddy was out here. Diddy does the same dances in 2024 that he did in 1998 and 1997. This man did not want to grow up. You have a Peter Pan complex in your community, which has to be annihilated with maximum efficiency. It has to be eliminated as quick as possible because it keeps your men in their growth stunted. It keeps them from being in a position to prepare for the future. And if you're not a person that can prepare for the future, then you're not going to be a very good investor or a good wealth builder. Now, let me show you all this video. I'm going to show you all this video real quick. If you can please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. This is the last thing I'm going to show you, I promise. And then I'm going to get on out of here because when I start talking for a long time, I start saying stuff that makes people madder than it already does. I put this on my Instagram, and I'm going to try to share. My Instagram, by the way, is Dr. Boyce Finance. And my backup Instagram is Dr. Boyce Money. So I hope that you'll follow me on the gram. Let me see if I can find this dang thing. Where is that Instagram post. Okay, here we go. Wait, I think this is it. Let me see. Here we go. Okay, so can y'all see that image up there? There's a lady, and on the top of it, there's like some Chinese kids, kindergartners playing basketball. So I want you to look at this, and I want you to just watch this video. It's pretty awesome. Y'all see the kids on the screen? Can y'all see that? Because it doesn't look like it's moving on my end. Do y'all see the kids playing basketball on the screen, or is it just not working? If it's not working, I'll grab the video and show it to you later. But anyway, it's on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Finance. I don't see it moving on here, so I'm going to take it down. But anyway, what they did was they showed all these little Asian kids that were playing basketball. And it was really, really fascinating to watch because the kids are able to do these really interesting things with basketballs where they have 40 of them, 40 kids all sharing the same basketballs. Like one will dribble next to the other one, and then they'll move, and then they all move at the same time, and they keep dribbling, and then they'll move at the same time, and they keep dribbling. Has anybody ever seen that? It's really interesting. And the reason I wanted to show this to you, and I'm going to try to show it again. Let me know if you see it, because I think it's a really important lesson on group economics. So let me show y'all this. And this is actually linked to culture. I talk about this a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Okay, can y'all see the little Chinese kids dribbling the basketballs? Y'all see that? It's not as big as I want, but I hope you can see it. Can y'all see? Give me a guess if you see that. Okay, so here, look at this, right? You've got the children, like about 50 of them, all working together. All of them are coordinated and on a very deep level. Like this, when you're doing this, when you're 4, 5, 6 years old, what's happening is that you're brainwashing the children to be connected on a deep subconscious level. They're vibrating on the same frequency. Now, what I want you to really understand is what's happening here. What the Chinese government is doing is they are pretty much practicing a form of powernomics. Now, sure, in its most sinister level, this is clearly a type of brainwashing. But on a less sinister level, this is a coordinated group of society. This is group activity. This is group economics. This is group everything. This is family structure. This is us understanding that we are better off when we connect to the group, when we are consistent in terms of what we do, and what I do affects what you do affects what I do. We all care about the community. Now, I want you to contrast that with some of what we see sometimes in the Black community, where you don't have a collective mindset, where you have, for example, you might have some really famous entertainer who does some really ridiculous stuff, and people say, why would you set that bad example for the children? And then a lot of them will jump out and say, well, because I'm not a role model and I don't owe nothing to nobody except myself. That doesn't really happen in China. The Chinese government pretty much forbids that kind of behavior. They punish and penalize that kind of behavior. In fact, if you are a loud, flashy hip hop artist showing off all your money and to poor people and also making people feel bad, they will take you down. They will take down your social media. They won't let you do that. They won't let people do what a lot of our artists do. Right. So what I'm saying to you is that when you see these kids operating in sync, what that's doing is that's creating a type of rhythm, a type of subconscious connection and vibration that they're going to operate on even when they're 20, 30, and 40 and 50 years old. You won't be able to compete. Your kids who are divided and conquered and crabs in a barrel and fighting each other, pulling each other down, hating on each other, mad at each other, competing with each other, they can't compete with Chinese kids, because I taught a class in China. I taught finance in China a long time ago, 18 years ago. I taught a finance class in China. And when I tell you that they operate in sync, it is not a game. They got powernomics mastered at a very high level. They are going to kick your kids in the ass if your kids grow up with all this Negro shit. If they grow up with all this nonsense, this selfish, narcissistic behavior that they see from some of their favorite celebrities, I don't care about nobody. All I care about is mine, and I hate my baby daddy. You can't win. Not against this, because they've been training since they were children on how to be connected. They also understand what an ecosystem looks like. In my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, I have to spend a lot of time explaining what an ecosystem is. While the Black family is supposed to be an economic ecosystem where I pour into you, you pour into me. Trade is better than charity. I help you out, you help me out. I hook you up, you hook me up. I come through for you, you come through for me. And I want you to contrast that. Think about how many times You've had your own relative borrow money from you and not even feel compelled to pay you back. Has that happened to anybody? Has anybody ever loaned money to a relative who was in trouble because you're trying to be loyal, you're trying to follow through, you're trying to be a stand-up guy, you're trying to be a good loved one, and you come through for them, and then they disappear with your money? Has anybody ever seen that? Or what about just all the scenarios where people will make babies and nobody can humble themselves enough to sacrifice to make sure that the baby's okay? The daddy hates the mama hates the daddy, and both of y'all hate the damn children. Both of y'all come in there with your nonsense, with your narcissism, with your selfishness. You talking crazy about his daddy in front of the child. So the child hates himself. He hates his daddy. So he's got no father. And then the daddy's talking crazy about the mother. That's not healthy, man. Like that's very anti-family. It's very anti-wealth. It's very anti-community. You don't build anything out of that. So what the Chinese government is doing basically when they have these little kids dribbling basketballs together, this is not just PE class. This is treating them how to be a solid citizen. This is powernomics training, Black people. This is what powernomics training looks like. If you look at that circle right there, right, where each kid, think about this, you got 50 kids operating in unison to achieve the same goal. If one child falls off code, if one kid, just 1 out of 50, doesn't understand the assignment, the whole thing falls apart. And these are 4-year-olds who are better able to be unified at achieving a goal. They have better unity at the age of 4 than some of us have at 54. How about that shit? If that doesn't make you mad, I don't know what should. I'm inspired by what I see, but part of me is like frightened by this. I'm scared for those of us who just never learn these things, right? And I really encourage you, like, discipline and unity are critical when you're really trying to compete in this world. So a lot of us, let's just face it, a lot of our people won't ever be able to compete. When you can't compete, you pretty much have to submit yourself to become the slave of the people who can compete. That's where a big segment of our community is going to go. That's just the reality. That's just the fact. But there are some of you who are tired of that shit. Some of y'all who just ain't going to live like that. You don't want to live like a slave. You don't want to be told what to do. You don't want anybody controlling you. You want to elevate. You want to break the generational curse. You want to go to the next level. And I applaud you, and I encourage you, and I challenge you. And what I'm also telling you is that you're gonna have to be strong as hell. You're literally going to be strong as hell. Why? Well, because you got two enemies. You got racist white folks and you got ignorant Black folks. And both of them can be equally destructive, unfortunately, when it comes to you trying to really do something good. You're going to have to fight against that, and you're going to have to be stronger. You have to be consistent. And believe me, I know, because I'm kind of in the epicenter of that. I deal with lost people every single day, and I don't hate them. I don't try to change them. I just walk around them. And y'all know, every single day I've been very consistent about this, about what I do every day. Because when you're trying to do something hard or something great or whatever it is we're trying to do, you got to put forth that effort. You got to be committed at that level. You got to be extreme. So I'm okay with being an extremist. I'm an extremist when it comes to rebuilding families and loving the Black woman. I'm an extremist when it comes to education. I believe that our kids should be educated at the highest level. They should be able to compete with the Indian kids, Asian kids, Arab kids, and Nigerian kids. I'm not just happy when a kid finishes high school and he can't read. I'm not happy just because Pookie went to college. I'm happy when Pookie goes to college and he does his absolute best. I'm an extremist when it comes to wealth. I believe deeply that if we train our children at an early age on stock market investing, real estate investing, entrepreneurship, stock options, everything else, and we also plant seeds for them by investing for them consistently and teaching them the value of ownership and things like that, and what it means to be on code economically, etc., I believe that we can be the richest people on the planet. I believe that there will be Black people that are going to come out of our movement, that are going to come out of the B1 movement, who are one day going to run the world. They're going to run trillion-dollar companies one day. In less than 100 years, there will be somebody out of this movement, one of y'all's grandkids or something, is going to run a trillion-dollar company. And I'm very, very proud to have been a part of that with you. I'm very, very proud of that. So I honor you and I thank you. And I appreciate you for standing with me in this weirdness that we live in. And I appreciate you for even trying to understand where I'm coming from. And because not everybody does. It ain't easy. So that's it, guys. I'm done. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate you. And also, If you want to get a free copy of the ebook on how to do the $5 a day investing plan, you can go to b1investing.com. Our marketing director, Micah, just put that together as a place where you can go to get a free resource. So go to b1investing.com. Feel free to take a look. And also tomorrow morning, we're going to do economic awareness training, EAT. That's where I show you how to eat. If you want to eat, you got to be able to see the food. Awareness is being able to see. So if you'd like to join us for economic awareness training, just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. We meet at 10 a.m. Eastern every single morning, 7 days a week. And if you live overseas and you can't text the word morning to 87948, you can also go to drboyceelevate.com and sign up there. That's drboyceelevate.com. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. It's real. And I will see you all very, very soon. Love you. Take care. Peace.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm, great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones too late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to co-sign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.